So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Iconic Universe. So we are back with a brand new movie on What If Deku Became a Supreme Being of Nazarick quirks movie, but before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. After Hero log out, all the loneliness of being the last player of the guild in the game fell upon him like a mace. After so many years, so many adventures, so many laughs and wonderful moments, the curtain was falling down on Yggdrasil, the best DMMORPG ever. The company was shutting their servers down, putting an end to 12 years of VR wonders beyond imagination. The adventures and experiences he had in this VR world were something that the young man behind the terrible visage of the Overlord Momonga cherished deeply within his heart. The best moments of his life, as sad as that can sound. But in 2138, an era marked by the ruthless capitalism of the countries of the world, for a humble salaryman like him, burnt and tired of his stressful work, Yggdrasil was his true home, a place of infinity adventure and camaraderie. Momonga rose from the chair in the round table, the place where the guild made the majority of their meetings when something important has to be discussed. Like the new raid of the guild or what they would do now to strengthen more Nazarick or the NPC that protected the place. The place has been home for some incendiary debate between the members of Ainzoal Gown, the unconquered guild of Yggdrasil. They took pride in the fact that no one has ever been capable of conquering them, even the most violent and dedicated raid. When an army of 1,500 players, summoned monsters and mercenaries clashed into their doorsteps like the Armageddon, they did not pass beyond the 8th floor. That was a battle that Momonga cannot remember without a tingle in his spine. For hours they battled against the tide, demonstrating why they were the bloody best players in the game. Even when the group of main players of the guild was hardcore roleplayers gamers that escalated all the way to the top of the level 100 caps, being true to their characters. In an ironic twist of things, the developers of Yggdrasil rewarded just actions, giving unique classes and skills to people that roleplay their characters instead of simply power game all the game like a lot of people did when they discovered the massive and unique customization that the game offered to their players. People mixed classes trying to become power gamers, stockpiling skills, buffs and passive traits in order to make the supreme character. However, people like Momonga stick to a theme, and as they progressed in the theme, they discovered unique and amazing classes and skills that furthered their character and made them able to face in equal footing and even overcome the more power gamer type of players. Momonga was a prime example, with his Eclipse class, or his Ruler of Death, and Overlord class. Since the beginning, Momonga played as an undead spellcaster. As he progressed, he kept that path until the end, ignoring classes that would have allowed him to wear armor or gain combat abilities and the such. He was true to his death magic, gaining finally the secret and powerful class of Eclipse. A true instant death spellcaster type of character that could harvest entire hordes of monster or even other players in a second. Much like him, the entire roster of the guild, Ainzoal Gown, were of heteromorphic races, aka non-human races or monster races. Playing as this kind of characters was tremendously risky, as there was a non-written rule in the servers that peeking, player killing. These characters would not carry any penalty, and killing a similar level player brought a lot more express than killing monsters. It was not a surprise that there were few heteromorphic players, as the majority of the players soon grow tired of being PKED just for the fucking laughs and change their races to human. That were fewer PKED than the rest. But, being part of a heteromorphic race had their own perks, mostly racial levels and unique classes and skills, that are offered to those that stubbornly maintain themselves into the chosen heteromorphic races. That was one of the two requisites to form part of Ainzoal Gown. One being a heteromorphic character. Two being a functional member of society, meaning, you had a job outside of the game. It may sound strange, but it worked like a charm. At the peak of the guild there were 41 members. Still, Momonga keep a deep friendship with around 10 or 11 of them, the original 9 that created Ainzoal Gown and the ones that conquered the Great Tomb of Nazarick in one single go. Of all those members, none of them had logged in or stayed till the end, when the server will tick 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds and Yggdrasil will be forever shut down. Anger flooded him, punching the solid surface of the immaculate table, just for a tiny red 0 icon appear in his HUD vision. Even with all the strength that a level 100 character had, this piece of furniture was completely indestructible, unless is attacked during a siege from other guild, not to mention it was a magic item that allows the members of the guild to see data and other information that is presented to them during the guild meetings. Punito Mo did push himself for making this particular piece of furniture for the guild, but alas, he was always a perfectionist. How could they abandon it like it was yesterday's garbage? Muttered Momonga, anger leaking in his voice. But soon found himself thinking how it was common sense that real life would be more important than some game that soon will disappear and be substituted with something else, Something that Momonga was sure it would not be the same as Yggdrasil, but another, pay-per-win bullshit that would push the player to spend as much money as they could to get something done inside the game. He walked until he stood in front of the greatest masterpiece of the guild. The Staff of Ainzoal Gown. A guild-class item, bordering the world-class item in power and capabilities. The item that identifies someone as the guild master of Ainzoal Gown and who represent the overwhelming skill and abilities of the guild whose main HQ has never been conquered. Momonga eyed the item. Each single piece of the staff was of amazing quality and had quite the tale behind its creation and craftsmanship. In fact, Momonga knew that some guild members even had a fight with their wives about the time they passed helping in creating the item and the money they put in the items and ingredients that were needed to craft it. It was the piece of the guild that joined all of them together, even if some members were about to give up at the end. Finally, Momonga and his closest friends managed to obtain the jewels that crowned the golden staff, each one of them imbued with the strongest elemental magic and almost divine class items by themselves. Taking the staff in his bone hand, and seeing the shadow effect of damned souls screaming in a dark release, Momonga couldn't but smile internally at the evil display of the item. The guild always took an evil theme approach, as a way of payback to those that made their newbie days as heteromorphic races harder, being all of the heteromorphic races and role-playing as a covenant of powerful evil monsters. Well, the majority of all of them. Touch Me Sama was big on his justice always prevails thing. He loved to roleplay as the Silver Paladin, one of the few players and NPCs of the guild that were not directly evil. Supposedly, no one could take the staff, unless it was a necessity and it was needed for a high-tier raid of siege to another guild HQ, but Momonga felt that he should carry it. In the end, it would be appropriate to face the end, with the item that symbolized their guild. I already miss you, guys, whispered Momonga to the staff, feeling more lonely than ever and with a lingering sensation of abandonment and anger bubbling inside him. But a sudden beep took him out of his thoughts. A window, telling him how a player was entering in the tomb, appeared in the border of his HUD, more concretely, another guild member. Ragnarok has logged in, told the window, and Momonga felt elated. There was another one that has come, and this one was a good friend, indeed. In a blue light, the massive form of his friend, the player is known as Ragnarok, materialized in front of Momonga. Momonga was a towering skeleton of 6 feet and half height, covered in his divine class gear. He was even taller, but Ragnarok was a player that belongs to the Eldjodnar race and has already reached its pinnacle of racial levels in the form of the Surtur heir, meaning he was hulking from that varies between the 8 feet and the 100 feet height at will. Ragnarok-san. Gladly greet Momonga his friend, quite the surprise, welcome. EY there, bro dear. Even if the flaming visage of Ragnarok couldn't express any facial emotions, he rose his hand and an emoticon of a smiley face appeared. Nice to see you too. Momonga laughed softly. Even at the last moment, Ragnarok insisted in role-playing his character to the end. Ragnarok was one of the oldest players of the game. He participated in the beta of the game, and the rumors in the forums and blogs said that he ended with some health problems due to the incomplete drive and tech that the game needed to offer such a level of realism. Because of that, he became part of the lore of the game and was rewarded with a unique racial class, the Eldjodnar, who were a purer, stronger version of the Fire Giants that the rest of the player could acquire for their characters. Perhaps due to the envy of other betas and the rest of the player, he was one of the favorites praise of the PK guild until Touch Me and Momonga give him in hand. Since then, the man has been nothing but good and loyal to Ainzoal Gown. Momonga always found the down-to-earth and pragmatic views of the man quite to his liking, and considering that he was a role-playing character too, they soon become thick as thieves. As a way of honor their friendship and help when he was the target of such envious attacks, Ragnarok soon took the mania of calling those that were closer to him Brodir or Sistir, words that came from the few Old Norse language words known, whose meaning was brother and sister respectively. Truth to be told, it added some extra flavor to his character, and personally, Momonga felt quite honored for such shown of friendship. Perhaps because of that, the bunch that were Touch Me, Warrior Takamikazuki, Purarankino, Tabula Smardina, Bukubuku Shigama, Punito Mo, Ulbertalon Odal, Momonga, and Ragnarok, were the terror of the servers even before they ended creating Ainzoal Gown and conquered the great tomb of Nazarick in a single go. Something that very few guilds and parties could boast of their sieges and conquering raids. Each of them had a theme going around. All of them have in common the heteromorphic races and their act as villains against the bias of the human players that PKED them as soon as they saw one heteromorphic race's characters, hoping for some easy XP and sweet loot. But once Ainzoal Gown stepped into the PvP arenas, people start to be extra careful about who and how are you attacking certain characters. Double careful if they had to take into consideration all the unique and overpowered characters that form the old phalanx of Ainzoal Gown, especially when they swept the floor with the NPC Canabel, the supposed high-tier final boss of a vampire-themed event in the servers. For all the 9 members of Ainzoal Gown, it became a weak event boss and something akin to a bloody picnic. Although, Puraronkino confessed that he has picked up a lot of nice ideas for Shultir, the NPC of his creating that protected the first, second and third floors of Nazarick. I thought that no one would come at the end, confessed Momonga, grabbing the handle of the staff in almost embarrassing manner, like a boy that has been caught with the hand in the cookie jar. All the other 3 that had come had already logged off, so I didn't expect anyone. Yeah, real life can be a bitch sometimes, nodded Ragnarok, but I am here. I will see this wonderful world disappear, and when I am back in the real world I am going to drunk myself out before I went to work, laughed the straightforward man. But more important, why did you pick the staff? Asked Ragnarok with curiosity. Well, as no one else was there, I trailed Momonga with an emoticon of a sweat dropping and awkward smiley. EY, no worries bro dear, for what I care, that is your weapon more than anyone else. Thumbs up Ragnarok. It's the guild master weapon and you are the guild master, period. Momonga put the smiling smiley a trio of times in the air, as a show of thanks to his friend. So, what the plan for the last half an hour of the game or so? Asked Ragnarok to Momonga. I was going to walk into the throne room and wait there for the end, explained Momonga. To sit on the throne and remember everyone by the banners that hang there. Mind if I go with you? Asked Ragnarok. I want to sit in my balcony one last time, like when we received invading players and act like we were evil overlords and the sort. It was bloody funny. You are welcome, nodded Momonga. Together, they walked outside of the round table. The room was placed on the 9th floor, the royal suite, a floor that contained practically all possibly entertaining establishment. From the bar, attended by a myconid called sous chef that had ranks in bartender and chef jobs, and could cook very nice food items that will give temporary buffs to player that could eat food, to a nail painting shop. Seriously, Ragnarok was still asking himself, who the hell wastes time in creating that thing? But considering the eclectic personalities that Ainzoal Gown was, perhaps it was not so surprising. As soon as they teleported to the 10th floor, the throne, the maids, and butler that protected this floor stood in attention, bowing at him before they returned to the base position. If all, they were exceptionally well made. You know that Sebas has the exact same appearance of Touch Me? Commented Ragnarok as Momonga gave the NPCs the order to follow them like a royal guard of servants. Yes, he told me it when he created him. Instead of a floor guardian, he created the perfect butler to serve the guild master, whoever it was. How did you know it? I thought you were one of the few of us that was not Japanese, answered Momonga, who has happy of having a useful character like Sebas as a bodyguard. Ironically, despite being the guards of the throne, the Pleiades, as the maids that following them were known, were not the strongest NPCs of Nazarick. Only their leader, Sebas Tien, Touch Me in his Bloody Words plays, was a level 100 NPC, the rest varies between the level 50 to 60. They were little more than distractions for whoever reached this point of the tomb, so the members of Ainzoal Gown could regroup, lock and load his best gear and appear in front of the intruders like the evil overlords that they like to roleplay as. I meet him when I was traveling to Japan with that bunch of wankers of the band I work with, explained Ragnarok munching the words. He and his cutie of a wife offered me to dinner with them and boy I was shocked when I saw him in person. He had a son that is as energetic as his bloody father. Momonga laughed at the anecdote. Ragnarok-san was a roadie, one of the maintenance and technical staff of a musical band of rock and roll, but the members of the band soon transformed their style into a pop rock kind of thing that broke the heart of Ragnarok. A heavy metal lover since the day he was born, however, bills has to be paid and despite how Ragnarok would love to strangle any of the members of the band with the cable of the loudspeakers, they paid fucking well, allowing him to travel all around the world during their tours. Yes, he is a very welcoming man, not a surprise there, considering how he roleplayed his character, chuckled Momonga remembering the few times that he had met the man. Considering they were both Japanese, they had higher possibilities to meet in real life. Speaking of characters, muttered Ragnarok, have you read the settings of the Pleiades and Sebas? Told him, scrolling down the windows of the settings of said NPCs. No, admitted Momonga, leaving apart Pandora actor, I did not participate in the creation of any NPC, except for helping in harvesting items and the such. True, I forgot, you were not a programmer, snorted Ragnarok taking out of his inventory a big editing tool. It always bugged me off, the little flavor that most of our favorite bunch put in their NPCs. Especially after the hours and hours of programming that we done for their creation, laughed Ragnarok. If he could, he would have thundered his knuckles at the image of the keyword in the windows of the settings of all the NPCs of Nazarick. Ragnarok did have a hand in practically all of them, be it in their coding, items, appearance, skills or settings. Curiously, the only NPC that he customized personally was Gargantua, a 100-feet-tall golem that the admin gifted them for being the only unconquered guild in a decade. Momonga would have loved to sweat drop, he really would have loved to sweat drop. Especially when Ragnarok laughed maniacally and the echo of a thunder echoed in the empty halls of the throne floor. Leaving the man to his own devices, after all this was the last day and if he wanted to have his fun with the settings of the NPCs. There was not any real problem, all was going to disappear in about 20 minutes. With the funny image of the tall, Eldjodnar, laughing his ass off behind a curtain of popping up windows filled to the brim with the settings of the NPCs of Nazarick, Momonga walked ahead, reaching the throne hall and finding Albedo, the floor guardian, patiently waiting at the side of the throne of the kings. The world-class item that double-acted as throne for the guild master and a freaking nice ace under the sleeve to have when you deal with intruders. He took a seat on the throne and ordered to the rest of the Pleiades and Sebas to wait at the end of the stairs. The NPC nodded, bowed in respect and moved to the side of the room, waiting in standing position. Meanwhile, Ragnarok kept tapping into the holographic keyboard and laughing at something. Momonga really didn't want to know. Ragnarok-san had sometimes a sense of humor that could leave Purarankino-san as a spluttering mesh with his vulgar jokes. Purarankino-san was a complete pervert that enjoyed hunting the cutest monsters of Yggdrasil as a hobby. Even if there was an absolute no +18 block in the game that prevents anything adult-related to happen inside the game. Mostly because the total drive in tech was not still completed and nothing like smell, taste or facial expressions could be monitored and upkeep by the computers that hold the servers. Not to mention, virtual sex could surely be tremendously addictive. All the sensations, free of any risk like unwanted pregnancies, STD and awkward mornings. Albedo stood at his side, her face permanently etched into a beatific smile. If anything, Momonga has to admit that Tabula Smaragdina-san has outdone himself with the appearance of Albedo. She was an absolute beauty that would leave supermodels in shame at her waking. Feeling courageous, he did the same as Ragnarok-san and opened the window settings of Albedo. As soon as the window pop up, Momonga almost face fault to the floor at the massive wall of text that face him. Truly, Tabula Smaragdina-san loved the settings. However, after skimming the text down, something caught his attention and after reading it a couple of times, he sighed in defeat. The final line of the large and detailed setting for the poor NPC stated, "She is a slut." Tabula Smaragdina-san, sighed Momonga, wanting to smash his bone forehead against a wall for the silliness of his friend. "I think your love for Gap Mo has gone a little too far with this one." Acting on an impulse, and perhaps influenced for the actions of Ragnarok, Momonga used the staff of Ainzoal Gown as an editing tool and activated the administrator protocols, allowing him to change anything he wanted with the NPC Albedo. Erasing the slut line, he suddenly tapped in. She is deeply in love with Momonga. Feeling like a complete asshole after putting that in the window and more embarrassed than anywhere in his life, he doubted for a second before closing down the window. Mentally debating with himself about his IQ level for doing such a thing to a friend NPC, lost in such debate, he did not listen to steps of Ragnarok, that climbed the stairs and eyed the window that his friend has opened not a minute before. Mentally, widely smiling for the actions of his friend, he loudly smacked the back of the Overlord, almost making him fall out of the throne for the sudden impact and sensation. A beeping red zero emanated from the cloak of Momonga, a divine class item itself, as the poor skeleton recovered from the impact. If he could, the bones of his face would have been turned beet red for the embarrassment that he was suffering right now. Ragnarok-san. It's not, just. He tried to explain himself with little success. "You, dog, you," laughed loudly Ragnarok, reading the last line of the setting. "Seeing this, then you would not mind, if I add my own 2 cents especially after seeing where did end my Jinningagap. Well, with her settings it does fit her better than me. But that bugger of Tabula could have told me what did he done with the world-class item, you know?" said Ragnarok, using the same keyboard to type. At an amazing speed. Something else to the settings of the NPC. She sees Ragnarok-sama as a surrogate, strict but loving, father. She wants him to feel proud of her. Proof of the filial bond they shared, is how Ragnarok-sama gifted her with Jinningagap, the previous personal weapon of the Supreme Being. Albedo felt honored and became determined to never disappoint her father. That would be it. With a flick, the window disappeared, saving in the changes to the core personality of Albedo for what's left of the existence of the game. 5 minutes more or less. "I was just," tried to explain Momonga, but at the end surrendered and accepted the inevitable. He has been busted. However, The extra of Ragnarok-san was a little odd. Surrogate father. Although, considering what he has done to Albedo, he was not one to throw stones to that roof, but it was something a bit odd, nonetheless. How did it end you so fast? I thought you were increasing the lore text of the NPCs, asked Momonga, sitting back straight in the throne, less than 4 minutes to the end. He really wished that these times would go on forever. He was happier here than in the cruel and cold real world. 100 words per minute. Brodeer. Appeared a victory smiley over Ragnarok. I get some extra money by writing articles for music magazines, mostly instruments reviews and useful tricks of the trade for young bands. You truly are the man of the 100 talents, flattered Momonga his friend, being a roadie, and despite the little glamour the profession has. Listening to Ragnarok-san made him appreciate the effort that the technical staffs have to put over for each concert, event, etc. Between you and me, sighed the giant, I may be, but I am better at playing this game. It's way better than what I have to endure in the real world. If I told you about the assholic stupidities that those cocky, good-for-nothing cocksuckers did on each single tour, you would be as freaked and tired as I am of their antics. I would love to, but the time is on us, sighed Momonga, eyeing the NPCs and ordering them for the last time. Kneel. They obeyed immediately, kneeling in submission without any noise. It was good to be obeyed too quickly and devotedly. If only Momonga could pick some things here and translate into the real world, everything would be much better for everybody, or at last, that was his honest opinion. As salaryman, more than once has he been scolded for do not shut up at the appropriate moment. Then, Brodeer, I think I am going to sit down on my balcony, said Ragnarok-san. Just like we received the intruders, we will salute the end, with all the pride of our guild in display. A sad and smiling smiley appeared over the face of Ragnarok that vanished and reappeared in the balcony. Ragnarok-san balcony was situated in front of Touch Me-san's balcony. Ragnarok was the first balcony of the right, representing that he was the right man of the guild, the strongest fighter of the guild. However, it was a position that was still up to debate between him and Touch Me-san. Both are among the top 5 strongest players of the servers. Both of them devotedly followed a role-playing path more than a power gaming path, and both had unique items and classes, granted to those that had completed very specific requirements. Touch Me-san had the World Champion title and posses the terrible skill, World Break, a high damaging skill that was even superior to the 10th tier spell, Reality Slash. The top of the magic tier that was only surpassed by the overranked spells, overpowered spells that are achieved after you surpass the level 70 and could cause tremendous damages or alter completely the scenery. Ragnarok-san has the World Bane class and possessed Levitin, the sword of the king of the Eldjotnar Surtur, that was considered a world-class item that allows him to surpass the physical attack's limitations and resistances, ignoring all kind of armors and dealing a humongous amount of damage to their victims. In resume, they were equal and opposite. Touch Me-san had the surname of the Silver Paladin, meanwhile, Ragnarok-san has the surname of the Black Scourge. Even their fighting styles collide. When Touch Me-san was a bulwark of impenetrable defense, Ragnarok-san was an unstoppable juggernaut of weapons and fire. How they could be so good friends was a mystery to all the guild, but it was good to have them on your side, instead of on the enemy side. 23 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds. Goodbye, Ragnarok-san, said his goodbyes Momonga, knowing that it would be a miracle if he ever met his good friend again. It has been fun, truly, truly, fun. Hell yeah, Brodeer, solemnly answered Ragnarok. Hell yeah, it has. 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Darkness and sadness overcome both of them, as they expected for the log out and continue with their freaking, boring and very little welcomed lives. 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds. 0 hours 0 minutes and 1 second. What the flying fuck? Mentally screamed Ragnarok, when he realized that he was still in his character body, still sitting in his comfortable throne in his personal balcony of the throne hall of Nazarick, still logged into the game and feeling a mixture of emotions, like he had not felt since he gave a taste test to some hardcore drugs that the assholes of the band used like aspirins. Horrible idea, by the way. He never saw raccoons or Pinky Unicorn the same way since then. Stop panicking, screamed to himself Ragnarok, and an influx of cold anger erupted inside of him, forcing him to stop and straighten his posture. It was odd as hell, but right now, more than welcome to put an end to his little panic attack and focus his mind back to business. First of all, it could be a lag in the shutdown, considering the massive size of the system and that they would not have wanted to damage the expensive and delicate machines. It would not be as simply as pulling the plug, so, perhaps Helheim, the realm where Nazarick was located, would be among the last pieces of the game to be disconnected. Unlikely but probable. Then if it was not that, then the best route was to get in contact with the GM to advise them of the presence of 2 players inside the game. Ragnarok, or better said Rick Riggs, the European citizen behind the terrific visage of Ragnarok, still had nightmares of the phantom pains that he suffered when an asshole botched up the process of disconnecting his conscious in the middle of a full drive in the beta of the game. He really hoped not having to pass to something similar. Last time he needed pills for the pain for 6 months until his brain finally allocated himself back to his place. If he could prevent something like again, be it for him or for his pal, Momonga, the old champ didn't need such an experience under his belt. He raised his black and claw-like hand, noticing that he had all his items still with him, and if what he was feeling was correct, they were still affecting him with the dozen of buffs and passive skills that they granted, and tapped the air, waiting for the menu to appear. Nothing happened and he frowned. Wait, frowned? That sensation was his face frowning? But there were no tactile sensations in Yggdrasil, otherwise the pain would make the game unbearable, but now he was feeling it. Looking at his hands, volcanic stone-colored hands with claws more than nails, he flexed his hands a couple of times, feeling the muscles, impossible strong muscles, moving as it were his own hands. The lore of the game stated that the Eldjotnar were creatures made of fire, their bodies were black like charcoal. In his case, for being a purer, stronger and nobler race of Eldjotnar, his body was obsidian like volcanic stone, that had the flexibility of skin and the hardness of steel. Right now he was feeling it. He was feeling the muscles move under his supernatural skin, his breath, exhaling volcanic hot flames with each exhalation, his eyes, he could see everything perfectly like it was the clearest day, but he was not seeing a single piece of the HUD of the game. Raising an eyebrow and in the corner of his mind, freaking out like a bad thing, but his pride as Eldjotnar demanded him to be composed and imperial all the times. Another piece of whatever that was adding more freaking out vibes to his already overloaded brain. And analyzing coldly the situation, knowing that he was supreme, and a complete arrogant asshole. By the way, he was not supreme, he was a bloody human, trapped in the awesome body of the strongest fighter of his guild in a DMMORPG game that was about to be shut down. Head explodes, kaboom. This was nuts, and at the same time, he was feeling like a million overdoses of cocaine, speed and crack at the same time, but without the nasty side effects. Seriously, he felt strong, he felt powerful, he felt proud, he felt at bloody home. All the great tomb of Nazarick was his hall, his home, his residence. This was where his heart was, and may whatever gods any intruder may worship, have mercy on their souls, for he would make them suffer the unspeakable just for putting an uninvited step in the entrance. And once again, Ragnarok felt conflicted within himself. He was not like that. Maybe he was a cynic and embittered person after all the shit he had to pull through with the band, but he was not that violent, possessive or cruel. This was not him, and it was him. It was Ragnarok, and Ragnarok was him. Such a dichotomy was paralyzing him. He was not a pushover, he was the strongest there is. Where did he hear that before? Didn't matter, it fits the shoe. He shook his head and grumbled. A rotund, deep and flame exhalation followed rumble that blackened the woods of the balcony. Ragnarok closed his mouth quickly. Oh shit. The tomb was not fireproofed, or at last, a lot of it was not fireproofed, and his character was a living embodiment of fire. He had to be ultra cautious now, otherwise, he would cause harm to everything around him unintentionally. That was the straw that broke the camel back, and with a mighty roar, exhaling a torrent of flames that burned the entire rail of the balcony to ashes and blackened the stone floor until it cracked under the supernaturally hot fires. By Surtur's black heart, what transpires here? Roared his terrific voice among the waves of flames. Unconsciously, Ragnarok had used a spell of his Muspelheim warlord class, called Breath of the Primal Fireworm. It basically created a torrent of flames from the mouth of the caster, but in this case, and thanks to a mix of the conflicted emotions of Ragnarok and how his race reacts when something bugged them off, he just vented some frustrations in such a display of overwhelming power and violence. Eldjotnar is not a tolerant race. If something annoys them, they kill it, in a way that the expression overkill would be putting it mildly. Stepping into the throne hall, he jumped to the floor, several meters below, like it was an everyday occurrence. By the time he was on the floor, landing without even a flinch, Ragnarok has already reached the 10 feet height, and his body was emanating flames all over his shoulders, arms, and head. But all his rage evaporated when the voice of his recently adopted daughter called to him, between gasps and moans of pleasure. Ragnarok sama. Aria, here ECCKK. 2. It was difficult to understand this moaning speech, but from the tone and the words, Ragnarok could understand the essential, and when he turned his face to Albedo, he saw her sat in Momonga's lap as the overlord fondled her breast with abandon as he had his other hand on his face and seems to be pondering something. The thunderous face palm of Ragnarok make the banners of the room and the clothes of the couple at the throne flutter from the sudden burst of wind that came to the impact between the palm of his hand and his. Horns? Wait, he didn't have horns before. That was a trait that he erased with his Ring of the Alpha Doppelganger, a legacy class item. Ragnarok's eyes widened under his palm and grunted in annoyance. When he followed a sudden epiphany, his horns came from the heir of Surtur racial class, a unique class that was considered the peak of the Eldjotner, so he would need an equally strong item to hide or change those features. Wonderful. Honestly, Brodir? Walked to the pair on the throne, the smiling Albedo and the frozen stiff Momonga. Although being a skeleton he was not sure of how to read him now. I understand that my surrogate daughter is the most beautiful woman in the 9 realms, but couldn't you wait until we have solved this situation Nazarick is in before going at it like bloody rabbits? For a long minute, none of the two said a single word, Albedo milking the sensation of the fondling hand of Momonga and his proximity for all that was worth in Momonga simply because his brain has screeched to an halt. Even with his recently discovered emotion suppression skill or passive or whatever. Finally, his undead nature took control and set things right. My apologies, my friend, I was testing something and I got lost in my own thoughts. The voice of Momonga was commanding, deep and resonating, fit like a glove for his appearance as an overlord. No need for that Brodir, answered back Ragnarok in an equally powerful voice that spoke of untold violence and the soul-shaking eruption of a volcano. I am as shocked as you are for this new development. Momonga-sama, Ragnarok-sama, said Albedo, with a hand over Momonga's, to prevent him to left her breast. The succubus was 2 fondling movements before she would come like a fountain under her white dress. What situation are you speaking about? We will tell you at the appropriate time, said Ragnarok. Now, be a dear and after you and Momonga have ended your little rump, go reunite the floor guardians, except Gargantua and Victim. In the 6th floor Coliseum in an hour, we have things to announce and to discuss. Go now Albedo, said Momonga, slipping his trapped hand during one of the moans of Albedo that made her weaken her grip for the pleasure. This is most important than my personal curiosity. But, will you not take my first time here? Ragnarok-sama could be the witness for our union, protested Albedo. This is more important Albedo, go, now. There was no space for discussion on the commanding voice of Momonga. His, ruler of the death, class was acting for him, very much like, heir of Surtur, has done a minute before for Ragnarok. Vital changes that could be a good or a bad thing, something that it was still to be seen. Albedo sighed but blushed like a schoolgirl at the imposing voice of Momonga, that pushed all her buttons in the correct way, making her desiring him more and more. Settings be damned. She bowed deeply and started to move out of the throne hall to fulfill the Supreme Being's orders. Guided by some kind of parental love and wanting to make some test to the magic system of this mess, Ragnarok called for a message spell as he thought of Albedo as receiver of the message. Much to his surprise, it worked like charm, when the succubus answered quickly to the call. Yes, Ragnarok-sama? She asked, a little surprised for the sudden contact, after being issued orders so quickly. Fret not, my little girl. If Ragnarok has been stupid enough to make himself a father, he was going to be the best fucking father there is, as odd as it sounds considering persons involved. I would not have interrupted your private time if the situation was not so unusual and worrying. However, let me give you an advice. Next time you should take a slower, more sweet and tender approach to your heart desires. My Brodir, despite being a prodigious mind without equal in the 9 realms, has the bad habit of overthinking things, threading stunningly complex webs for even the smaller things, when something simpler would have worked the same. I see, now I understood a lot of things. Albedo sounded deeply shocked and deeply grateful at the same time. Thank you with all my heart. Father, quickly cut the communication Albedo, making Ragnarok smile widely. Who would have thought? The sadistic and dangerous as a nuclear bomb, succubus, of level 100 had a cute side. Hilarious, tabula smardina and his bloody gap mo fetish. Turning his attention back to Momonga, the powerful overlord was holding his face inside his skeleton face, sadness and other dark emotions rolling out of him in waves, until something erupted from inside of him and shut down those dark emotions. It was good thing that as primal Eldjotnar, his eyes were practically under a see-through, high-tier spell as a passive skill. So he can see the ungodly amount of MP that was Momonga and how something reacted from within him from time to time. Leaving him be, Ragnarok crossed his arms over his powerful torso and waited, making his own little test about his skills and spells. He could feel all of them, bubbling inside him like an unlimited well of primal power. However, the same impulses that made him erupt in flames, literally, previously, made them cunning as a beast, never letting anything go to his head. What have I done? I have defiled tabula smardina san NPC, muttered Momonga on his throne and the sound of the second facepalm of Ragnarok. 2 in less than 5 minutes, this must be worthy of an achievement of something. Take him out of his flunk and force back to the new reality of both of them. Ragnarok-san. Even with this new voice of him, Ragnarok could practically hear relief rolling on waves from the very soul of Momonga, and Ragnarok echoed the sentiment wholeheartedly. He would have lost his marbles if he had been left here alone. This situation was overwhelming enough as it was. There was no need to make it harder than it is. Somehow he was sure that the rest of the world was going to make them rip their hair in more than one occasion. Well, metaphorically speaking, none of them had hair anymore. Momonga was all bones and Ragnarok had a violent, red and orange, mane of flames for hair. The one and only, chuckled Ragnarok as relieved of being with a friend as Momonga was. I ended like this too. Any ideas or theories that you would like to share? I had my own crazy bullshit theories, but I was never as clever as you. More cunning and complete bastard, maybe, but never as adaptive as you. Momonga was a bit taken aback by the confidence and trust of Ragnarok. Truth to be told, Momonga, or Satoru Suzuki, as it was his real name, a Japanese salaryman, never considered himself precisely the epitome of the intelligence. Maybe he was wise for his age and had a lot of business sense, but he always thought that Ragnarok-san was way more clever than he appeared to be. But this confidence must be rewarded, so Momonga put his head back in the game and started to analyze and extrapolating conclusions, much like he done when he was working in his company and had to analyze and dissect all kind of business propositions and investments. Bugs, lags, any technical problems are out of the table, answered Momonga in cold and clear voice. Now that was the voice of an overlord speaking. Remnants of the code? Pieces of the system that still worked? Possible, but at the moment they shut down the servers, we should have been logged out immediately. Logically speaking, I had nothing. Now, we enter into conjectures. Right now, I am willing to believe in Santa Claus, snorted Ragnarok with a burst of flame escaping from his mouth. Go ahead, bro dear, what do you think? A very, very vivid dream, dimensional travel, fulfillment of a heartfelt wish, said Momonga with the last part sounding like a question, without looking hesitant, is a harder to pull trick than one might believe. Or, we are not still yet out of the system and the sudden logout caused brain damage and is some kind of last effort of our brain to cope up with the damage. Scratch the last one. I had one of those and is not like that, grumbled Ragnarok shaking his head, trying to get rid of very nasty memories. When I was beta, an asshole of the lab pull the plug of the machine and force our log out of the drive-in game. The feedback almost fried our brains and we got months of pills and phantom pains treatment as consequence. But none of the cases were like this, no coma cases either. Then your guess is as good as mine, shrugged Momonga, or at last tried. The cloak was the one that moved like that. I am out of ideas for the moment, but I know this world is real. Yes, I reached the same conclusion too, nodded Ragnarok, thundering his neck like, it was like stones cracking under pressure. Sensations, movements, smells, and of course your little X-rated move on albedo. Didn't think you had it on you, bro dear. I am between impressed and ashamed, mocked Ragnarok, who couldn't but feel like he had to joke around with Momonga. Eldjodnar. Respect and admire strength of any kind, and Momonga was the stronger spellcaster there is. This phrase is going to be a theme, he knew it. It was the most trustworthy test I can think of to see if this was real or not, defended himself Momonga, but the tone of his voice betrayed his emotions for a second. His eyes, the light on them, and his jaw. Ragnarok was quickly getting the hang of reading Momonga absence of something akin to a body language. And I am sure that you did not enjoy every second of it, chuckled Ragnarok. However, undead do feel things like lust and the sort. That's new for me. Momonga shook his hand in negation. The emotions are there, explained, but if something starts to get too high, something shut it down back to nothing. My libido is here and there, it does whatever the hell it wants, much like my anger, it is the hardest emotion to suppress. We share that, then, nodded Ragnarok. I am prideful, almost arrogant, but at the same time, it serves as measure point. If I am not acting as the Surtur's heir should, it kicks me back into it, filling me with cold anger and ruthless cunning. Acting is tiresome, protested Momonga in thinking pose, but we should see what kind of persona should we put on, in front of them. Easy, answered Ragnarok. We are supreme beings, so we are supreme. That's just a title and a little childish, don't you think, Ragnarok-san? Raise his head Momonga. You really should read the settings and lore of the great tomb of Nazarick and your NPCs, sighed Ragnarok. This is not an empty boast or something like that. And by the way, message works, but you had to think of who wants you to be the receiver. But seeing the attitude of Albedo and how she reacted when I spoke to her via message, we are godlike beings for them. You are pulling my leg here, tried to deadpan Momonga, and a skeleton like him can really pull a deadpan look. No, I am not, deadpanned back Ragnarok, not at the same level, but impressive nonetheless. This has something to do with your messing with their settings? Asked Momonga. He really was not one to make any accusation in that front, seeing what he did to Albedo, but he couldn't prevent to suspect something. After all, Ragnarok has the last one of writing something on them. Perhaps something went wrong in the process? Albedo could be in love with him due to his interference, but the obsessive and lustful desire of the NPC was a little off the charts. Succubus, race be damned. Nay, Brodeer. Negated immediately Ragnarok. Nay, nice word, not sure where comes it from but sounds fitting for the character. He was going to keep it. I did not brainwash them into some cult for the guild members. I did tweak something here and there. Mostly good things, I assure you. Lore rich and polishing some nasty things, but nothing like worshipping us as if we were the best thing since sliced bread. I had the sensation that I should have a headache incoming. Good thing of the undead resistance to all of that things. Raise Momonga from the throne, calling the staff of Ainzoal Gown back to his hand. He has left it floating at his side when he fondled Albedo's breast, and now it was time to have it back. Blessing and curse. Pointed out Ragnarok. You cannot eat, drink or sleep. Not to mention getting laid. I would lie if I said that I am not intrigued on the latter. You really should look out for a shape-shifting item. True? Grow bigger for a second. The red light eyes of Momonga. I will miss all of that things. Did you hear me, Brodeer? Raise an eyebrow. Ragnarok and his mane of fire twirled for a second. Shape-changing item. I had a ring of the alpha doppelganger. That is useless to me now. Perhaps you could use it for something. Okay, you got me there. I didn't think about that, but as undead, shouldn't I resistant to that spells? Asked Momonga, who was really interested in recovering a flesh body, mostly for sleeping again. Otherwise, being 24/7 awake sounds tremendously boring. I do not remember anything of the sort on Yggdrasil. Tapped his chin Ragnarok as they prepared to teleport to the Colosseum. They still need to run some tests. The last thing any of them needed right now was for some of his skills and spells to do not work. That would be disastrous. Great Tomb of Nazarick, 6th floor, Colosseum. I say, raise an eyebrow Ragnarok at the image of the Colosseum and the nature surrounding the entire surface of the floor. I always congratulated Blue Planet for this amazing piece of work he put together, even if he was a bloody hippie. Credit when is due, he really knew his stuff. Momonga softly laughed at the bluntness of his friend. He may be as amazed sometimes, but never is without sense or without a reason. As he himself has said, he may not be the sharpest tool of the box, but he was cunning and a complete bastard. His transformation in his character should have only empowered those same traits, much like Momonga's own, ruler of death, class did to him, turning him into a cold, wise and efficient ruler for his domain. Or frankly, so he hoped, otherwise, he was bloody screwed. The Colosseum was a humongous construction that could hold easily hundreds of persons at the same time. The majority of the public were golems, who patiently waited for the show and to cherish with their stomp and noises to the ones that battled on the dry and sandy floor of the battle arena. In all, it was an impressive display of power and intimidation that served to make the intruders in the floor nervous and suspicious of the hundreds of golems that will fall on them as soon as they abandon the arena, without killing the twin guardians of the floor. Bukubuku Shigama created the twin siblings that protected the 6th floor. They were twins of the Dark Elf race with an interesting and very synergistic combination of classes that helped them, not only to be dangerous as hell in the battlefield, but to maintain quite easily the nature surroundings of the Colosseum, keeping the earth, the trees and the natural lakes and other natural landscapes, green and beautiful. Compared with other, more harsh and hostile environments of the tomb, the 6th floor was a relative friendly floor. That was usually the intruder thinks until they reach the monster-infested forest or the corridors of the Colosseum, who hide their own dangers. As soon as they passed through the metallic fence of the Colosseum, Momonga and Ragnarok stepped into the arena, looking at the silent golems that filled the benches and the busy dragonkin. Bipedal, draconic monsters of level 40 to 50. That do their best to keep the place tidy and ready for any possible desire the Supreme Beings had. Both Momonga and Ragnarok had already lost count of the monsters that they had slain here, testing new spells, items of combinations of skills, all in order to keep being the top dogs of the server. It was something personal. Ainzoal Gown must be at the top. Otherwise, the tomb on where they had their hearts and souls would be conquered and possibly looted or destroyed by other ambitious guilds. In a quite impressive show of acrobatics, the female part of the Guardians, Orabello Fury, jumped from the main balcony of the Colosseum, landing quite easily and posing smiling and victorious to the newcomers, just to widen her eyes and run quickly at their front, more than happy to see the Supreme Beings in her Colosseum. Momonga-sama, Ragnarok-sama, greeted the energetic girl to the two of them, smiling like a child that was receiving a candy. Welcome to the 6th floor. Hello Aura, we will intrude a little, said Momonga in his regal voice. Nice to see you well and healthy, little one, ruffled her hair Ragnarok with a fanged smile. Aura enjoyed the ministrations, Despite being a girl, Aura was dressed like a young boy, with a nice white suit with the emblem of Ainzoal gown on it, inner leather dragon red armor and leather gloves, with a golden acorn collar hanging from her chest. In all, his appearance was one of a 14, 15 years old children. Tomboyish and with the characteristic dark skin and pointed ears of her race, perhaps her most striking feature would be her blonde hair and her heterochromia, left eye blue and right eye green. Thanks, Ragnarok-sama, smiled the little, dark elf, who really enjoyed the attention of the Supreme Beings. What do you mean, Momonga-sama? This is your Colosseum, we only guard him. How can you be an intruder in something that is yours? Then you have lost the second part of that, we, pointed out Ragnarok with a chuckle, and Aura noticed the absence of that crybaby of a little brother of her. Oh, come on, grumbled her, turning around to the balcony from where she has jumped previously. Mare shouted with all her lungs. What the hell are you waiting for? You are being rude to the Supreme Beings. A shy, weak voice erupted from behind the railing of the balcony, answering to the shouting of the female guardian. It's too high, big sis, it's impossible for me, protested, mumbling to himself. Mare, hurry up and come here already, Mare, shouted strongly Aura, wildly gesticulating to the hiding figure behind the shadows of the balcony. Okay, I'm coming. A tentative figure climbed the rails and jumped down, with a cute cheering shout, just before landing in an awkward manner and almost falling in the landing. Ack, this boy, grumbled Aura, and both Supreme Beings chuckled internally. It was like a rehearsal of Purarankino and Bukubuku Shigama antics but in tinier bodies. Quickly fixing his very short skirt, yes, a short skirt. Mare bellow fury, run in a very effeminate way to the presence of the Supreme Beings. Mare, contrary to his sister, was a shy, timid and effeminate, dark elf, boy of the same age of Aura. Roughly 70 years or so, if Ragnarok remembered their settings right, who carries around a druid staff and was the twin of Aura but with a short skirt, green shoulder cape with hood and the heterochromia of his eyes reversed, left green, right blue. He was practically boss around by his older sister who dragged him anywhere and everywhere she wanted. Bukubuku Shigama made him an absolute travesty, even if he was conscious that he was a boy, he was the slave of his sister in all but name. If Ragnarok had to bet, he would have put his money in the option that it was the particular way of Bukubuku Shigama of representing her relationship with her own little brother, Purarankino, another of the guild member and the creator of the floor guardian Shultir Bloodfallen. Purarankino and Bukubuku Shigama quarreled all day, but gods had mercy on your soul if you mess with any of them, they would hunt you down to the corners of the earth. However, the real shocker that how Purarankino was a complete pervert and his sister was a voice actress that has specialized in lowly characters, erogaze mostly. It was a great turn-off for Purarankino to buy a game and listen to the voice of his own sister coming for the character that he was speaking with. But for Ragnarok, it was not a problem, and Bukubuku Shigama did have an amazing voice, acting or not. It was needed a lot of pandering until she finally relented and gave her real voice for several magic items that Ragnarok created and stored inside his personal quarters. In fact, he had a clock, back in the real world, whose alarm was the voice of Bukubuku Shigama. It was absolutely worth it, even for all the things he had to do for her afterward. Sorry to make you wait, Supreme Beings. Mare timidly apologized and lowered his head. Ragnarok ruffled it until he had swirling eyes, laughing all the way, much to Aura's amusement. We have come to made some test. Raise Momonga his staff, and the twins observed the item with practically stars in the eyes. For them, the staff of Ainzoal gown would be the equivalent of the freaking Saint Grail, the mythical piece that belonged to the Supreme Being among the Supreme Beings. Unable to prevent it, Momonga started to boast about the absolute piece of wonder that was the staff. There was something in him that wanted him to boast about the absolute excellence of the weapon and how legendary it truly was. Not that he had not all the rights in the world to truly boast about it. Each piece of the staff had quite the adventure behind it, from the golden handle, carefully crafted and enhanced with the best items they could steal, loot, buy or harvest, to each one of the 7 jewels of different colors that holds not only powerful high-tier spells, but the ability to summon adequate beasts, depending on the color of the jewel. This absolute piece of art was the symbol of the guild, and despite all its powers, the mere idea of someone breaking it terrified the entire guild, as once a guild weapon is destroyed, the guild must be disbanded. That's why, even if it was practically custom-made for Momonga, it has rarely, if ever, abandoned the safest parts of Nazarick. Aura and Mare were entranced by the tale of the creation of the staff, and Ragnarok shook his head. It was like a father telling a tale to his children. However, they were a bit short of time right now. At some point the rest of the available guardians will start to come, and it will be too late to run some discreet test about what they can or cannot do in this situation they have landed themselves in. A worthy saga indeed. Bro dear, interrupted Ragnarok the tale when Momonga was about to explain the twins how Ulbert Alon Odal managed to create the damn soul's aura of the weapon. It was creepy as hell but cool at the same time. Oh, yes, apologizes Ragnarok-san. Sometimes I lost myself in good memories, said Momonga in all seriousness. They had to act like the supreme beings there in front of their followers, after all. Is an amazing tale, laughed Aura, and Mare enthusiastically nodded his agreement. As Momonga was regaling the children in mind and soul, even if their settings said that each one of the twins was easy twice the age of Momonga and Ragnarok. Ragnarok has ordered a couple of Dragonkin to set up some practice mannequins. It was nothing out of the ordinary, just straw dolls with some added resistances so they did not break with the breeze. Momonga rose a skeleton hand and pointing with a finger to one of the mannequins, he announced his spell, a middle-level tier death spell that kills the enemy with swiftness. He was testing his own spells before he tried out the capabilities of the guild weapon. Obsidian sword, said Momonga, and a sword of said material appeared floating over his bone finger before sailing like a bullet to the chest of one of the mannequins, practically cutting it in half. Not giving a second to contemplate his successful casting, Momonga raised the guild weapon and called forth one of its more useful abilities. The power to summon a primal fire elemental, one of the highest level elemental spirits, of about level 90, without any need of MP or risking the interruption of the summoning by enemy attacks. In a twist of heated flames, the mannequins were rapidly consumed, as the flames coalescence into a feral visage, a half-humanoid of a partial dragon-like head, who was all flames from the waist down and irradiated power. The Dragonkin had already covered the twins, astonished for the shock wave of the summoning. Even Aura and Mare could suffer some damages from the heat and aura of flames of the mighty spirit. His mere presence had a passive fire damage-based skill. Momonga had already his own damage nullification skill active, in the form of a purple shield that deflected the damage, and Ragnarok literally feed on the flames. It danced over him and entered in his body, empowering his already bulging with power muscles. Powerful as always, bro dear, congratulated Ragnarok. Do you mind if I test myself against this little bonfire? He was happy to see that the basis of the system seems to work. His Heir of Surtur class allow him to feed on flames, transforming fire and healing both MP and HP, and gain some bonus to his attacks, already more than overpowered thanks to his world-class item, Levitin, that allow him to break through the 100 stat limits in the physical attack attribute. Understanding the real intention behind the actuation, Momonga softly laughed and nodded to his friend. You never resisted a challenge. Momonga put the staff down. What do you say, little ones? Will you join me in honorable battle? Asked Ragnarok to the twins. Really? We can? Asked Aura with eagerness and happiness in the voice. Then, if you excuse me, tried to slip Mare, but Aura soon grabbed him by the neck of his little cape and, smiling with the promise of untold pain if he did not collaborate, urged her brother to join this unique opportunity. Come on, Mare, are you going to be rude to Ragnarok-sama? He is going to play with us, edged the pants-wearing part of the siblings, in the literal sense, to her younger counterpart. Then, let's balance the fight a little. In a show of light, Ragnarok unequipped practically all his items, left in a black salamander leather pant and boots with golden-covered toes. Otherwise this would end too soon, and where the diversion on that? He asked to his companions. Momonga walked to an elevated platform to see the battle, as the twins prepared their weapons. A long whip for Aura, the weapon of a beast tamer, like her, and a wood staff for Mare, a druid. Meanwhile Ragnarok was going to only use his own fists. He needed to know the limits of his body and a level 90, primal fire elemental. With the perfect enemy, it could cause him harm by pure brute force, but its very fire attacks would keep him safe and sound. In the time that the rest were preparing and Momonga walking to his spectator position, Ragnarok released some enhancing spells of his own, just to be on the cautious side of the things. Diamond Skin, Primal Beast Reflexes, Supreme Might, and Unstoppable being 4 unique spells of his jobs class that essentially empowers his physical attack, defense, agility, and prevents any kind of bind or slow effect over his character. Ragnarok was not sure if the Primal Fire Elemental had any debuff skill. He would have to check it out later in the Ashurbanipal, the library of the 10th floor, throne. Anyhow, this would suffice, and if things get hairy, he would re-equip back with some of his items and smash the elemental before the guardians could suspect a shit. Primal Fire Elemental. Attack those in front of you, commanded Momonga, and the battle raged on. Ragnarok started by growing in size, so he could fight the elemental on equal footing, and then he punched the beast in the face, forcing it to bend a little for the brutal impact. The whip of Aura lashed like a living being, cutting through the flames, but for the surprise of the dark elf, the flames regenerated in a second, and a claw of fire suddenly attacked her from her side. A green magical shield absorbed the damage, proof that Mare was supporting and covering his sister with all he had. Amazing as always. Though Momonga observing the battle, even without Ragnarok-san at their side, it was clear that the twins would have won at the end, not without effort, but they would have won anyway. Skills work, items work, passive skills work too. Damage output seems to work but in a different manner. I can see a pool of energy being depleted instead of an energy bar. Calmly analyzing the battle, Momonga soon realized the key differences between what he knew and what he was experimenting right now. However, as incredible odd as it sounds, all that his undead body was feel natural, like it should have always been. Being an undead means that you are practically a creature of mind. All flesh emotions and sensations disappeared, so your thought processing and speed increases, simply because you don't have to worry about all that annoying process that were heart beating, blood flowing, breathing and the sort. In a sense, Momonga was discovering how a genius person thought, having thousands of ideas at the same time and cataloging them for later analysis and contemplation. As the battle raged on, the twins grew confident and paid that hubris when they dodged the fire breath of the elemental and moved into a disadvantaging position. The elemental saw his chance and ignoring Ragnarok, who was pummeling him relentlessly, he turned his body to the twins and casting a massive fireball, he tossed it to the siblings. They saw the spell incoming and knew that even if that was not going to kill them by any means, it was going to hurt a lot. But then a shadow eclipsed the light over them and they saw the giant figure of Ragnarok swatting the spell to the floor of the arena, creating a massive crystal crater for the sudden heat of the sand floor. And grappling the elemental by the neck and the chest, he brutally tore him in half, roaring to the clear and starry sky of the Colosseum. "I am the strongest there is," roared Ragnarok with the corpse of the elemental dissipating on his hands. "I had the nagging sensation that I had eared that before, outside of Yggdrasil," pondered Momonga, at the end of the battle. "But I see a theme here. Well, no matter, he is one of the few players that had some serious reasons to claim that title." "That's has been awesome," Ragnarok-sama cheered Aura and Mare's side in relief. Mare really didn't like pain, but he was grateful for the intervention of Ragnarok-sama. Although he felt guilty, they were supposed the one protecting not the ones protected, but having the massive supreme beings caring like this about them felt really good. "But please, don't do that," asked Aura with worry in her different colored eyes. "We are the guardians, you shouldn't have to hurt you for us." "Nay, little one," thundered Ragnarok, transforming back into a more comfortable 8 feet tall figure, his complete regalia back over his body, still exuding power and violence like a cape. "You really think something like that could even hurt me? What kind of supreme being do you think I am, to cower from such lowly spell?" laughed Ragnarok in good humor. Momonga felt the desire of sweat drop at the boastful words of his friend. Lowly spell? That was an 8-tier spell called Comet. Anything who had not the absurd resistances of Ragnarok or his own spectacular magic resistance would be vaporized in a second. Walking in regal manners to rejoin the trio, Momonga felt happy. These were exactly the kind of things that he loved when he played Yggdrasil, the camaraderie, the boast, the fun. In a sense, it was like his wish has been fulfilled. Was he worried? Undoubtedly so, but for the moment, he would concentrate and maintain his home safe from all menaces. "Good work, you three," congratulated Momonga his companions, and taking out from his inventory a pitcher with crystal clear water and 2 chalices, he offered them to the siblings. "Drink. You should be thirsty after all that work and the heat of the surroundings of such powerful fire creatures." A little hesitant for the kindness, they did not expect something like that from the supreme beings. They were leagues above them. Just for such a god-like existences to show such care and kind to their servants spoke volumes about their character, and for the siblings it was way better than what they feared. They were NPCs and had seen the supreme beings battle gods and came on top, not to mention the few conversations they had in the presence of them were little more than incomprehensible for the siblings. They used terms and words that had little to no sense for them. They took the glasses and drank from them, but with the nagging sensation that they should not do that. "But this is from your rations, Momonga-sama," protested Aura. "You should waste them on us." "I am an undead," Aura explained Momonga with strong and gentle voice. "I don't need food, so I choose to give them to you." "The supreme beings are kinder than we expect," muttered Mare under his breath. "We thought you will be scary." "We can be like that if that's you want," chuckled Ragnarok, petting Aura and Mare, much to their delight. No, we love you like you are much better," enthusiastically said Aura, practically purring under the ministrations of Ragnarok. Mare was blushing a storm and nodding so fast that his head produced after images. After they got back to the platform, a purple and crystal gate appeared in the arena from the inside of the transportation spell. Shultir Bloodfallen walked into the arena, dressed in her usual purple and black Victorian dress and carrying a parasol. This concrete floor guardian was made by Purarankino, a player that was part of the Birdman race and who specialized in long-distance attacks with his divine class item, Hyoi Bow. Both Momonga and Ragnarok were good friends with him. Although, Momonga would have liked Purarankino-san to be less vocal in his perverted mindset. Ragnarok, on the other hand, was even worse than the Birdman, but he hides it better. Shultir was a true vampire, an evolution of the base vampire race, who had more powers and a horrid and terrific true form. In Shultir's case, a feral, lamprey-like mix between human and animal. Her usual appearance was a 15-year-old beautiful girl of white marble-colored skin, albino hair and deep red blood eyes. After Ragnarok read the settings of the true vampire, knew that the girl was a living, walking encyclopedia or sexual fetishes, so he was not surprised when the girl tossed the parasol that dissolved in black butterflies, and jumped into the arms of Momonga, shouting her loyalty and love to the Overlord, who received it with absolute stoicism. In truth, Momonga was totally freaked out by the sudden action of Shultir, but his emotion suppressor was working overdrive to compensate the brain screech that the ruler of death was experimenting. Only the red glowing eyes were proof of the distress of the mind of Momonga. Ragnarok, on the other hand, found it completely amusing. Somehow, his Eldjodnar nature was all about having as many females as you could maintain, and if his Brodir was happy with a bloody harem, he was not one to protest. He was planning to have his own. By the way, what kind of Dark Lord, Supreme Being, whatever, does not have a harem of badass women? It could be a dirty cliché, but not lesser true for it. Anyhow, Shultir's crush on Momonga can be easily explained if you read the settings of the vampire girl. She had a necrophilia fetish, and following that knowledge, there must be nothing more attractive for the true vampire than Momonga, the living, skeletal incarnation of death. She also had a blood fetish, cosplay fetish, bondage fetish, S&M fetish, oral fetish, muscle fetish, submissive fetish, dominatrix fetish, domination fetish. And so goes the list on. Ragnarok did run some damage control, erasing the most disturbing ones, but even then, it was longer than a bloody telephonic guide. Purarankino went all out with this NPC. Even so, she was disturbingly sexual, her fighting capabilities were top-notch. Possibly one of the strongest NPC of Nazarick both in magic and physical capabilities. Not soon after she rubbed herself against Momonga, she repaired in the presence of Ragnarok and proceeded to jump at him with equal passion. Rubbing herself against the divine muscles of Ragnarok. Muscle fetish full activation for the true vampire. That and a little piece of lore that Ragnarok put on her, but frankly he didn't expect it would end like this. Perhaps jealous of the actions of Shultir, and acting according to her personality, gifted to her by Bukubuku Shigama. She started to quarrel with the true vampire, accusing her of having fake boobs. Much like a pair of squabbling siblings, they started to insult each other back and forth, jabs and accusations. It was like a rehearsal of the discussions that their creator had, and both Momonga and Ragnarok felt a wave of nostalgia at the picture, being Ragnarok more visible in that regard as he was openly smiling at the image. The cold and paused voice of Cocytus, the fifth floor guardian, called the attention of the presence in the arena. The tall and broad mix between a mantis and an ant was past the 8 feet height. His exoskeleton was of a white-bluish substance that looks like diamond or metallic ice, always with a halberd and a sword in 2 of his multiple hands. The Vermin Lord was created by warrior Takamikazuki to be a warrior in heart, body, and soul. You are loud, erupted the jaws of Cocytus in freezing mist. How much longer do you pretend to play around in front of the Supreme Beings? Greetings, Cocytus, said Ragnarok to the warrior insect. Thanks for coming, continued Momonga. I will always follow the orders of the Supreme Beings as fast as I can, answered Cocytus with absolute determination. This tadpole is bad-mouthing me, protested Shultir, who already has her eyes surrounded by a halo of purple lights and 2 purple fireballs in her hands. It is the truth, defended herself Aura with her whip already ready to strike. Mare was hugging his staff, doubting between standing there and try to prevent the fight or run for cover behind his masters. Cocytus was going to freeze them both to cool their heads, but before he could stomp the silver halberd on his hand into the floor, the overwhelming, soul-crushing presence of the Supreme Beings fall upon them like the hammer of an angry god. They need all their force of will to do not fall to the ground and be squashed like the specks of dust that they were in front of the Supreme Beings. Enough. Despair Aura V. Presence of the oldest being 3, passive skills that smite the will of their enemies. In Yggdrasil they were already dangerous. In this new world, it was like feeling the weight of the world in your brain, pushing it down until you submit. Our deepest apologies. Stiffened like iron bars, Shultir and Aura before they bow 90 degrees in absolute apology. Sorry for the delay, came the voice of Demiurge, the 9th floor guardian, accompanied by Albedo. The male NPC appeared to be a pointy-eared, elf, or human, male with glasses that hide his compound eyes, dressed in an impeccable red suit and with a metallic, spiked tail, waggling behind him. He was an archdevil, the creation of Ulbert Alon Odell, a player that had a fixation with absolute evil, creating Demiurge with that idea. The fiend was an absolute sadist and evil to the core. He was the one that took care of the defenses of Nazarick when the situation demanded and the player was occupied by the enemy intruders. His true form was way more terrible, as he was a high-tier, archdevil, capable of unleashing terrible mind control spells and hordes of demonic minions. Once they got together, they kneel in front of Momonga and Ragnarok, and proceed to declare their absolute loyalty and devotion to the Supreme Beings. It was a bit shocking, how the NPCs were so fanatically loyal to him, and once again, Ragnarok has nothing to do with that. He had not reprogrammed the NPCs to be his personal cult. That would be offensive to the creation of his friends, not to mention he would have need days for something like these. Ergo, their loyalty came from something else. Sebas appeared in the arena. He was patiently waiting for the orders of his masters, and proceed to inform all of them of the differences that he has spotted from the usual location of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Previously, Ragnarok has bullshitted his way out of the questions of Albedo, by telling her that they were in an unusual and worrying situation. Once Sebas ended his report, Ragnarok really wanted to bang his head against one of the columns for being right. Somehow, the Great Tomb of Nazarick was in the middle of a grassy plain. All green in all directions and no building, not fauna of any sort, living in the surroundings. Sebas, as a dragonoid, had an exceptional eyesight, and if he has seen nothing, that means that there was really nothing in miles around. Originally, the Great Tomb was located in a swamp, on an eternal night world, Helheim, surrounded by the empty and hostile environment of the realm of the death in Yggdrasil. This green plain was as opposite as one could expect from where they stood before. Ymir's bollocks, grumbled Ragnarok, without deactivating his aura skill. He must be like as a monster of an untold caliber to the NPCs, and that was a good thing, even if Shulteers smelled like she was coming a river under her ample skirt. I know, Ragnarok-san, nodded Momonga with his overlord persona taking the stage. Demiurge, Albedo, increase the defenses of Nazarick to the maximum and develop a quick method of sharing information between floors, ordered Momonga. Understood, answered them back. Mare, called to the shy travesty, what can we do to hide Nazarick? The boy doubted a little. Illusions could work, but any high-level player would see through, or will have items that protect him from that, perhaps covering the tomb in the earth so it appears as another hill? Do you want to dirt? Was about to protest Albedo for such a disrespect to Nazarick when the crackling of flames cut her short. Ragnarok has just twitched his tongue in his own heteromorphic race style, but for Albedo, it was like a whip against her skin. I may have a better idea, Brodir, said Ragnarok. I was thinking about the old trick of how do you hide a tree. Momonga laughed, surprising a little the Guardians who didn't understand. Certainly, it would be fitting. Yggdrasil was the tree of life after all. The humor on Momonga's tone was palpable. Mare, your duty will create a forest surrounding the Great Tomb of Nazarick, explained Momonga to the dark elf, druid. Tall enough to be permanent semi-dark inside and with little space between trees, enough to be taller than the walls of Nazarick, expanded to several miles in all directions. Apologies, Supreme Ones, said Cocytus. But why a forest? Cocytus, how do you hide a tree? Asked back Momonga. By hiding it in a forest. The Guardians saw the cunning behind the move but still felt there was something they miss, to see the entire picture, except Demiurge who smiled widely. Brilliant. Simply said the archdevil, absolutely brilliant, turning a disadvantaged situation into a benefit for Nazarick. No doubt your cunning was legendary, my lords. Seeing that the other Guardians did not get it, Momonga and Ragnarok shared a glance, and a quick mental conversation and turned to their Guardians to reveal what they have thought, praying that it would appear as a clever enough plan. As expected of Demiurge, my Brodir Alon Ubert Odell did an excellent job with you, nodded Ragnarok, to unravel the 5 steps plan in a second. You honored me, Ragnarok-sama, sighed Demiurge, feeling disappointed in himself, but I thought it was a 4-step plan. I am still unable to comprehend your greatness. And our was a 2-steps plan, lure enemies and loot their corpses. This is harder than we thought. Shared a mental sigh Momonga and Ragnarok. We will have to bullshit our way out of these. Nay, don't sell yourself short, Demiurge, exhaled flames Ragnarok. Is simply that you are thinking as Ulbert made you think, my Brodir, pointed up to Momonga, was exalted even among us, the Supreme Beings, for being a prodigal mind. So it is not a surprise, but you impressed us with your intelligence. Perhaps in time, you will be at the same level as us. I humbly thank you for your kind words, deeply thanked Demiurge the words of the Supreme Beings. Not a surprise his creator saw this too, fellow Supreme Beings as individuals worthy of respect and admiration. Once the forest is complete, continued Momonga expecting to sound and appear as an almighty ruler whose foresight was beyond divine. Acting was very hard, and the darkness has already established in it. We will use a combination of illusion spells and gradually stronger undead monsters. 9 concentric rings of defense, added Ragnarok, with low-tier undead monsters on the first one and perhaps Death Knights on the final one before they reach Nazarick, banded in what may look like as chaotic bands, but that will patrol the forest looking for intruders and will be guided by more powerful undead monsters, disguised as their lower versions. This sacrificial pawns will allow us some extraordinary information about what we could expect outside, explained Momonga. Until I am proven wrong, I will assume that there are stronger players than us out there. With this undead, we can test how strong and what their true intentions are, by putting some minor treasures in the bands of undead. If any intruder saws the treasure, picks it up and tries to walk away, snorted Ragnarok, then he was a low-level filth that will soon be killed and used to replace the undead they could have destroyed. If they ignore the treasure and keep entering, then they know about Nazarick. This are the real treasure here. Information, resources, slaves, ingredients and items, continued Momonga with a softly but cruel laugh that sent shivers through the spines of the guardians. 5 steps, 5 words, 5 objectives like the 5 fingers of my hand. He raised his own skeletal hand and clenched it like a fist, making all the guardians shiver under the cold and soul-shattering sensation that emanated for their overlord. That will crush any fool that tries to cause harm to my sacred home. That will be your orders, said Ragnarok. Capture alive all intruders that are capable of defeating anything beyond the 4 ring of defense, then we could see what kind of world have we ended here. Before we leave, I still have a question for all of you, my guardians, said Momonga. How do you see us? Shultir, you answer first, ordered Momonga the true vampire. The pinnacle of beauty and virility, answered the little true vampire, blushing and gasping under the emotions that run rampant in her core. The supreme beings that are the crystallization of beauty in this world. Fuick, Purarankino-san, I am going to strangle you. Mentally freaked out Momonga and Ragnarok laughed his ass off, but on the outside, he kept his proud and superior smirk. Cocytus, called Momonga next. Stronger than all the guardians, the strongest spellcaster, and the strongest warrior. Exhaled Frost the frozen guardian. The supreme beings that are, without doubt, the absolute rulers of Nazarick. Aura, continued Momonga. Merciful and caring kings that always knew what to do, smiled the tomboyish, dark elf. Mare. A very kind supreme beings that worries and cares about us, blushed a little the travesty boy. Demiurge. Wise and efficient, overwhelming and cunning, described separately the arch-devil. The supreme beings that embodies the world's inscrutable and unstoppable. We may have overdone a little or acting, started to regret their boasting, both players. Sebas, turned his face Momonga to the butler, knelt at his right. Merciful rulers that stood with us until the very end, the supreme beings I have the glorious honor of service to the best of my capabilities. Lastly, Albedo. At this point, Momonga was torn between a sigh and slammed his face against a wall, repeatedly. Our supreme masters, those who stood at the top of the supreme beings. Lust and adoration mixed in her glassy expression. A father to me in all but blood, and the overlord I love. I walked right into that one. The red eyes of Momonga glow like red stars at the confession. Follow my lead, Brodir, now that we are screwed, laughed Ragnarok in Momonga's mind. This message, conversations were a god sent to keep their appearance and do not step into each other's toes. It's time to do it with style. Magnificent, our guardians, spoke Momonga and Ragnarok at the same time. We have witnessed your devotion and loyalty, and found it wonderful. Continue honoring Nazarick and us with such good work. Yes, our lords, echoed all the guardians at the same time. Before anything else can be said, the 2 supreme beings disappeared in a ray of light, a mark of the Ring of Ain's Oal Gown, teleportation spell. For a while, no one dared to utter a single word, shaken by the presence of the 2 divine beings that have granted them the honor of their presence. Albedo was the first one to step up. As the leader of the guardians she should give example, but the glassing expression that she was sporting on her face would have any sane man run for his life. A mix between adoration, blush and unbearable lust that spoke volumes of the craziness that holds her pretty head. I am still terrified, big sis. Mare has to hug his staff to do not clack his teeth. Momonga-sama alone was scary. Together, he almost crapped his pants there. You can say, I thought we are going to die under that pressure, agreed Aura with the sentiments of her brother. Supreme beings, indeed, exhaled his freezing mist Cocytus. Even him was astonished for the power that the Supreme Beings has shown them. That's their true essence when they unleash their true selves, the presence of the Supreme Beings. Get her hands in praying position Albedo, stunned and delighted at the same time. Agreed. Raise his glasses Demiurge, no doubt they were feared, just their mere presence and even high-level NPC like them felt like they are going to be crushed into dust. Our loyalty seems to have reached them, commented Cocytus, proud of serving under such distinguished masters. They were totally different with this, commented Aura. Ragnarok-sama played with us, protected us from attacks and petted us after the battle. Smiled Aura, who had really enjoyed the petting her master has given her and her brother. Yes, and Momonga-sama was kind to us, added Mare, who was more or less in the same wagon than his sister. He even gave us his water when we were thirsty. A soft moan from Shultir called the attention of Demiurge, as Sebas retreated to be at Momonga-sama quarters. Even if there was two supreme beings now in Nazarick, Sebas was the butler of the guild master, and that was Momonga-sama. When the arch-fiend asked Shultir if something was wrong, all hell broke loose between her and Albedo. Of course, as any sane male out there, the rest of the male guardians moved far from the incoming catfight, leaving the damage control to Aura, who was another woman and the guardian of this floor. It was no secret that Albedo has fallen head over heels for Momonga-sama and that Ragnarok-sama was kind of surrogate father for her. The proof was the world-class item, Jinungap, that she used in battle and that for a while, was the personal weapon of Ragnarok-sama. Unfortunately, Shultir was a very sexually active, true vampire, and by the actions of her creator, Purarankino-sama, she was desiring to do unspeakable, lustful things with the two supreme beings. She even had all kind of arrow cosplays, or something along those lines, that Purarankino-sama gifted her with, and that she was eager to try, repeatedly and at the same time. With the two supreme beings and with all the vampire brides, she could get in her massive bed in the longest orgy she could schedule. Something that did not fit well with Albedo, neither with Aura nor Mare, but the latter were less vocal about it. Anyhow, the succubus would not, never, ever, allow Shultir to steal her Momonga-sama from her, neither will she allow her surrogate father to sully his bed with this avaricious lamprey. Albedo would have no problems if she found her father in bed with all the Pleiades at the same time, but Shultir? Not in a million years. Surrounded by powerful auras, as both were level 100 NPCs after all, they continued insulting each other and quarreling about the topic of the supreme beings and their sexual life. A bit far from them. AoE spells are a dangerous thing after all. Demiurge and the rest of the Guardians, sans Sebas, observed the incoming catfight and the efforts of Aura to keep it as controlled as she could, with little success for the moment. Truth to be told, I am curious about the result, commented Demiurge. Cleverly spoke Mare. Think about it, at some point, it is possible that either Momonga-sama or Ragnarok-sama would have an heir or heiress, explained Demiurge. It would safeguard the succession and would be a magnificent addition to the forces of Nazarick. That's blasphemy, what you are talking about, quickly objected Cocytus. Think about it Cocytus. Ignored Demiurge the objection. Would it not be wonderful if the supreme beings left their descendants to us? Heir. The vermin lord doubted, as his mind imagined himself teaching the ways of the warriors to the children of the supreme beings. Yes, it would be good. No, it would be wonderful. Moved the tall warrior back and forth screaming his dreams to the sky. Sometimes, Demiurge thinks what on earth had the supreme beings in their heads when they created the Guardians. In all, the antics of his fellow Guardians were funny or directly weird. However, he had to admit that he was not in the same league than the supreme beings, and just trying to imagine how far did they see in their machinations and schemes was a futile effort. Proof being how they had turned the mysterious transportation of the great tomb of Nazarick into a profitable venture that will strengthen Nazarick in the future. Still, he was curious about why Mare and Aura had such clothing choices. It seems that Bukubuku Shigama-sama wanted Mare to be something called Otoko no Ko. Whatever that could mean, and despite being a boy, his personality was akin to a shy elven maiden. Well, once again, the foresight of the supreme beings was something that eluded him. He should have to work harder to even begin to understand a sliver of their plans. Somehow Aura managed to convince the two squabbling guardians to stop fighting for the moment. Something among the lines that it would be rare for the supreme beings to be monogamous, but the little piece of who was going to be the official wife and how Albedo was going to gut Shultir if she even dared to flirt with Ragnarok-sama was still to be debated on a later date. For the moment they had a lot of work to do if they did not want to disappoint the supreme beings they sworn loyalty to, and who was an existence akin to the gods of them. Great Tomb of Nazarick, Hall of Momonga Private Quarters. Said supreme beings were trying to make heads or tails for what they have learned about the NPCs and how did they saw them. Momonga was resting his head against the wall, and Ragnarok was sitting on the stairs, already nursing his fourth tankard of the strongest mead he could remember to have in the inventory. Unfortunately, in Yggdrasil, being drunk was equal to being poisoned, and thanks to his racial class, Ragnarok cannot be poisoned except with the poison called blood of Jordmungand. That was considered a world-class item itself, as it can poison anything, even jobs, and classes with absolute poison immunity. I am tired, muttered Momonga, and Ragnarok chuckled, taking a sip from the tankard. He may not even be buzzed, but the act of sitting and thinking things in a calmly and logical manner has done wonders to his mood. What's up with them and those glorious answers? The red-eyed of Momonga glow like little red stars. They were serious. I see that too. Nice word, said Ragnarok, taking another sip. Even if he cannot get drunk, the taste was still amazing. Point is, I think I can understand them. What do you mean? Asked Momonga. Think about it, bro dear, shrugged Ragnarok. You are an NPC. Everything you know is going to disappear. Those that created you, that spoke with you, that took care of you, disappearing overnight, you vanish, alone and abandoned. Momonga shut up. Even if he was an undead, the emotions of protectiveness over the NPCs of his friends and the great tomb burned brightly within him. Suddenly, you found yourself back, with one of the creatures that created you, that did not abandon you and instead accompany you to the very end. Rolling the tankard, Ragnarok felt surprisingly cold and in tune with the desire and adoration of the NPCs. A new opportunity. Was it your fault? Why did all the supreme beings disappeared? Why are we going to die? Is I fall the last supreme beings? Will I disappear too? Was that the reason why everything almost die? Is not like that, negated Momonga, who would have never caused harm to the NPCs of his dearest friends. I don't know, I am not an NPC, shrugged Ragnarok, but I was a player, and if the sadness and loneliness that I felt during the second that precede the shutdown of the servers of Yggdrasil are half of what they feel, bro dear, I do not wish that even for my worst enemy. Then we are some kind of saviors? Of gods? That would be a little preposterous, don't you think? Asked Momonga. Nothing farther from the truth. Darkly laughed Ragnarok. We are monster, bro dear, our very essences are death and violence. Only the humans of our soul gifted us with emotions and desires outside of what our races should be. True that we are humans, trapped in this powerful bodies, nodded Momonga, but we are not monsters. Bro dear, our races were the bad guys, deadpanned Ragnarok. Remember the lore of our heteromorphic races? We aren't precisely made of sunshine and sugar, but negative energy and primal fire. The only reason we are not laughing maniacally with thunder behind our backs is because the human inside of us is the one dictating the acts and thoughts. Instead, our race gives us instincts and emotions. You may have found something there, admitted Momonga, that saw the reason and logic behind the words of Ragnarok. He may have found the source of their altered mental state. But, if it was the case, should we be more attuned with the views and expectations of the NPCs? Ragnarok raised an eyebrow at the question. It has some logic. They should be like they saw them, but they were not. Instead, they were the humans that acted as evil overlords, and that was the point. Nay, we are like they saw us, but we are not like that, say Ragnarok, having an epiphany and pointing his finger to Momonga. If the glowing of his red eyes was an indication, he has caught his drift too. I see, nodded Momonga. That complicated things, doesn't it? Honestly, bro dear? Raise an eyebrow Ragnarok. Nay, it doesn't. Emptied the fourth mead tankard. He was falling in love with the beverage. Both his character and him liked the taste of the drink. Thing is, despite all the madness and craziness, I am happy to be here. I love this place, and if this is some kind of delusional dream, fuck it. I pretend to enjoy it to its fullest. The jaw of Momonga opened with a loud clack and his eyes glow until they were like red torches in the empty socket of his skull. For a moment, both Momonga and Satoru Suzuki agreed on something that his friend has pointed out to them. Why the heck did not enjoy this wonderful gift, this unspoken wish for all that's worth? Great Tomb of Nazarick, Royal Suite, Ragnarok private quarters. Despite being one of the biggest players in the guild, meaning that he could take a humongous form of 100 feet and more. The private rooms of Ragnarok were not customized for that size, instead it was customized for 10 to 11 feet tall character. There was a reason for all this, and it was money. The only way on where Ragnarok could have customized his entire sections of the 9th floor, the Royal Suite, would have cost him a bloody fortune, and if there was something that Ragnarok despises was wasting anything, so, instead he customized it at the tallest setting that he could, without paying extra. On itself, Ragnarok has crafted his quarters to be like the old mead halls and Viking houses that he has seen in all kind of documents and fictional settings. After all, if he was going to roleplay as an Eldjotnar, he was going to do it in style. For that, he had to investigate about what would be proper and what could he use in the game to fit that role. In the end, Ragnarok was pretty content with the results. His quarters were impressive and cozy, with all the necessities that he could need as player and a lot of space for all kind of decorations. That right now, was real and useful for him. With personal twists to the emplacement so it could diverge from the historical setting and make it lore-friendly for Yggdrasil. For a role-player character like him, if something was not lore-friendly, meaning it has no sense in the lore of the game, then he will not use it. From this perspective, he crafted his quarters to be a mix between a Viking hall, permanent residence with all kind of luxuries, his rune forge and his trophy room, armory, museum. Despite making it quite impressive to the eyes, Ragnarok believed in functionality and each single thing on his quarters had some kind of utility, even if it was presented as nothing more than decorations. Call it a mania, but even in his real life, when he was Rick Riggs, the roadie of that band of assholes that were hitting the rock stage like monkeys on crack, he was always a tidy and organized person. It was a must for his job, that depended on finding the correct tool, for the correct problem as fast as one can. Following that thought, he always kept some nice goodies in his room, even if he has practically all his money in the treasury floor, along with a good part of his oldest items, things that he did not use anymore or had copies. Ragnarok has his own little treasury, all of it enhanced with his Runecraft IX skill, so if he falls in battle, or someone without a ring of Ain's OOAL gown, or without a proper identification entered into it, the entire content of his personal treasure room would be teleported into the treasury and the expositors that were in Ragnarok's quarters become deadly rune traps. Runecraft IX was his own personal skill, a unique job outside of the usual racial and job classes that he could pick as an extra for being an Eldjotnar. However, any Divergar, dwarfs, level enough, enchanters, with the adequate skills and requirements, along blacksmiths, and a bunch of other professions could pick up this job too. It allows them to create runes. Anything can be enhanced with extra runes that provided them with a spell-like abilities. As soon as Ragnarok knew of this job, he immediately picked it up and raised the 10 levels that it had, forging his own personal weapons, instead of depending on lucky looting or caching items. Useful as it is, it was not without weaknesses. The principle was how its versatility depended on the spell abilities of the runesmith. Technically, a player can only know about 300 spells once he reached level 100. Of course there were exceptions like Momonga, who know nearly 800 thanks to his unique character, but Ragnarok didn't need to know every single spell of the game to apply it as runes. Even with a scroll or a sealing crystal with the spell on it, would suffice to achieve the desired effect. But he had to be of the appropriate job level to apply it. For example, if Ragnarok wanted to add a rune that would add a fireball launching spell-like ability to a weapon, he needed a scroll, sealing crystal or any source of the spell and had the Runecraft IV skill to match the 4th tier spell that was the fireball. In Yggdrasil there were about 6,000 spells available, so the Runecraft IX skill could be the most versatile thing ever, if one had access to a good magic library, like for example, Ashurbanipal in the 10th floor, where the guild has stored all kind of spellbooks or scrolls, or teleport to the treasury and pick up some sealing crystals, some of them with even over-rank magics sealed. Ragnarok was not a living encyclopedia of spells or skills. He had about 200 to 250 spells and skills under his belt, nothing compared with the 800 that Momonga has mastered, but he was not a spellcaster like Momonga, he was more akin to a warcaster. He had enhancing spells, summoning spells and a few offensive and debuff spells that reduce their enemy's stats and allow him to pummel it to the ground. Especially with the skills that his Wold Destroyer and Heir of Surtur class gave to him. If he wanted to runecraft something, he always went to his friends for their magical abilities, especially Elbert, Purarankino, Bukubuku, and Momonga, that were among the strongest spellcasters of the guild, with Momonga on top. In a duel of pure magical skills, Ragnarok was screwed, unless it comes to summoning or enhancing spells. Then he had a lot of nice tricks under his sleeve. Ragnarok was enjoying a little grub and booze in his room, sitting on a comfortable chair of stone and hellhound's furs that could withstand his body temperature. Once he finished a little experiment with his runecraft skill, he has picked up a simple steel sword that he had in his inventory his first levels and tried to add as many runes as he could into the humble piece of metal. However, he was shocked when he put a second rune and the piece melted in his hands, disappearing in a burst of magic. Annoyed, he tried with another weapon, this time of superior quality, and found that the quality of the base material was the key to determine how many runes can it withstand. Using the item classification, and considering you can only put 4 runes as maximum on anything, only items of divine and legendary class could withstand 4 runes on them at the same time. Relic and legendary 3, legacy and top 2, and from low to high only one single rune. But the good news was that he can put anything he wanted on the runes, so he could pick up a copper dagger and put a rune on it that contains a 10th tier spell. As soon as he discovered that info, he laughed loudly. He soon imagined preposterous things like the black hole spoon of doom, or the explosive mind stick. Now that would be something to laugh about. If there were other players around and Ragnarok beat the shit out of them with said items, they would never dare to show their faces against in public. A soft knock in the door called his attention, and he stopped munching the sides of a fried cow that his homunculus maids brought for him when he asked for some lunch, somehow. And please don't ask him how. The girls knew that he had an appetite that left theirs. A race that has increased food consumption as a penalty. Like a frugal hermit. The trio of maids that were on duty for his quarter today are Increment, Foss, and Foray for the afternoon. Later in the night will be Sikis, Lumiere, and Fifth. To be honest, when he created the homunculus maids along Whitebrim and Hero, he didn't expect them to be this useful and bloody cute. Night service would be included, was the question that Ragnarok has asked himself more than once, as he saw the girls work all over the place. Contrary to Momonga, his libido was there and insistently knocking at his head doors, perhaps as a consequence of his Eldjodnar nature, that was predatory and burning in all the aspect of his life. "Come in," said Ragnarok, increasing his jaw size and devouring the rest of the supper in 2 rapid bites, taking a massive tankard of beer to gulp down the tasteful meat. Even if his ring of the Alpha Doppelganger was useless to transform his horns, it was still more than enough to perform this little tricks. Albedo opened the door and bowed before entering in the room. As usual, the leader of the Guardians was dressed with the white dress that Tabula designed for her, and in all honesty it really fit her like a glove, exacerbating her already inhumane charm. In a real world, she would leave supermodels as little more than ugly ducks. Perhaps it was too a little of parental proud, but one has to admit that the aspect of Albedo was more than enough to charm any hot-blooded male and some females. "Greetings, Albedo," saluted Ragnarok, pondering what could his surrogate daughter want. She should be very busy with the settings of the luring forest surrounding the great tomb of Nazarick, not to mention her interminable crusade to gain the love of Momonga. Ragnarok-sama, smiled the succubus. "I was thinking if you could assessor me a little more about how to get closer to Momonga-sama." Fidgeted her a little. Even if her insides were the pure devil and would skin babies with a smile, she was still a girl in love. "When we are just the two of us, drop the honorifics," ordered Ragnarok, taking another long gulp from the tankard. "If fact, keep it a secret from the rest of the Guardians, but call me father or dad, when we are alone like this." Albedo stiffened and blushed, fidgeting a little more and muttering a lot for herself before she found her voice back and coolly tried to protest. "I would never dare to. But if that what's Ragnarok-sama wish." "Father wishes," snorted Ragnarok, letting a short burst of flames go out of his mouth, correcting the Guardian, who smiled widely and nodded vehemently. "Now, about your heart crusade." Ragnarok tapped his chin like he was pondering something, when in reality he had no bleeping idea about what to say. He really wanted to be nominated to Father of the Year with Albedo, but his paternal experience was zero. "I knew my brodear for a long time. It was not a lie. They knew each other for about a decade thanks to Yggdrasil. Like Demiurge says, he is truly inscrutable. His mind is a wonder that few can even begin to understand. However, in his brilliance, it lays his only weakness, if it can even be called like that." "Father." Albedo looks like she tasted the word, her palms on her face cheeks, blushing, eyes a little glossy. If Ragnarok was still human, he would be running for the hills now, but for Ragnarok, the Eldjodnar, she was just an adorable little girl. "I think all the NPCs of Nazarick wanted to ask, but why did you call some supreme beings brodear? What does it mean?" Brodear," smiled Ragnarok with a fanged smile. "Keep this little secret between you and me for now. At some point in the future, when I considered it appropriate, I will reveal it to all the Guardians, Sebas, the Pleiades and some other loyal servants of Nazarick." Asked Ragnarok to Albedo, and she nodded. She would keep it with her life if it was needed. "Long before I became the heir of Surtur, I was a powerful Eldjodnar. My blood was the noblest blood than one of my kin could have, but alas, my father, Surtur, wanted to be sure that his heir or heiress was someone worthy of the burden that the Eldjodnar carried." "Bullshit," sing-songed Ragnarok in his mind. "Sure, I started to call them that in order to enrich roleplay experience, after we conquered the Muspelheim event and conquered the dungeon of Lagavelier, where I get the heir of Surtur class and Levitin, a superb loot, but that game terms would not be precisely adequate for a pair of supreme beings, isn't it?" Albedo was entranced by the story her surrogate father was telling her. Any information over the origins and lives of the supreme beings were sketchy at best, and hearing it from one of them was a tremendous honor. "Surtur," called all of those that had the balls to defy him, snorted Ragnarok with humor. In truth, it was an event for all the players of the server, but Ragnarok was making it as lore-friendly as he could. Right now, this NPC would eat it in spoons. Summoned them to Muspelheim and made them cross the blazing bridges of Survey and try to defeat him in the heart of his fortress, Lagavulin. 9 of the Supreme Beings accepted that challenge, stated with pride Ragnarok, his body glowing with the emotions he carried. And at the end, I personally dealt the finishing blow at my father, killing him and claiming both my birthright and my weapon, Leviathan, the sword that I will only unsheathe to fight the worthiest of the enemies. Once everything was over, Ragnarok rested his back against the volcanic stone chair, hearing the fur ruffle and crackle a little for the pressure and the heat of his powerful body. I swore an oath of brotherhood with all the 9 that helped me achieve the greatness that was mine since birth. Brodir, in the old language of the first, Eldjotnar, means brother, revealed Ragnarok, and Albedo's eyes widened at the revelation. And that's why I called him that. I swore an oath of brotherhood. Also Bukubuku Shigama was my sister, as she was female. However, Momonga is the last of them alive, or undead at last, ended with a joke Ragnarok at the end. I am grateful for the trust and the truth, father, bowed deeply Albedo. I didn't know that Momonga-sama and you had such a deep bond, but you stood until the end at his side, like a real brother would do. I cannot be more honored for being your daughter. Nay, lass, don't sell yourself short, laughed Ragnarok, ending his tankard and observing the bottom of the recipient. He touched a rune on the side of the table. It was a simple message to the nearest maid that their services were required. You are still young and inexperienced, and the 9 realms are a big and scary place. Give yourself time. I am the king of bullshit. I bullshit my way out of anything. I am the bullshitting fucking emperor, sang in his mind Ragnarok, who couldn't believe the trail of things that he has spouted and somehow make it credible. There was truth in all those lies, and perhaps that's why it worked. The door of the room opened and the maid called Foray entered. The blonde-haired, green-eyed homunculus was a short but adorable girl with all the appropriate curves in all the appropriate places. As soon as she steps entirely in, she bowed deeply at the 2 presents. Yes, Ragnarok-sama? Asked the maid. Be a dear lass, and bring me a barrel of mead, asked Ragnarok. Understood. Ragnarok-sama. She bowed once more and walked out, rushing to carry on the command of the Supreme Being. Cute lil thing that one, commented Ragnarok, and soon noticed the frown of Albedo. Something on your mind, Albedo? Noticing that her mask has slipped, something that only happened with Momonga-sama and him, she sighed, blushed and clenched her teeth in disgust and anger. That leech of Shultir, she huffed. She is not only trying to seduce Momonga-sama but has stated her desires for you too. Albedo almost screeched and then, seeing the raised eyebrow of her surrogate father, stopped her rant and tried to explain. Not that I had anything to say on whom are going to be the blessed females that will have the honor of sharing your bed, father. Albedo. There was something in the tone of Ragnarok-sama that she did not like at all. I understood your worries, and believe me, the massive but gentle hand of Ragnarok caressed the cheeks of Albedo. She smiled and leaned on his hand, enjoying the attention. As your surrogate father, I like how protective you are, but I am the heir of Surtur. That means that I will take any female I could bloody want. Maybe as slave, maybe as concubine, or maybe as lunch. It depends on the day and my mood. Now, that was his, Eldjotnar, side speaking. Never in his bloody life will he force anyone. That's the lowest of the lows, and that's something that he will never do. If at some point in the future, I carry Shultir to my bed and ravish her until she exploded from being filled with my seed, I expect you to respect my decision, as I did when you fell in love with my Brodir. Have I not being anything but helpful to you on that regard? Albedo sighed and leaned in the hand of her surrogate father. May she not been happy, but even if she, still, was going to gut Shultir like cattle if she ever caught her doing anything to Ragnarok-sama. Her more rational part had to agree with her surrogate father. She was a guardian too. She was not a supreme being. How dared she to pretend to be loved by such an exalted existence as Momonga-sama? Or how she dared to impose anything on the one that was only a supreme being, but a loving father that has done nothing but being good for her. I am scared of myself, thought Ragnarok as she kept caressing Albedo's face. At the end of the conversation, how has he spoken, what has he said, and how he felt nothing about half of the horrors that he has said. This world was making him a monster of the biggest caliber, and at the same time, the man hiding under the monstrous appearance felt nothing about it. Soon they started to talk about other questions, from ideas to the forest to how she liked to sew and has already sewn clothes for the children of her and Momonga until they were 5 years old. In all, despite being monsters, they really do appear to be a father and daughter conversation. Something that did not escape the attention of Foray, who soon came back with the barrel of mead and proceeded to serve Ragnarok-sama and Albedo-sama as it was her duty and joy. When she got back to the maid quarters, she lost no time in telling the tale of the event, and even if Foray was known for being a lousy liar, this time she was not lying, it rang too true to be one of her horrible lies. As the tale run among the maid quarters, all the maids gain a new respect and little crush on the Supreme Being, for being, Lupus Regina Beta Sans words, a total dilf, whatever that means, but somehow, all of them know it was perfect for the Supreme Being. Meanwhile, Ragnarok suffered a shiver running down his spine, and considering his race, he felt it was odd, but shrugging it like it was nothing, he paid attention to the experiment he had on the hands at the moment. The creation of a magic ring that could affect his horns and, if it was successful, give his Brodir a flesh body. This world deserved to experiment to its fullest. Great Tomb of Nazarick, airspace over the tomb as members of the human race, as part of the industrial, modern, civilization that inhabits the planet called Earth, neither Momonga, not Ragnarok, has ever seen a sky like the one they were contemplating right now. In the year 2138, the level of pollution in the major cities of the world has skyrocketed. Practically all city worthy of being considered one had a permanent cloud of smog over it. Being a member of a band that toured worldwide, Ragnarok has been able to witness some spectacular natural views, but even those paled in comparison to what he was seeing right now. For the first time in their entire lives, they were seeing a truly clear sky. It has been a while since they were transported or incarnated or whatever in this new world, and during that time, they have been busy, testing exactly what they can do and what they cannot. Not to mention checking that everything in Nazarick was in correct and functional order. A lot of the utilities and implements that they made in Nazarick were decorative if anything else. Nailing paint shop for example. Or the baths, there was no need of baths in Yggdrasil other than feeling role-playing a bath. Now they are fully functional, and used for most of the NPC of Nazarick that had a deep sense of cleaning and decorum. Ragnarok didn't know who put that piece of code into their programming, but he was happy for it nonetheless. As Ragnarok was testing his forge and the rest of the commodities of his quarters. Especially the Spiral of Triumphs, as he has baptized a special wing on his quarters that contain images and items that commemorated the victories that Ainzoal Gown has achieved since he was part of the guild. He lost himself a little in that memory lane, walking down the room, shaped as a descending spiral that had the walls covered in paintings and showcases that show and explains, in a very lore-like manner, the different raids and achievements that Ainzoal Gown made, since it was formed as Ainzoal Gown, from the original Touch Me's 9 Gold Down. The pictures were pics made during gameplay by all the members of the guild and them mixed together with an image editor to fit into the paintings that any player could order from the different artisans that the game provided. In all, it was a very rewarding experience, having an NPC guiding you through all the process of editing the image, to finally create something that could easily hang in a museum at the side of classic paintings. However, they are only as good as the graphics of the game allow them to be. A problem that does not seem to be the case in Yggdrasil, and even if Ragnarok was far from understanding anything about the complexities of art, he had to admit that his spiral looked fucking amazing now. Some pictures even moved. Something possible, courtesy of his runecraft skill that embedded in the frame of the picture a rune imitating a low-tier spell that created a moving illusion. Good memories all of those, from their first victory together in a rookie raid, to the moment when Touch Me put them all under their wings and start harvesting triumph after triumph. From event bosses that entire armies of player could beat, to conquering and raiding other guilds' bases and HQ, making lots of players regret the day they fucked with Ainzoal Gown. Still, they may have gone a little overdrive with all the evil overlord theme that seems to be the base of their roleplay. Not that Ragnarok cares, considering his race, there would be no other possibility for a character like him. Lazily walking down the spiral, Ragnarok realized that he still had a lot of space for more paintings and showcases, but without the console to manipulate the place, he pondered about how to make it happen. Perhaps at the core of the dungeon, where the exchange machine was, there could be options to create more pictures. Anyhow, all of how these entire New World system works was still a mystery for them, and for the moment, Ragnarok and Momonga has passed the time, acclimating to his new bodies, mostly Ragnarok, who was the fleshy one of the two and had to deal with a lot more urges than the undead, who simply calmed as soon as something tries to get the best out of him. In a more pragmatical sense about their new capabilities. Inventory was still there, allowing them to keep all the items they could need. If the number of slots available in the inventory was still the same than Yggdrasil, then they could carry around millions of items of all kind of functions. From magic weapons, to miscellaneous items like crafting items and ingredients. The same went for their racial and passive skills, between the battle with the primal fire elemental, and today, they had already tested how the benefits from their character races applies in full to this new world. The same with the spells and skills they could call, instead of bars. They feel their MP, HP as wells of power, from where they draw what they need and transform into the spells, skills they need. What surprised both was the knowledge they now had about how things work. Even if you are a spellcaster, in a game you do not have a degree in metaphysical physics, nothing of the sort. You just use magic and that's it, but right now, Ragnarok and Momonga could tell the difference, in theoretical terms, between a fireball and a firebolt, how different summons works and materialized. It was mind-blowing. It was like suddenly having dozens of university careers shoved down your throats. However, all of them was useless if their knowledge was not applicable to these new worlds and how their inhabitants manipulate magic if they ever had something akin to magic. Considering there was nothing but green grass in miles around, he had nothing solid to make a theory about what they could found out here. For what he knew, he could have ended in the middle of a hyper-advanced society full superheroes and nanomachines. Walking out of the spiral, seeing with a nod that the maids of the morning shift were working hard to left the place spotless, he moved out of their way. Hard work must be rewarded with appreciation and respect. His quarters were big enough to keep the trio of ladies working non-stop to left it clean. Especially at the botched-up attempts he has made when he was testing his runecraft. Some sludge and puddles of melted items were all that was left from his most spectacular failures. Fortunately, there was nobody close that could see the Supreme Being, acting like a hamster on caffeine at the visage of the melting items and foul-smelly sludge explosions around. Yeah, not precisely Ragnarok's most brilliant actuation. Ragnarok unequipped his armor and clothes, and dived head-on into the Olympic-sized lava pool that he had in his bathroom. His naked form pierced the hot magma like a fish cut through the water and he just floated inside the lava, indifferent to the heat and the pressure, not to mention he didn't need to breathe inside it. He started to think about what they could do from now on. Exploration was high on the list of things to do. However, he was tempted to summon some dozens of Fire Draco and put collars on their necks with runes acting as clairvoyance and crystal monitor, and a receiving full body mirror with fake coat and counter magic detection. Thanks to his create greater item, he could easily create the necessary items for the task and call it a day. But for the moment he was simply enjoying some R&R in this new world. Being a roadie, especially one of the staff of the idiotic band he worked for, was a very stressful position. They believed you were a mix between a miracle worker and a slave, running like headless chicken to him with all kind of problems and expecting him to miraculous solute everything in time for the next concert. Bunch of wankers, all three of them. They wouldn't find their own asses even with a map with neon signals. But he was free now. Swimming back to the surface, Ragnarok cut the surface of the lava like a whale, tossing lava to the sides. Fortunately, there were runes that prevent any lava to fall out of the pool and cause harm to the surrounding furniture. He was not an idiot and thought about that. Even if he just made the pool as a fun extra to have in his bathroom, instead of the usual bathtub, there was no real need for any bathroom utilities in Yggdrasil. But right now, he was utterly happy for having to be so thoroughly with the decorations and furniture of his quarters. Standing on the lava, covered only from the waist down, Ragnarok stretched his arms and listened to the pops of some joints. This new body of his was an absolute wonder. He felt amazing, younger and stronger than he has felt in decades. A trio of female figures swam around him. The crystalline giggles of the girls could be heard in all the pool, as they playfully swam around the figure of Ragnarok, who smiled at them and opened his arms. These beauties were an extra nice perk that he didn't expect, when he discovered that bathing in the lava pool not only cleaned and refreshed him but that he had an extra trio of devoted maidens on it. They were lava maidens, a middle-tier monster, fire-based, that Ragnarok captured as part of an event. However, he captured 3 more than was needed, and brought them to Nazarick, setting them into the lava pool. Considering it like an aquarium, but with lava instead of water. When he was a player, he sometimes came and saw them moving and swimming in the lava pool and the HUD always told him that they were loyal and happy pets, even if he had not a tamer job to spoke of. He had to admit, much for his shame, that he has forgotten about them, but when he took a swim in the lava pool, to test its usefulness, the trio of girls appeared before him and took good care of him, bathing him and servicing him with devotion and pleasure. The lava maidens were essentially human females made of bright orange and red lava, whose hair was a burning flame, always upwards, and who lacked eyes. Just like a mannequin, but with only that trait out of their features, having noses, puffy, vermilion, lips, orange teeth and some rotund curves on their bodies. They lacked a language but they were able to communicate with Ragnarok. Emotions, thoughts, something akin to telepathy more than spoken language. Through the connection that he had with all fire-based creatures, in part from his heir of Surtur racial class and in part for his ring of the Muspelheim tyrant. Together they made him practically the lord of any fire-type creature, no matter the level, except, of course, players and bosses. Even if they were made of lava, for Ragnarok, they were like made of fleshy silk, and when they offered their services, his Eldjodnar libido smashed him with a baseball bat and made him took all the three of them in an hour-long foursome. Two interesting pieces of information came from that little rump. 1. He can get laid, but he had to be extra careful if the objective of his affections is not resistant enough to endure his ministrations. The lava maidens did suffer some bruising damage from the savage pounding, but standing inside a lava pool granted them instant regeneration, so the damages only enhanced the pleasurable experience for them, even if Ragnarok feel like a complete asshole for hurting them. Second, he had all the body functions that one could think belonged to the reproductive system. And it was surprising, as he has not sensed the desire of using the WC in all this time, despising the feast that he has been eaten as soon as he felt hunger. He could spread his seed but could not take a pee, shocking and useful at the same time. And no, the lava maidens were not pregnant. Even if he could bed them no problem, he would have to transform himself into a lava lord to have any chance of offspring with the lava maidens. The trio of maidens lost no time in circling his master and cleaning him with careful and tender applications of lava waves and streams, rubbing her hands onto the superb muscles of their lord, delighted in the heat and power he emanated. From their perspective, even if they were bathing assistants, it sure beats being lazing around in some forgotten dungeon, only to be beaten around by players and waiting to be reborn again to rinse and repeat. Here, they could abandon the pool, mix and mingle with other NPCs, and in general having something akin to a family, or at last, a group where they all belong. That and the sex was awesome. Ragnarok's Sama libido was off the charts. They were surprised that in all the time they had been at his service, he never imposed on them like that. Only when they offered themselves to him in mind and body, did he took them and made them felt like they had never felt. Ragnarok, for his part, was happy to have the girls around. He felt that he should have given them names, but as they cannot speak and practically communicate with him in a gestalt-like manner, lava maidens seemed to be an appropriate definition when verbal communication was needed with anyone that was not him. So far, they are happy with their home and their jobs, so Ragnarok has done nothing but keep them where they are and visit them daily. He had to bathe like any other jack out there, and having such a lovely trio of ladies at his service was only a plus in his book. However, he had the nagging sensation in the back of his head that all this acceptance of the situation was to blame on his Eldjodnar nature, that takes anything it wants, by violent means if it is necessary. It was terrifying to say the last. Once the ladies helped him to bathe, he climbed out of the pool and equipped a simple set of clothes, a waist-long sleeveless tunic with his personal symbol on his chest, salamandra black leather pants and bots with golden toes. Over his shoulder he wrapped his cape of the frozen rim, and legendary class item that he carried around, mostly because it was cool and fit with his Viking image a lot. A jewel with the symbol of Ainzoal gown buckled up the cape with the rest of the clothes. Ragnarok was about to teleport himself to the bar, looking for a cold drink, when a message reached him. Ragnarok-san, you should come outside and see this. I am flying over the tomb, said Momonga, in a tone of admiration and surprise. A little surprised for the words of Momonga, and pondering why has he got out of Nazarick before the forest and the security measures are set up, Ragnarok answered the message, with curiosity filling his thoughts. On my way, Brodir, answered Ragnarok, teleporting with his guild ring to the first floor, surprising a little the three demons that were on the entrance looking at the sky in a mix of devotion and confusion. A simply fly spell later and the black and burning visage of Ragnarok took a flight to the skies too, following the direction where the demons were looking, before he appeared, and they kneel immediately, recognizing him even in the middle of the night of the outside. His mane being a scorching orange and red flame did help to recognize him. He was a living torch, something that has brought a lot of jokes when they attacked dungeons with visibility penalty, that was negated by the constant fire effect on Ragnarok's skin and hair. It didn't take long to Ragnarok to pierce through the clouds and erupt from them near the position where Momonga and Demiurge were observing the most glorious full moon and night sky that he has seen in all his life. Breathtaking, said Ragnarok, floating near Momonga, with a bow of the head to respond to the deep bow of Demiurge, partially transformed into his more monstrous, archdevil visage. Right now, the overseer of the 9th floor was some kind of winged toad with steel-spiked tail in a red suit. So many stars, burning and glowing in the sky, their fires reflecting 1,000 colors under that silver beacon. Open his arms, Ragnarok, trying to embrace the massive full moon that glows over them. Astonishing, is it not? Chuckled Momonga, covered in a black full plate with a red cape. As wizard he should not have been able to equip something like that, so Ragnarok supposed it was some kind of magic item. Any class can equip any magic item they put their hands on. That has been the salvation of more than one player at some point. Smiling like a predator, Ragnarok rose a hand, and suddenly, the shadow of his hand started to cover the moon, slowly but surely, diminishing his glow. Dark and violent shadow flames danced on the surface of the moon, promise of the pain and violence that will come, and as the moon was covered like that light effect, the surface of the world reflected that image. All beings that were touched by the shadow of the moon that night had nightmares that night, promises, whispered of a fire being that brings damnation to their world. Presence of the oldest being. Hacks. Yo, Swed dropped Ragnarok at the picture. He didn't expect this to happen, but it was one of those occasions to sink or swim. Ars. Cruelly laughed Ragnarok, grabbing half the moon in his fist. The deep and resonating laugh of Momonga joined his laughs as the ruler of death rose his own skeletal hand and joined in the nightmares of all the beings that sleep that night, under the moonlight. Conquering everything? Laughed Momonga with glowing red eyes, glowing in fierce manner. That could be an interesting idea. Demiurge almost fall to the floor, shocked to the core. Are this supreme beings saying what he thought they were saying? Is that their true will? Even an archdevil, like him, was terrified of the enveloping and monstrous presence of the supreme beings. His lords were as amazing as he ever thought they were, and only Demiurge's force of will prevented him from begging for mercy at the image of two gods, laughing as they crushed the moon. Unfortunately for him, his masters were laughing their asses off, not even thinking for a second in the world conquest. Nothing of the sort, just commenting how they are becoming natural at this supreme being's act. It was truly exhausting, but they have to do it. Last thing anything of them wanted was to be caught with the hand in the cookie jar and revealing that they were nothing but a pair of lost humans, in a place way too much over their heads. A grumbling noise called their attention, as a sudden forest started to erupt in the floor under them. Soon they saw the figure of Mare, doing his best to create the forest they had tasked him with. Druid, plus spell-enhancing items, plus race with affinity to nature magic. Not really a surprise he is doing well, thought Momonga at the spectacle of a thick and tall forest spreading itself at a good speed all around the tomb of Nazarick. I should reward Mare for his hard work, commented Momonga. What do you think it will be appropriate? Turn his now helmet-covered face to Ragnarok. Just talk to him, shrugged Ragnarok. He is a child at heart yet, even if he is 70 years old, and as any little child, like to being cuddled. Thanks for the advice, nodded Momonga, as he and Demiurge fly down to salute Mare in his job. Meanwhile, Ragnarok keep flying in the cold, starry night. Really, Blue Planet would have had an orgasm if he could see something like this. The bloody hippie was an all for the nature lover who would have turned Nazarick into a flowerpot if he could. Remembering old discussions and friendly quarrels with other guildmates, Ragnarok would have loved to have some of them with him. They would have found this new world as amazing as he has. Allowing himself some time to be melancholic, he floated around, feeling the cold winds and the smells of the sky as he enjoyed an old dream of humanity. Boomed the happy voice of Albedo, making Ragnarok almost buckle in midair for the sudden noise. What the flying fuck? Thought Ragnarok, eyeing the succubus, who was pacing back and forth and doing a silly victory dance over the walls of Nazarick. Carne Village, Re-Esti's kingdom. Truth to be told, I was expecting a lot more courage from supposedly professional soldiers, commented Momonga over the corpses of the two knights that he has dispatched like it was nothing. Even with a 5th-tier spell they fell like domino pieces. It was truly disappointing. Looking at the two corpses, he realized that he felt nothing. That he has just slain 2 humans with no other reason than to see if his spells were adequate for this world, and now, he was eyeing the taller of the corpses, thinking about if they could serve as undead guards. Create mid-tier undead. Death Knight, commanded Momonga, and felt a gag forming in the back of his mind, when a disgusting black ooze covered the corpse, and as if it has been covered in petroleum, it transformed the human corpse into the blackish form of a Death Knight, tower shield and flamberge sword included. Exterminate all warriors with that armor in the village, ordered Momonga to the undead, pointing to the armor that the other corpse was wearing. With a loud roar, the undead knight turned his body to the direction of the village and started running with thunderous stomps, searching for the objectives that his lord has given to him. Defensive monster, my ass, grumbled inwardly Momonga, who would have loved to blink a pair of times when the bloody Death Knight left him behind. He sure has ordered him to kill all the knights, but he should be always at the side of his master. Otherwise, what the heck did he need a defensive monster like him for? Turning his attention to the shivering and wounded girls behind him, Momonga turned his body to them, unknowing that they were terrified of his imposing appearance. For the 2 girls, one barely a child, it was like the Grim Reaper has come for them. However, the skeleton has killed the 2 knights with a couple of simple gestures. A purple crystal portal opened, and the black armored form of Albedo came out of the gate. She was carrying his Jinningagap and her Trismegistus armor. As Momonga has ordered her, she had come in full battle regalia. Momonga was fearing that these New World inhabitants would be a challenge, and among all the NPCs of Nazarick, Albedo was the one with the highest defense ratings. Ragnarok Sans not included in those calculations, but he was a frontline damage dealer, not a defensive character. However, after seeing the weak these knights has resulted to be, he was suspecting that even with a low-tier summon would have been more than enough. Well, live and learn. I came at your command. Greet Albedo to her lord and beloved. She was a bit confused about what was doing Momonga-sama helping these inferior life forms, but his orders were absolute and would be followed to the letter. Thank you, Albedo. Nodded Momonga, turning his face to the wounded girl that was hugging the little one, protecting her with all her might. Now, drink this, presented the girl with a healing potion. Henri Armand was your everyday hard-working farm girl, loyal to her parents, a good big sister to her little sister. She even knew an important person in town. Enfi always has been good to her. However, right now, the pain of her back and the cold sensation of the blood spilling into the floor was making it difficult for the girl to concentrate. It didn't help that when she thought that everything was lost, death has come, appearing out of a purple tear in the air, carrying the night on his shoulders and power on his voice. If this was not what people feel when they meet a god, then Henri didn't know how it could be. Blood? Blinked the young girl. Is he trying to tell me to die for my sister? Well, it has sense. Gods would not move a finger for a lowly farm girl like me without a price. I will drink. Henri forced her voice to be as straight as she could. The pain of the wound of her back did not help, but she took strength for the idea of protecting her little sister. But please, spare my little sister. Big sis, no. The little girl grabbed the arm of her big sister, protesting and trying that she would not take the blood vial that the death was ordering her to drink. Nemu, stop, wrestled Henri with the little girl, who was hanging from her arm like her life depended on it. No, no. There was desperation in the little girl's voice. She has lost her parents already. No way in hell was she going to lose her sister. Nemu, stop, be quiet. The wounds on Henri's back were making this more difficult than it already was. Yeah, of course. Why trust into the massive skeleton that has killed 2 armored soldiers like nothing? Chuckled Momonga mentally, realizing that he must not be precisely a calming image. But I am offering them a healing potion, no? Or is this new world devoid of magic? You pathetic life forms. Screeched Albedo, raising her devastating bardiche, ready to cut them in half. Albedo. Wait, intervened Momonga before things went out of control. Lower your weapon, you are rushing things. Understood, returned Albedo to her more soothing tone of voice, lowering the black weapon. The girls were already terrified and the menace of Albedo was not precisely helped the matter. Mentally sighing, Momonga offered the potion to the oldest sister, trying to sound reasonable and helpful. It's harder than it looks when you are from an undead race and practically covered in your divine class regalia. He really should take a page from Ragnarok Sandbooks and start changing clothes, or better, see if he has managed to create the shape-shifting ring he was so determined to create. It would be nice to eat and drink again, not to mention sleep. 3 days of constant mental effort was exhausting, even for an undead like him. This would heal you, drink it, said Momonga in neuter tone. Henri still had her doubts, but when death asks something for you, you obey without reservations. Taking the vial, she uncorked it and drank the contents. As soon as the red liquid passed through her lips, a green light and cold sensation washed on her back, closing the flesh and even the clothes, like the wound has never been there. She ended the vial and turned her head to her back, not really believing what she was seeing. Impossible, she muttered. The pain has gone. No? Asked Momonga, and she nodded in affirmation. Momonga raised his hand to his jaw and seemed to be pondering something. Then he turned his attention back to the sisters and observed them with his red glowing eyes. Both Henri and Nemu were scared shitless of death, but death has healed Henri and protected them from the knights that had killed their family. Do you know about magic? Inquired Momonga, really hoping that magic would be a common theme in this world, otherwise, all his skills would be a lot harder to hide. Yes, answered Henri. A very good friend of mine, from the city, was a wizard. He cast spells for us from time to time. Excellent, then know that I am a spellcaster, explained Momonga, raising his hand with his palm open to them. I am going to cast some protective spells on both of you. Anti-life cocoon. Wall of protection from arrows. The spells glow as the magic circles grew in size with green lights and created a protective shell for the girls. That would be enough, but just in case there are undead or golems around, thought to himself Momonga after casting a very simple yet effective combination of protective spells that was the bread and butter of spellcasters like him. I give you this too, said Momonga, picking up a couple of old items from his inventory and tossing it inside the shell. As it was not arrows, they passed through the green light easily. The horn of the general goblin. A cheap and low-class item that Momonga had. dusting around in his equipment. Judging from the strength of the two knights that he has just killed, it would be more than enough. Blow the horn and an army of goblins will come to your rescue. Turning his body around, Momonga was ready to fly into the village, to see if the Death Knight has already finished his task. It shouldn't take long for a mid-tier undead like him, but before he could walk away from the scene, the girls called for it. "Thank you very much for saving our lives," said the girls on their knees, deeply grateful for being alive. "Can we know your name?" innocently asked Henry. Momonga stopped in his tracks, his red eyes glowing. "My name?" he thought, clenching the staff in his right hand with a stronger grip. He thought about that. What was his name? Momonga. Sato. What was his name? The one that he was proud of, the one that has brought him nothing but happiness, his true name, his real, unique name that will be forever engraved in this new world. The name that perhaps would bring his dearest friends to him once more. Will he do it? Can he do it? Should he do it? So many questions, so little answers, and one single, burning desire raging rampant in his heart. With a heartfelt laugh, Momonga turned around and proudly announced to the girls on their knees. "Do remember my name. I am Ains Oal Gown, Hill over Carne Village, Re-Esti's Kingdom." So, having fun playing the hero. The unmistakable amusement in the voice of Ragnarok-san made Momonga chuckle mentally as well. "I knew Touch Me was a bad influence on you. Look at you, a silver cape, and you will be around saving damsels and killing dragons, just for albedo to kill the damsels and jump at your bones. Do not even joke about it, Ragnarok-san." Muffled protest came from Momonga thoughts. "It's only my way of repaying Touch Me-san kindness in my own way." "Well, they are a mine of information," admitted Ragnarok, "and we have confirmed the validity of our theory that this world in another medieval setting. Good thing. Although I don't know if things like CZ Delta, after they uploaded her race, Automaton, in the fall of the Valkyrie patch, will be around. I'm not sure what kind of things can be found. So far, this seems to be very familiar with Yggdrasil. But the NPCs are alive, although the knights were kind of disappointing. I expected more. They died too easily. A mere 5th tier spell." Momonga knew that there was something wrong with him, that he should be not so cold. Back when he was human, the mere idea of assassination frees him, and now, he has killed 2 personally and possible a dozen or so with his Death Knight, and the Death Knight butchered them. At the time I finally reached the village, he has already decimated the Knight force. "Well, that's a good thing," shrugged Ragnarok mentally. "I mean, I would love a challenge, but if this world is so weak, then spreading the name of Ains Oal Gown would be easy." "About that," said Momonga, awkwardness and embarrassment in his thoughts. "I may have done something that you are not going to like." "And would be it exactly?" Raise an eyebrow Ragnarok. "I stated proudly that my name was Ains Oal Gown," said Momonga with a mental sigh, feeling bad for stealing the name of his guild like that, without even asking. Well, that was unexpected," replied Ragnarok, a little surprised. He didn't think Momonga would be so daring, but perhaps it was for good. However, it can be good. If your name grows, perhaps another of our guildmates may hear of it and come back to Nazarick. "I thought you will be offended by this," confessed Momonga. "Bro dear, I am not the guild master, you are. If you want to take it to the next level and even name yourself after the guild, then go ahead," chuckled Ragnarok. "Glory to Ains Oal Gown. Quite the bath of masses. Are you sure you were looking out for your own cult?" "Please, Ragnarok-san," whined Momonga. "Don't even think about it. If it wasn't for my emotion suppression skill as undead, I would be digging myself in hole and dying of embarrassment there." "Nay, you have brought this to yourself," laughed Ragnarok. "Now, on a more serious matter, what really annoys me is how you didn't invite me to your little party," protested Ragnarok. "I wanted some action too. Things are getting bored in Nazarick, and I completely domain runecraft. By now, I even had the 1,000 Faces rings done and everything." "You work fast," admired Momonga the dedication of his friend. "What class are they? Did they work?" "Divine class, if my all-appraisal magic item works as well as I hope it works," proudly stated Ragnarok of this masterpiece he has cooked in the little time they have been in this new world. "It stores one appearance, from any race you want, and transform you into that appearance, without losing any benefits. Think of it as a suit that you dress over your real appearance." "That is going to be useful," nodded Momonga to himself. He has already planned to appear among the adventure community as soon as he discovered their existence. However, he would have been obliged to take drastic measure to hide his undead appearance and nature. With the ring, it was way easier. "Already planning a trip?" "Not that I blame you. I am planning my own little exploration too," confessed Ragnarok, that wanted to see the world outside the tomb. But as Momonga was cautious in his approach and wanted a more regular appearance, to mix with the common populace instead of being received with swords and spells. Ains-sama. The voice of Albedo calling for him took Ains out of his thoughts. He has to accustom now to be called by the name of his guild. There is a bunch of riders coming for the village. They are armed, informed Albedo of the same thing that the lesser life forms have informed her of. Interesting, said Ains, trying to sound mysterious and all-knowing when he had little idea about what to do next. Should we kill them all? Asked Albedo, really hoping to kill some of this low insects that dared to do not grovel at the feet of Ains-sama. However, father has asked her to rein back a little, and gave Ains-sama space and acting a bit more low-tempered and sedated, in order to gain his love. No for the moment, negated Ains. Let's see what they want and then we will react accordingly, ordered Ains, walking to reunite with the newcomers. Perhaps they could light some information about what all that was about. Plains outside Carne village, Riesti's kingdom. Good night, gentlemen, presented Ains before the bunch of assassins that had tried to kill Gazef whatever, the captain of this kingdom military. The man has put on a very brave resistance, but against dozens of flame archangels, he was way over his head. Who the hell are you? Snorted Nigan Grinluid, captain of the Sunlight Scripture of the slain theocracy and right now a very annoyed man. They had their prey on the sights and ready to receive the cup the grace and now this man and his armored slave came from nowhere and made him disappear like he was not even there. Nigran was not having a great week. First that bitches of Blue Rose, the adamantite rank adventurer group of this backwater kingdom, meddled into a raid on a village made of those abominations called demi-humans, that pests should die, as the elves, dwarves, and all other inferior races, all of them were nothing but stain in the face of the 6 great gods and as a member of the Sunlight Scripture. Nigan was in charge of eliminating all non-humans races and monsters. Truth to be told, Nigan was not entirely convinced of what the hell was he doing here. He was the captain of the Sunlight Scripture, he specialized in hunting and killing demi-humans, so, killing Gazef Strongnov was not among the orders that he was expecting to receive. After the fiasco with the Blue Rose and the scar that he now had as consequence of that bitch's lackey's powerful magic sword, he was expecting him to be sent to the front lines against the Beastman, who has started to grow relentless lately, raiding deeper than they had done in several decades. But orders are orders and Nigan listened to the orders of his commander, Raymond Zarg Lorison and obeyed, preparing the cage for the best warrior of the Riesti's kingdom, a man called Gazef and was considered one of the most powerful humans alive, outside of the adventurer guilds and the other organizations that each kingdom had in their governments. My name is Ains Ooal Gown, humorously said Ains, that was looking at the Flames Archangel, and the Principality of Observation, with a mix of nostalgia and curiosity. Those are Yggdrasil summons, their appearances are exactly like he remembered, please, call me Ains. My dear slain theocracy members, I do have some relation with that little village. Ains would be lying if he was not enjoying this moment. Frankly, if the mid-level angel that they have here is the top of their powers, this was going to be a bloody walk on the park. So, you are going to beg for their lives? It is a bit too late, all of them are going to die, along Gazef, said Nigan, confident in their superior numbers, not only in spellcaster, but in summons as well. Even if this newcomer was something else, the lines of a heroic level spellcaster, they are simply too many. Then allow me to offer you a proposition, sighed Ains, knowing that this was the kind of man that grew cocky and arrogant when everything was in his favor and cried and begged for mercy when things went south. Neuronist Painkill is going to have a field day with him. Every one of you that surrender peacefully will be granted a swift and painless death, cold as winter. Ains opened his gauntlet. He needed to hide his undead features for the moment. However, any fool that resists will be tortured in ways that would make gods cry. Nigan swallowed loudly. There was something in this spellcaster and the black-armored slave that came with him that give him the creeps. After all, pulling a magic trick like he has done, teleporting Gazef and all the soldiers that they had killed and wounded, was not an easy feat. That means that he was probably a 5th-tier spellcaster, something at the same level than Gazef or Blue Rose. But Nigan was not a pushover either. His special talent, a skill that allows him to give impressive extra strength to all his summons and others near him, it was enough to make the angels surrounding him capable of taking down an adult Beastman in one-to-one battle. That was one of the reasons why he became captain of the Sunlight Scripture. Between his summoning empowering ability and the large usage of spellcaster of the Sunlight Scripture, they were among the most capable units to deal with those filthy beasts and their kin, as despicable and abominable as them. Quickly doing some calculations in his head, Nigan determined that even if Ains was a spellcaster of the 5th tier, they could overwhelm him and his bitch with enough empowered summons to kill him. After all, no one knew of his little empowering trick and Ains must be thinking that this was usual, Flame Archangel, creatures that even a mithril rank adventurer could take down, but not without effort. Angels, eviscerate him, simply ordered Nigan, extending his hand. A couple of the flying, armored, white figures rammed their swords into Ain's chest with all their might. "Well, so much for the barking dog," chuckled Nigan. "Spellcasters today, they master a couple of spells or a talent, and they believe they're the next god of magic." But the fun of Nigan was cut short when the angels that have rammed their light swords into Ain's chest continue struggling. Gasping in surprise, he focused his eyes on the scene. His eyes widened like saucer when he realized that Ain's was not only undamaged but grabbing the heads of the angels in his gauntlets and keeping the angel trapped like children in the grip of an adult. "Gentlemen," said Ain's, increasing the pressure over the helmets of the angels, cracking their helmets, and making them struggle harder, but in the end, in vain. "You really should listen to the advice that is freely given to you. Nullify physical damage," explained Ain's to the astonished audience as he continued increasing the strength of his clinch, a skill that nullifies the attacks of low-level weapons and monsters. As he ended the phrase, he squashed the heads of the angels, crushing their skulls like eggs, in a shower of yellow lights. "But I am more interested in who taught you this summoning, who taught you this Yggdrasil magic," clapped his hands together Ain's. "However, I will let it pass this time, as you ignore my polite advice. Now is the time where I butcher all of you." "All angels attack," raged Nigan, that was freaking out by moments. This was not possible. There was not a talent like that, not even in the Black Scripture. "Pitiful," sighed Ain's, that saw the horde of light angels coming and raising a hand called in for a negative energy spell. It would be specially effective against creatures of light like the flame archangels, and he didn't really want to cast an area spell, just in case he hits Albedo with it, even if she could take an overrank magic and shrug it off with all the items she carried at the moment. Negative rain called for his spell Ain's, and a veritable rain of black drops fall upon the angels, destroying all of them, their very essences corrupted and consumed by the negative energy that Ain's has called and made it rain over them, like an acid rain over a scorched earth. Not a single angel managed to escape from the sudden rain, their armors and wings destroyed and blackened. One by one they vanish in a burst of light, once they energy depleted under the attack of the black rain of death that Ain's is summoned with a single hand gesture. Surrounded by a wall of dispersing lights and black drops, Ain's lowered his hand and the rain stopped, leaving only a silent plain, where the slain Theocracy spellcaster observed him in terrified awe. Terror and confusion started to spread among them. What they have contemplated was an impossible feat that no human should have been able to achieve. "Wah, what?" asked one of the spellcasters, not believing what he has seen. "That's bloody impossible." Nigan's jaw hanged open, his mouth, eyes bulging and brain screeching to an halt. Suddenly, they founded their second wind and started to toss a veritable rain of spells, from the basic, fire, to the most complex, curse impact. Unfortunately for them, they were all basic first to third tier spells. That would be like blowing air at Ain's, whose magic resistance would even notice the impacts. On the other hand, Ain's was interested in the variety of spells tossed at him. All of them were Yggdrasil spells, low level, but Yggdrasil spells. That means that a player must have taught them to the slain Theocracy. "All of those are Yggdrasil spells," commented Ain's, under a shower of brilliant lights that didn't even breeze his clothes. "Who taught you that? Who taught you such magic?" roared Ain's, giving a step ahead and ignoring the spells like they were not even there. Seeing the futility of their actions, one of them tried to use weapons instead. A slingshot that carried a solid steel ball. In other circumstances, it might have been an intelligent strategy, but against Ain's, would be as useless as the spell they have been tossing at him desperately. Unfortunately for the poor sod, Albedo had other ideas, and moving at amazing speed, he chopped him in tiny little pieces with Jinningagap. The weapon created a wide arc of cutting power that cleaved the slingshot user and the one behind me who was charging a poison spell. The sudden appearance of the armored woman and the brutal and gore death of two of their companions made everyone pause, trying to comprehend what has happened. The bodies fall to the ground, spilling blood in deep pools over the cold ground of the plain. They have blinked, they have just focused in his spells for a bloody second, and suddenly two of them were dead, in a gruesome manner, butchered by the dark armored warrior woman that Ain's had with him. She has moved at a speed that only Adamantite rank adventurer manages and has killed two men. Why? Why now and not before? Now, Nigan begun to understand the last laugh of Gazef, how he has said that there was something stronger than him in the village, but that was preposterous. How? And even if his brain was suffering a serious reboot, Nigan could not deny the reality. This spellcaster, and his woman, were monsters in human flesh, something that they were seriously unprepared for. Albedo called Ain's for the woman, who was still ready to swing her black bardici and cleave anything that comes in her master way. "I admire your dedication to my well-being, but you should know that such an attack would be useless against me." "Yes, I know," Ain's Sama nodded Albedo, turning her helmet-covered face to him, "but there is a limit to everything. For this miserable waste of space to dare to fight with a supreme being like you, it is already offense enough. However, they dare to add salt to the insult by throwing you a pebble." Ains laughed in good humor, a cold and merciless laugh that carried the echo of the death with it. Then, following that reasoning, "All of these bugs are lamely unworthy." Ains turned his masked face to Nigan. "Are you not?" Nigan gave a step back but focused his will again. He still had a couple of aces under his sleeves. Even if he can kill flame archangels by the dozen, an enhanced principality of observation was another thing entirely. It was powerful enough now to even kill a hero-level fighter. Even these monsters will have difficulties to battle the powerful angel. Principality of observation. "Attack! Attack!" roared Nigan. The maze-wielding angel lost not time in following the commands of his caster. Floating at Ains and with a powerful up-to-down strike, tried to crush Ains, overwhelming the spellcaster with a brutal physical attack. In a sense, it was not a bad idea. One of the weaknesses of the spellcaster was how they have to be careful before a powerful warrior before they get into their guard and kill them. Of course, Ains was not a common spellcaster, and he simply rose his gauntlet and stopped the swing of the mace like it was the punch of a kid. Such a pity. Without any emotion in his voice, Ains pointed a finger at the angel and called forth another lethal, negative spell. Death Maw. A black maw appeared behind the angel, and before it could do anything, the maw crushed him between his teeth, crushing and biting the angel in glowing pieces of light in one single devastating bite. "This is impossible," howled Nigan. How? How can you kill an angel with a single spell, in one single fucking strike? That's not possible. That cannot be happening. At this point Nigan was starting to lose any semblance of rationality, seeing how everything that he thought was being smashed piece by piece. "Captain," muttered a voice. All his subordinates were losing morale, not that he blamed them. This monster was in nobody's plans. How they could now such a monster was here. "Do not despair, we will summon the most powerful angel," announced Nigan, who picked a crystal from his robes and showed it to everybody. It was a blue, ice-like, a crystal that shined with barely contained power inside. "Oh, that is a sealing crystal of Yggdrasil," mentally blinked Momonga. "Well, judging by the glowing, it can hold something really dangerous." "Albedo, be on guard, use your skills to protect us," ordered Ains, and Albedo nodded, twirling her bardici and positioning herself in front of Ains, so she could use all her defensive skills. She was the NPC with the strongest defense after all. Nigan continued gloating, sure of his victory now that he was going to liberate a powerful monster. A being that once killed a demon god in one single strike, added his own talent to empower summonings, and this specific angel would be something out of the myths. Now he understood why he has been selected for this mission. His talent was capable of making this sealed angel a force to be reckoned. "Observe the most powerful angel," laughed Nigan, dominion of authority. In an explosion of white light, a massive angel of 6 wings manifested himself, illuminating the scene in a radiant white light. A halo made of light and magic circles connected with the forehead of the completely white creature, except from golden and red details over its frame. The figure was armed with a two-handed, gold-looking mace. Lowering his head, a red glow could be seen inside the red mark on its chest along the green emanations from the halo over his pointy head. "Seriously? This is their supreme ace? Are you kidding me?" Stiffened Ains, but soon took control of his emotions and did not face fault. In a very inelegant manner, he had to maintain an appearance of royalty and power after all. "This is your last resort?" asked Ains with fake surprise. "Yes, this supreme angel," laughed Nigan. "I have determined that you are indeed worthy of fall at his power and—" "Child play," sighed Ains, raising his gauntlet to his masked face, cutting Nigan short of his big speech. "To think this joke is their ace. Could it be?" Realization started to dawn on Nigan like a bucket of cold water, but the common sense of the world soon imposed and made him realize that Ains was bluffing, that he can be not more powerful than a creature that could slay demons in one single strike. "Bullshit, lies, you are lying," shouted Nigan, now at the last straws of his sanity. "This is an existence superior to humanity, dominion of authority. Destroy him with holy smite," ordered Nigan. The golden mace of the angel broke itself in hundreds of little pieces that fly on the air, condensing into a powerful beam of holy light that slowly started to focus and point to Ains. The energy emanating from the spell was astonishing, and sure it was something that the inhabitants of this world would watch in awe and no little fear. However, Ains was debating with himself if he should yawn. Could an undead like him yawn? Anyhow, even with his racial weakness to holy magic, this attack was nothing. "Observe. Keep ranting Nigan. A 7-tier spell that could slay demon gods, the very same judgment of God." A torrent of the light clashed over the form of Ains that took the attack head on. Being showered in divine light was something that he has suffered before several times. Especially when he was PKED several times by other players in Yggdrasil trying to take advantage of his racial weaknesses. But now, this was something that barely annoyed him. However, he did sense something, a tingling sensation, something that he had not felt in a long time. There were pieces of his essence, like a scale of skin, that was being destroyed by the attack. The cruel and amused laugh of Ains echoed in all the cold night, colder than the chilling winds that made the grass move under their feet. At this point, and seeing the reaction of the spellcaster, the member of the Sunlight Scripture were 2 steps before shitting themselves, and with good reasons. "Pain, old friend, I welcome you," laughed Ains in pure amusement. Now this was interesting. The damage that he has suffered, as inconsequential as it was a valid learning lesson about his own capabilities. But before he analyzed this, he had a lot of nuisances to take care about. Black hole. Ended the battle Ains, crushing the angel into a black hole and emptying the sky again, making the darkness fall again over all of them. The slain theocracy now were shitting themselves, praying like broken men to their gods for a miraculous salvation, and some tried to run. The horror of what they have witnessed waited horribly in their minds. Still, they would never have the chance, even if the attacks have done nothing to Ains, like tickling him. They have done it in front of Albedo, who has been too long containing herself, containing her ire and wrath about the inferior life forms. And now this. Albedo snapped badly, and with a terrific shriek, she jumped at them with her Bardici ready to strike. The carnage that took place would have made nightmares cry themselves into sleep. Great Tomb of Nazarick, Ains' room. If I weren't an undead, I will have nightmares. Sighed Ains, sitting in a comfortable chair inside his personal suite back at Nazarick. It was impressive. I see all the scene through a crystal monitor in my room. Chuckled Ragnarok, drinking from a tankard, amused by the exasperation his friend carried. It does seem that all the little fun they had in Carne Village came with the picture of Albedo bathing in the blood of several spellcasters, shrieking like a howling banshee about how they dared to hurt the man she loved. This obsession of Albedo with me is starting to worry me, confessed Ains as he posed his bone hand over his face like he would be trying to pinch his nose. I admit that I am the only responsible for this situation, but this is nuts. And do not forget about Shaltir, added Salt to the injury Ragnarok, greatly enjoying the distress of his friend. He had it coming for going outside without him and changing himself his name like that. Frankly, not that Ragnarok cared about the name thing, but going out adventuring and do not call him was just rude. What? Deadpanned Ains. He was starting to get the hang of doing that with an inexpressive skeletal face. Necrophilia fetish. Deadpanned back Ragnarok, along with blood fetish, cosplay fetish, bondage fetish, S&M fetish, oral fetish, muscle fetish, submissive fetish, dominatrix fetish, domination fetish, and I am sure that I am forgetting a lot more. Shrugged Ragnarok. Blame Puraronkino. The bastard went overboard with the little lady, and do not make me start on what he gave her in terms of fighting capabilities. She is a nightmare. Good grief. Sighed Ains. I don't even know how we're going to survive the next week at this rate. Bullshitting our way like pros. Laughed Ragnarok, making Ains laugh too. Now, seriously bro dear. Ragnarok took a sip from his tankard, leaving apart our more humane mindsets. Didn't you realize that we are growing more and more accustomed to our roles as the time passes? How things that would have frozen us in the past, now we don't even blink at it. Yes, when I killed those 2 men I didn't feel anything. It was like steeping an ant. I would have even noticed if I wasn't casting a spell. Nodded Ains. That reminds me. Clicked his tongue Ragnarok, making a burst of flame fall from his mouth. What happened to Gazef? Did you kill him or enslave him? And notice that I had said that completely serious and without even give 2 fucks about it. Goddammit. Cursed Ragnarok, who was trying to run control of some changes that his Eldjodnar nature was pulling on him, and so far with little to none success. Ains shook his head in negative. He really liked the captain. He was a strong, honorable man that really cared about the people of his country, leaving apart the strongest warrior of the kingdom. He was a good man with a bad job that was trying to make the best of it. Ains has met dozens of them in his old life, working as a salaryman, with people that had to swallow a lot of shit to see a paycheck at the end of the week. No, I did not, said Ains. Seeing that he was one of the most influential persons in the kingdom, I let him go, without knowing what kind of resources this kingdom has. Antagonizing them since the beginning looked a fool move. Instead you parted with him in very friendly terms. Nodded Ragnarok, granting yourself a powerful contract in the capital of this kingdom. You are a clever boy, smiled Ragnarok. I am to please, joked Ains. I am even let him battle the Death Knight I created. To see how really powerful was the so-called, the strongest warrior of the kingdom, I suppose, smiled widely Ragnarok. How did he fare against a middle-tier undead? Remarkably well, nodded Ains, tapping his jaw with his bone finger. I would say that Gazef would be a level 50 warrior class, with some unique skills that were not in Yggdrasil, seriously pointed out Ains. They were somehow matched, but Gazef pulled out some skills that are called martial arts, and finally defeated the Death Knight, although he truly had to go all out against him, and for what I can tell, he carried practically no magic items at that moment. Martial arts, repeated Ragnarok, raising an eyebrow. Do you think that we could learn those? Is possible, admitted Ains, who was interested in them too. Along with something called talents, unique perks that some have, like using a unique skill or use whatever item they want. Fascinating. Pulled Ragnarok out of his inventory another bottle of mead and uncorked it with his fangs, refilling the tankard, and their spells and summoning are from Yggdrasil. Isn't it a bit too early for so much mead? Ains mentally raised an eyebrow, and yes, all the spells they used were exactly like the ones we knew from Yggdrasil to the last detail. Immunity to poison. Shrugged Ragnarok that could drink an ocean of mead and do not even be tipsy, something that he hated. So, someone taught them spells, and for the words of the white pasty of the slain theocracy, they do work on the same tier spell systems that we do. Judging from what Neuronist dig out of the mind of that Niggin fellow, said Ains, remembering the initial report of Neuronist Painkiller, the torturer master and interrogator of Nazarick. At some point in the past, about 600 years ago, rank tier magic substituted wild magic, whatever it was, as common magic system in the world. We need more information about all of this, simply nodded Ragnarok, and I bet that you are feeling a bit of wanderlust and the desire of getting out of the tomb. You know me too well, chuckled Ains. I was thinking about the lines of infiltrating myself into the Adventure Guild, grow contacts and money, as Yggdrasil gold is for the Nazarick but nothing more, acting as a warrior, to see if I can learn this, martial arts. Sound like a lot of fun, laughed Ragnarok, but you are not thinking about abandoning your old pal here, right? Eyed Ragnarok Ains, who shifted a little in his chair. Yes, he did think about it. If Ragnarok stays in Nazarick, all the NPC will be more relaxed, instead of worrying their asses about the loss of the Supreme Beings. But caging Ragnarok was a foolish endeavor. I confess that I though about it, nodded Ains. With your presence here, in Nazarick, all the NPCs will see that there will be at last one Supreme Being left, even if something happens to me, explained Ains, who shuddered to imagine what would happen if the NPCs are left to their own devices, especially Demiurge and Shultir. The settings of those NPCs are pure nightmare material. But, I admit that it will be a foolish errand, sighed Ains. You would never be caged like that, you are a warrior, so you need to do warrior things. So we change roles? Snorted Ragnarok. I became the adventurer and you trap yourself into Nazarick? Nothing of the sort. Shook his head Ains. I will become an adventurer in Irantel, the closest city to us, and you will accompany Shultir in her hunt of human who could do martial arts. Meanwhile, Sebas and Solution will go to the capital to establish a base there, and Demiurge will go to the borders of the Empire, trying to see what they made thick. Once we had a solid base, we will go for this slain theocracy and then for the rest of the nations. Ragnarok said nothing for a while. Instead he nursed his tankard and raised an eyebrow, eyeing Ains, who thanked his body lack of reactions. That gaze of Ragnarok could make a slime shiver. He did that one with Hero if he was not mistaken. Boredom is a powerful motivator, snorted Ragnarok. Understood Brodir. However, we should polish that plan a little more. What do you have in mind? Asked Ains, wanting to know what kind of craziness has the man in mind. Ragnarok has never been one on subtleties. In fact, he was the pure definition of overkill. For him there was nothing like that, just open fire, and if the objective is not death yet, increase the output. You go to Rantel and blow their minds, as you already have planned. Took a long gulp from his tankard Ragnarok. I will go hunting with Shultir. That girl needs someone to get her leash short. Sighed Ragnarok, making reference to the penalty of Shultir's race, true vampire. That made her feel intense bloodlust as soon she had a taste of it. But then I will join Sebas and Solution in the capital. I will dress myself as an enchanter with unique talents of runes. Sebas will be my butler and Solution my daughter. I will appear as I am weaseling my way into the nobility. Frowned Ragnarok. Although your idea of being an adventurer was more interesting, still, with my runes I can easily enchant items with Runecraft IX, and cast a permanent charm, or a more drastic, dominate will, inside the item, making them bend to our will. Ains tapped his lower jaw. He was really pondering the benefits of the plan of Ragnarok. Having someone controlling Shultir was always a good thing. Even if she was traveling with Sebas, the butler would need to take his more powerful appearance to have a chance against a Shultir when she is in her Valkyrie mode. On another note, neither Solution nor Sebas would be comfortable with the plan of sending them to the capital with their usual roles reversed. Perhaps a Supreme Being along them would make them happy and work harder for the benefit of Nazarick. Demiurge is the only one that bothers not Ains, The archdevil was a cunning bastard that will fulfill his duties to the letter and beyond, trying to serve his idolized idea of Ainz and Ragnarok in his head. I understood, nodded Ainz, and I really liked the idea of someone reigning in Shaltir, just in case her bloodlust gets too damn high and kills anyone in her path before he could get anything from them. The other part of the plan sounds good, but I think Solution is not that well prepared for the mission, as she will more probably just melt anyone that tries to get close to her, grumbled Ainz, that knew full well how 90% of the NPCs of Nazarick seem to hate humans by principle. Her settings, sighed Ragnarok. She is quite the charming lady when she wants, even if she is a sadist that could give a run for her money to Demiurge in that department. Seriously, sometimes I am convinced that we went way overboard with them. You took part in their creation, pointed out Ainz. I only helped, rebuffed Ragnarok. A skill here, a job or racial class here, some extra meat for the settings, you know me, anything worth done, must be overdone. A credo you live for, nodded Ainz, knowing his friend. Point is, I am a roleplayer, took a deep sip from his tankard Ragnarok, but considering my nature and skills, I am not sure what kind of cover could I pull. I am in the same wagon, more or less, said Momonga with a sigh, tapping the side of his head with a bone finger. Even with your recently created ring, have you named it yet? I am not keen on entering into the guild under my real identity. The test with Gazef has not been conclusive enough for me. One thing was the army leader and other adventurers, like us, players, they could be enormously powerful. So, if we treat Gazef as the strongest NPC of a kingdom and put it at level 50 inches, resumed Ragnarok, seeing where Ainz was going, you think powerful adventurers will be several levels higher than him? If this world has anything in common with Yggdrasil, it's more than probable, nodded Ainz. That's why I wanted to test it myself and in the process, get some very needed extra cash for Nazarick. Thanks to the loot we got from the slain Theocracy goons, we know that the cash system works with this new world money. Never did I thought grinding money like madmen would be so useful, sighed in relief Ragnarok, that knew that Nazarick could stand by itself for about 2 years with their own money, before they had to transform items in cash. Speaking of which, is the forest already done? Yes, Mare ended in a week, nodded Ainz. After I gifted the ring to him, he worked to the bone to get the forest done. Bad move, chuckled Ragnarok. Please, Brodir, be cautious with those displays. You have already 2 very enthusiastic maidens after your heart. You don't need to start a civil war inside Nazarick. But I thought it was common sense, protested Ainz, who now that he was an undead, saw everything under the cold prism of logic. Mare needed to move around quickly, so the ring was the correct item for him. It is, nodded Ragnarok, and it is, at the same time, something that is only gifted to the woman you loved. I bet you a divine class item that both of them are wearing it in the ring finger, and in Albedo's case rubbing it unconsciously several times. I am not going to take that sucker's bet, grumbled Ainz, seeing the pit that he has dug for himself. He really should be more cautious about this thing, but alas, his last girlfriend was almost a decade ago, and he was rusty as hell. Back to the main topic, railed the conversation Ragnarok. So, now we started to infiltrate in Rey Estais and Irantel. At the same time, Demiurge would be doing some experiments in the borders of the Empire, and we would send some scouts to the Beastman country and Dragon country to have a look at it. Yes, more or less, that would be the next steps. Ragnarok eyed a clock on the wall. It was a piece of furniture that Ainz crafted by himself, a very beautiful piece of clockwork that ringed at each hour with a mechanical bird. It was a way to never lose track of time and remember himself that he had limited time inside the game, that there was a real life outside. Now, it was a very beauty carillon that fitted with the luxurious quarters of Ainz, even if he didn't precisely need them. It's time for your great announcement, said Ragnarok, introducing the tankard back to his inventory. The NPC would already be ready for us, in the throne hall. Once again, I am sorry for such an inappropriate action, said Ainz, really feeling bad for what he has done. Not really a problem, shrugged Ragnarok, who was happy for his friend to had such an initiative. Now, if you had called yourself Ragnarok or Surtur, then we would have a problem, but this? Nay, nothing to feel's offense for. Thank you, said Ainz, from the deep of his skeletal body. No worries, Brodir, what are friends for? Smiled Ragnarok, before the two of them teleported to the throne hall. Nazarick throne hall. Ragnarok has his doubts about what to do next. Axe or sword, chainmail or full plate, human or demi-human. He has never thought about what kind of secondary appearance wanted inside his thousand faces ring, only that he wanted one, to make him less dangerous for the surrounding environment. Heir of Surtur was a racial class that had a passive skill that made anything inflammable burn at the few seconds of exposure to him. Now he was discovering that Ainz had the greatest idea of just wrapping himself in full plate and have Narbrul as a companion, as she among the few among the Pleiades that would easily fit among the humans. Yuri Alpha was a Dullahan, her head was only over her shoulders thanks to her choker. Lupus Regina Beta would be soon deployed to Carne Village, as an extra measure of protection along a couple of Ragnaroks, Fire Will-O-Wisp, that would act as scouts an extra secure measure, just in case the Knights decided to make an encore. CZ was not adequate to a social mission, Intoma even less, and Solution was already assigned to Ragnarok's and Seba's infiltration. There must be pointed out that Demiurge greatly opposed to the plan of both Supreme Beings leaving Nazarick at last until there was an heir. A suggestion that opened an incensed debate about who would be the woman that would give birth to the heirs of the Supreme Beings. There was not an absence of candidates precisely, but Ragnarok bullshitted his way out as usual, and soon all the Guardians were praying his wisdom and foresight, asking for forgiveness for being able to understand what they truly wanted. That would be kinda surprise, as the Supreme Beings just face-palming themselves mentally, not wanting to deal with this shit so soon. Now that they were trapped inside their characters, both Ainz and Ragnarok were practically immortal, still up to debate, and possible eternal, so there was no need to rush things in that department. Not to mention they had not still seen what is waiting for them outside and if they are ready to defend Nazarick in case of an army coming their way. After a bit of debate between the two of them, Ainz and Ragnarok, they devised a plan that would make them important figures in the kingdom of Re-Estais, each one in different cities, and perhaps at the end, controlling both the nobility and the adventurer guild at the same time. All in the name of Ainz Ooal Gown. But they will be approaching it in curious manners. First of all, Ainz would become Momin, a warrior from the south, completely covered in dark full plate and with two great swords as his main weapons. He would keep his magical powers under wraps until he could get a more precise idea of what kind of enemies could he be dealing with, and at the same time, he would make a name inside the Adventurer Guild. He would be accompanied by Narbrul Gamma, being called Nabe in a disguise of a common human girl but with a high magical talent. Something that fit Narbrul, who was an armored mage, not to mention a doppelganger, that could easily fit in the human city. Even if she hated all of them with a passion, seeing them as something lower than the lowest forms of life. Ragnarok told Ainz that she despised humans, but seeing the options, he has to admit that it was a devil they knew, better than a worse devil to know. Second, Ragnarok will travel with Shaltir, looking for possible martial arts users, and after they captured one or more, he will travel with Sebas and Solution to the capital and start the same business as Ainz, but this time having an eye at the nobility of the kingdom and see if they could get a hold on the underworld. In all civilizations, there was an underworld, and controlling it was usually the perfect way to really know what is happening in the kingdom. Although, getting their hands in the nobility was another way to ensure the domain over one of the major kingdoms near Nazarick, and by so, blocking a possible enemy, by turning them into servants. Later they will deal with the Empire and the slain theocracy. Before that, they need to see what was all that fuzz about the Beastman and the Dragon Kingdom. Frankly, Ragnarok was eager to see what was all that about dragons, being a level 100 players, unless it was an event dragon. Ragnarok can solo most of the dragons of Yggdrasil. Proof of that was the Cape of the Frozen Rim that he got as loot when he killed the most powerful dragon of the game, Nidog, in a solo raid. He was eager to see if this dragon would be more interesting than those in Yggdrasil, or would be a disappointment like the soldiers and spellcasters that they have to meet so far. Ragnarok sighed and started with the basics. First of all, he need to be human, judging from the images he saw in the Battle of Ainz with the slain theocracy and the corpses that they got from it. Humans in this continent are quite varied, so he would make himself as a tall human. 6 feet and a half would be a good start. He was acting as an adventurer, not approved by the guild but strong enough to be in pretty good shape. So he made himself strong and broad, someone who knew what hard work truly was, and had the muscles to prove it. Then it would be a matter of finer details. For what he has seen, different skin colors were unusual. There was little to no people of color. Reading the report Neuronist, Asiatic features would something of the far south. Caucasian it is. Then he moved on the features of the face. Red hair, that for sure. It would be easier to transform his flames if the color is already appropriate. Then the eyes, there was doubt between the blue and the green. Red hair and jade eyes were a good combination. Steel-colored? Black? Decisions. Considering he was going to appear as part of a family with Solution, then blue eyes it is. They need to share at last one trait to pretend they are somehow related. Well, in the resume, Caucasian male, around 30 years, about 6 feet 10 inches tall, broad as a bull, red mane and blue eyes. Ragnarok observed himself in a mirror and realized that if you excused the color of the hair and eyes, he was the carbon copy image of the protagonist of the 13th Warrior. Not the Spanish actor, the one that acted as leader of the Nordman party. What was his name? Bulawai, that's it. Unfortunately, he found it inappropriate. These people had a problem even pronouncing Ains, and they had names like Jerkniv Rune Farlord, whatever it was. The Emperor of the Baharid Empire. Ragnarok thought that perhaps simply was better, and Ragnar was actually a very good name. Well, Ragnar Surcherson, it did have a nice ring and fitted with the character. Now, was time to dress the part and transform the monstrous, divine class geared, Eldjodnar, into a human, without losing a bit of strength. And that was the tricky part. Humans, or at last, this world version of it, may be the most widespread race, however, and without any desire to be cruel, they're the weakest bunch. Except the few among them that escalated to the hero level like Gazef. Anything superior to third-tier magic was the stuff of legend for them. The strongest spellcaster is a 6 or 7-tier spellcasters. Both Ragnarok and Ains use 8-tier level like it was nothing. It was the norm for the level 100 characters, if you want to do something to your enemies. A simply sleeveless red and gold tunic, black salamander leather belt with Yggdrasil on the buckle, sturdy pants, reinforced boots, and a gray fur cape will complete the character. The symbol of Ain's OOAL gown in the buckle of the cape, well visible in the front. Now, it was only needed some extras. Namely, weapons, armors, and the accessories that he was going to carry. To be honest, his inventory will always carry with him all his divine class item regalia, just in case something went south, but what matters now was, what would the humans of this world see when they look at him? Create great item, said Ragnarok, extending his hand and focusing on what he wants, contrary to the version of the spell they know back in the game. This wonderful piece of magical power could bring forth all you can imagine if you were powerful enough. Ragnarok was capable of creating something of relic class and below, so he focused, and in his extended hand, the handle of a black Danish axe materialized. His blade was bigger than the usual and had serrated teeth. With a couple of swings to test its balance, Ragnarok grunted in acceptance and tied it to his belt. He was tall enough for the weapon to handle from his waist without molesting him. He was going to baptize the axe, Fleshburner, and made it his signature weapon for this Ragnar fellow. Part of him feels it was an adequate weapon, one that burns and tears apart his enemies. Now, he only had to enchant it, with a mix of runes that would give credibility to its legend of being a familiar legacy, and only those of his blood or affiliated to his family could carry the weapon around without bursting into hellish flames. But before that, he picked up an arsenal of magic rings, pendants, collars, and other accessories. He was going to battle without any armor. He wanted to test how really strong were his defenses against the dangers of his world, and thanks to his recently created Thousand Faces ring, he could always recompose his clothes if they are damaged somehow. Now that he thought about it, he should reinforce his clothes too, more for utilities than for any defense worth the name. Sighing, Ragnarok, dressed into his Ragnar attires and appearance, walked outside of the armory, finding a very busy trio of maid cleaning his room from his last meal. A feast on where he devoured an entire Jotun cow, a creature the size of a truck, and drank an ocean of mead. A bit exaggerated, but he drank a lot, and he didn't get even tipsy. Remembering the names of the trio of maids that were in charge of this day shift, Ragnarok smiled at their enthusiasm. They took pride in their job, leaving the place absolutely spotless. It was a blessing to see someone that shared his sentiments of tidiness and cleanliness. Greetings, lasses, saluted Ragnarok to the maids, who turned to him in surprise, blushed storms, and bowed deeply, greeting back to the Supreme Being. Good day, Ragnarok Sama, greeted the three of them at the same time, with blushes all over their faces. Thanks for your hard work, Sikis, Foray, Lumiere, smiled Ragnarok. I am going to pay a visit to the Ashurbanipal. If you could please clean the Runeford by the time I went back, I would be more grateful, asked politely Ragnarok, and the maids nodded, bowing their heads so fast that they create after images. Just be careful to do not touch anything with glowing runes, or the wardrobe where I keep the regents. You can't miss it, is the one with my personal symbol on its doors, explained Ragnarok. Some basic security measures, working with dangerous things like magic runes, soon teach you to be extra careful. Then, see you later, waved Ragnarok goodbye before vanishing in white light from his guild ring. Lupus Regina Betasan was right, whispered Lumiere, hugging herself all flustered. He is a total dilf. Foray, called the third maid. What is a dilf? Asked Sikis. Someone with whom you will do, voluntarily, a lot of naughty, lewd things, answered Foray without losing a beat. Oh, simply stated Sikis. Then, yes, he is a dilf. Ashurbanipal, Great Library of Nazarick. Titus Aeneas Secundus was the chief librarian of Nazarick, a job that has brought him a lot of joy since he was created by the Supreme Beings and be put in charge of such a trove of knowledge. Magical and non-magical equally. A lot of Supreme Beings fill the library with knowledge beyond Yggdrasil, like The Adventures of the Fellowship of the Ring, a tale on where Titus was convinced that Lord Sauron was right since the beginning. Or Huckleberry Finn, one of Mare-sama favorites. Although, the real work of the Ashurbanipal was the custody and creation of all kinds of grimoires, scrolls, and other magical knowledge items that were hidden between dozens of worthless copies. Paranoia was a healthy attitude in Yggdrasil, where all the players were sneaky bastards that would have no problems and stole everything they saw, even if they had no real utility for it, just for the laughs and to boast that they have done it. The odd librarian was a skeleton wizard, made with the bones of humans and animals. He had horns, bone spikes, and hooves instead of feet, but for him, it was nothing of consequence. Pains of the flesh were for creatures of the flesh. Undead like him did not have to worry about things like aching muscles or anything organ-related. Still, he had no problem in covering himself in all kinds of jewelry and golden trinkets that hide their true utility as magical items that enhanced his capabilities. Just in case, the extreme case, of having to defend the library along with his fellow custodians. There is a veritable army of elder liches and spirits patrolling and taking care of all the items in the library, and all the custodians took great pride in their jobs. A flash of light called the attention of the undead, who raised his bespectacled empty eyes from the scroll he was analyzing, soon noticing the new appearance. More human-like, of one of the two supreme beings. Titus has always liked Ragnarok Sama. He was one of the supreme beings that has carried more books and other magical items to the library, greatly expanding their scroll variety, and some special books that contained thousands and thousands of tales of the supreme beings in Yggdrasil and the adventures of other, lesser, guilds that tried to oppose them. He even brought a poetic copy of the tragic tale of the pantheon of his father, Edda Minor, Titus believed it was called. "Greetings, Ragnarok Sama," saluted the chief librarian in good humor. "What can I do for you today?" "Hello, Titus," saluted Ragnarok back, walking to the massive, mahogany desk of the librarian, full to the brim with all classes of books, notes, and the sort. "I am going to create a series of items for my mission outside, and I was wondering if you could help me to choose the adequate enchantments for them." "It will be my pleasure, Ragnarok Sama." Put the glasses out. Titus cleaned a space in his big desk, and look at the supreme being. "What do you have in mind?" "First, something along faking a family heirloom." Ragnarok left the Danish axe over the empty space of the desk. "As a relic class weapon, I can imbue it with 3 runes, one for increasing its damage with fire, another to incinerate anyone that touched it without my permission, and the last one, and this is where I need your help, something for making the weapon always come to my hand, no matter the distance." "I see," said the chief librarian, tapping his horns, quickly revising anything he had in store. "It is true that scrolls are in high demand in Nazarick, but without a new supply of raw materials, soon they will be limited to 1 to 3 tier spells. Perhaps a telekinesis spell would be appropriate," said Titus, who knew that they still had a lot of those. "But that would be perhaps a little plebeian. A weapon such as this deserved some more special. Have you think of giving a name and made the weapon teleport at your hand, once its name is called?" "That is a brilliant idea, Titus," smiled Ragnarok. "But I fear that would grant more questions than answers. The last thing I need is a fool trying to infiltrate in my manor in the capital, trying to steal the weapon, or at last find something about where did I found it." "Ah, yes, you are going undercover. I think I have read something similar in several of the books you brought to the library," laughed softly the skeleton wizard. I will be," laughed in echo Ragnarok. Who would have thought that Titus would like to read police dramas? "Point is, I want something worthy of a legacy, not something that would have pests trying to get some of it. You know how it was when the other guilds tried to get into Nazarick to plunder its halls." "I am starting to see your conundrum, Ragnarok Sama," mused Titus. "It has to be something that inspired awe, something that made you recognizable, but at the same time, something that would not raise too much awe," chuckled Titus. "Now, that's a fine line you are drawing in the sand, my lord. Anything that is worth done must be overdone," simply stated Ragnarok. "I am proud of my runes. I will never stain them by creating second-rate items." "As a librarian, I can relate to that feeling," nodded Titus, who was proud of the pristine state of his library. It was his way of honor the confidence that the supreme beings put on him when they put him in charge of the Ashurbanipal. "Well, let's see, what more do you have in mind? Perhaps as we progress with the other, the muse will hit us." "Aye, good idea," nodded Ragnarok. "Apart from the axe, I was thinking in a couple of rings for protections against divination and detection spells and the sort. A golden collar with some communication and detection spells, and perhaps a gauntlet with some holding and trapping spells." "I could provide spells from all that ideas," nodded Titus at the list. "Scrolls of fake coat, or anti-detection. The collar would be something among the lines of message, or rabbit ears, and the gauntlet, perhaps mass hold species, or dominate will, What would be your idea, my lord? My lord? Asked again Titus. He noticed how Ragnarok was eyeing his hand with a raised eyebrow. Sorry, Titus, it's just that the muse has just hit me, smiled widely Ragnarok. I will need some things. Trailed Ragnarok, giving the list to Titus, who just smiled back and soon called a servant of the library to procure Ragnarok Sama with the items he has solicited. After not much time, a servant appeared with the scrolls. He has asked, and after chatting a little with Titus about the possibilities of this new world, and promising the skeleton wizard that he will bring him any interesting book he could put his hands on, Ragnarok teleported back to his runeforge. As he asked, the entire place was pristine. It almost glowed, spotless clean, even the most remote corners of the room. Ragnarok took note of thanking the girls later. Such hard work was to be admired and respected, but right now, the fires of creation were burning heavy on him, and he soon got hands to work, melting the gold that he would need for the rune inscribing. The labor itself was not something out of this world. It was just a matter of patience and methodology. Much like his job as a roadie, it was a matter of patiently waiting for something to go wrong, and then calmly and methodically put a solution to it. Those bastards never ever gave him the slightest thanks for all the shit that he had to deal with on a daily basis. Most of it provoked by those same bastards that believed that being a rock star was a freeway ticket for anything. If he had received $1 for each time he has got their collective asses out of the metaphorical fire, he could be the owner of Yggdrasil by now. But all of that was in the past, and right now, Ragnarok was eager to see what the future departed. This was a new world, and even if for the moment, all the possible enemies they had met so far were weaklings, it doesn't mean that everything from now on is going to be a weakling. Far from it. At some point, the powers of this world would start to react to the presence of Nazarick. His guild had the unconquered achievement, and he pretended to keep it that way. New world and rules are damned, he was going to keep that achievement unchanged. Possibly, it will be harder than it looks, especially if the initial report of Neuronist, before the subject Nigan died in the interrogation, was accurate and not the dying ramblings of a broken man. For what Ragnarok could make of the delirious of the tortured man, he was part of the theocracy that consider the humans the chosen race. Chosen, by the 6 goods that descended from heaven about 300 years ago, and whose dogma included that all humans should unite under the banner of the 6 gods and exterminate all non-humans on the surface of the continent and beyond. They have not explored that beyond yet, mostly because of the elf wall that cut short his own country from the rest and the constant wars with the Re-Estais kingdom and the Beastman tribes. If anything, this world has proven not to be boring. At last, they will have something to do, by joining the war, be it under their own banner or temporary under the banner of someone that begged for their help. Not to toot their own horns, but between Ain's and him, they could carve a path in the middle of hordes of enemies and come on top. Between Ain's necromancer spells and his own power as frontline juggernaut, it was needed something of their own level and with a lot of help, to stop them. But there was something that was nagging Ragnarok. It was something that the idiot of the slain theocracy said about the angels and the demon kings. In Nazarick, they knew nothing of the outside world. Fortunately, they do seem to share a common language, at last, in the speaking department. In the written word department, Ragnarok was at loss about what he was reading. That was another of the reasons to hunt down powerful warriors or adventurers. A way to know how to read and write, the basis of any advanced civilization. With a little luck, the written language would not be too much difficult than what they know. As humans, Ragnarok knew 3 languages, German, English, and Japanese, but none of them were worth much in this world. At some point in the past, powerful, godlike figures descended from heaven and made a mess of everything. They were the 6 gods. Also, before any of that happens, another mysterious bunch descended from heaven and torn apart the magic system, establishing the tier system that Yggdrasil used, spells included. Practically they used the same but with notable differences here and there, namely the job system. A wizard casts spells, unbreakable rule. A wizard cannot use items or skills of another job, unless he picks up that job on its next level up. In the new world, however, everyone with an ounce of talent and the will to learn, can learn magic and use armors and do whatever the fuck they wanted. Now, Ragnarok wanted to know if that little freedom was applied to Ain's and him too. For what Ain's told him, he had to use the perfect warrior spell to be able to equip a weapon and his own enchanted black-colored full plate, the same one he is using as part of his moment cover. Still, Ragnarok had the Muspelheim soldier job that allows him to wear light and medium armors without any penalty. Ain's wanted to know if new abilities could be learned, if even those like him that has reached the cap of level 100 could learn new tricks or even better, level up. Now that would be something. If that would be the case, perhaps godhood was not so far-fetched. How would you call a level 1000 character, in a world where the supreme heroes were among the 60s? God or something very similar to it. Speaking of it, there was already gods in this new world, but they do seem non-interfering, apart from the spells of the clerics and the other divine spellcaster jobs. The clerics of Nazarick, however, adore Ainz and him, and that didn't forbid them to cast any necessary divine spell, so for the moment, the system was similar, if not equal to Yggdrasil. As the runes on his new weapon and items cooled down and etched themselves into their respective items, Ragnarok meditated about how to proceed with his own mission. Ainz was exploring the Adventure Guild in Irantel, and Ragnarok would do the same in the capital, with luck and with the blessings of the strongest warrior of the kingdom. That was a very nice recommendation letter. Get into the Adventure Guild would be an easy task. The problem came later when he had to make himself a name and help Solution infiltrate the nobility. Considering Solution's real personality, she would eat and dissolve any poor bastard that tried to court her, before they could get anything done. Not really her fault, she was designed that way. Even if Ragnarok did run some damage control, her personality was evil to the core. She enjoyed devouring praise inside of her, and thanks to her Shoggoth racial class of the slime race, she can swallow her enemies inside of her and digest them for days. She enjoyed it, actually, dragging her praise inside of her and feeling how they are digested, especially humans, that she saw as toys or food. Only the direct command of a supreme being or a floor guardian would make her stop of her sick pleasure. However, one would never have to underestimate the Shoggoth. She was a dangerous assassin, with a cold and logical mind that reacts accordingly to the menace. And thanks to her numerous poisons and other dangerous fluids, a product of her slime nature, she is a dangerous enemy for people even 5 or 10 levels over her. Ragnarok was a level 100 character, so he had little to fear from the Shoggoth just in case she was mind-controlled or something among those lines. Ragnarok himself was practically immune to mental control thanks to his Crown of the Oldest Being, a divine class item that prevented any mind control of a creature of equal or lesser level than him. Once he reached the level 100 cap, he was, at all effects, immune to mind control, except world-class items. Once the runes finished etching themselves in the items, Ragnarok observed his work and smiled widely. Now he had all the things he needed to make the Ragnar Surturson persona complete. Now he only had to store this appearance and gear inside the Thousand Faces ring. And he will be ready for his mission with Shultir and later, with Sebas and Solution. In front of him, softly humming with powers, were the 3 items that would complete the gear of Ragnar Surturson. Leaving apart the Thousand Faces ring, Ragnarok wanted to travel lightly. In the equipment department, his nature as Eldjodnar craved a challenge, and he has handicapped himself, in order to make it easier, to any possible foes that he could encounter in the field. But he was not an idiot and kept all his divine class items in his inventory. Considering the possibility of things becoming pear-shaped, it was mind-blogging how easily, even the best laid plans, could turn against one. His experiences on PvP, player versus player, were proof of that. Even if Ragnarok had the World Bane class, he always hated the PvP, it was full of cheaters. Fortunately, among the members of his guild, there was one, Punito Mo, who had taught him how to PK, player kill, effectively. He even wrote a book called, Anyone Can Easily PK, which was a must for any aspiring PK and for newbie heteromorphic races players that want to survive for the first levels. The first item that Ragnarok has crafted was the black, serrated, Danish axe. He was going to baptize it as Fleshburner. The axe would be the symbol of his fake family. He would pose as a fallen noble from the northernmost zones of the continent, somewhere along the borders of the Dragon Country, looking for a fresh start in Rey Estai's kingdom. Under the disguise of being an old ally of Ainz Oal Gown, he would use his contacts with Gazef to gain a foothold in both the Adventurer Guild and the noble families. Fleshburner was enhanced with runes, fire weapon, that could make the weapon cause a huge amount of extra fire damage, teleport, that will teleport the weapon back to the hand of Ragnarok each time its name was spoken, and Curse of Muspelheim, that Bobby trapped the weapon, so with a single mental command of Ragnarok, it will incinerate anyone who was holding it. Even if he didn't want to appear too much powerful, knowing he would have to deal with a lot of bullshit of possibly spies and the sort, trying to get a hold of where or how did he gain such a weapon. His nature demanded to show his enemies exactly what are they messing with. Gauntlet of the Oldest King was the second item he would always have on himself. It would act in 2 ways. One, it would be a powerful item that will pose as a set with Fleshburner, and the second would serve to hide his Thousand-Face ring, and his Ring of Muspelheim's Tyrant, from any possible witness or prying eyes. The gauntlet had his own set of 3 runes, making it a potent defensive and supporting item with Dominate Will, Golden Shell of Fafnir, and Agley's spells on it. His own clothes, the sleeveless tunic, and trinkets were already created by Create Greater item, and would be considered something akin to a relic class level leather armor, nothing off charts. In fact, for a level 100 character, it would be a bad joke of equipment, but for a human, whose heroes are of level 50 more or less, it was more than enough to cause something akin to admiration, envy, and a little pang of fear. Storing the complete set of appearances in his ring, Ragnarok smiled when he mentally knew that he could change at will between the Ragnarok and Ragnar persona. This will facilitate things when he will be trying to get into the ruling houses of Re-Estais, and this Ragnar fellow was so carefully constructed that Ragnarok couldn't but feel proud of it. It was almost like he has created his own NPC. Now he began to understand how attached the rest of the guild was to their creations. He really should have created his own, but now, it was crying over spilled milk. Perhaps he would found something or someone interesting out there. It was one of his lesser-known capabilities, either the skill to enslave any creature and turn it into a creature that was akin to a primal fire giant, turning it into a completely loyal servant to his will. In Yggdrasil, he was limited by the summoned creature's limit that he could have in battle, but in this new world, all of that was still pending experimentation. Perhaps, he could take someone that called his interest and turn him or her into his own little NPC. Well, he did something similar with his lava maidens, now that he thought about it, but it was different. He didn't need to use either on them. He just freed them from their dungeon and basically gave them a job and a better home in Nazarick. Sex was a very welcomed perk, but he had never forced himself on them. They came to him by their own free will, offering themselves to him, voluntarily. Changing his form into his real, Eldjotnar, character, Ragnarok teleported himself to the throne room, where Albedo was patiently dealing with the everyday affairs of Nazarick. From reports of the patrols of undead of the forests around the Great Tomb to the last report of the treasury and how were expended the resources and treasures of Nazarick. From what Ragnarok knows, the tomb could work without problems for a couple of years, before they will need to transform items of the treasury into money to keep up the expenses. Albedo has already told Ragnarok of the measures that she has taken to cut some expenses, like disabling some magic traps and other things that would be useless to keep active unless they are under attack. So far, Ragnarok was impressed with the work of the succubus. There was a reason why she was the floor guardian leader. Albedo smiled widely at the arrival of Ragnarok. She was always happy to see her surrogate father. Inside the heart of Albedo, she still had the lingering fear of losing the Supreme Beings, a nightmare that all the Guardians and NPC of Nazarick shared. Even if they know that the Supreme Beings are leagues above them, all the NPCs fear that they could die at some point. Even if they are eternal, they are not immortal, they could be destroyed, and if that happens, Nazarick would be without the beings that made sense to their existence. "Oh, Father," she smiled, still trying to accustom to calling a Supreme Being so familiarly, "what brings you here?" "Hello, Albedo," smiled back Ragnarok, "is my brodir already leave to Urantel?" "No, not yet," shook her head. "Ain Sama is in his room, waiting for the daily reports and preparing to leave with Narbrul." She huffed at the end. "Why can't I go with him?" She pouted like a child without her favorite toy. "Because he knows that he could trust you with Nazarick," explained Ragnarok. "My brodir needs to know that there is something that he could trust completely in charge of the operations of Nazarick, reuniting information of all the running operations and effectively keeping Nazarick safe and sound." Albedo calmed a little after the praise of her surrogate father. She wanted him to be proud of her, and it does seem that she was doing it right. "Still, I really wanted to go with Ain Sama, especially now that he had a flesh body," she must with a lustful smile. "All those romantic opportunities lost." She sighed with sadness. "I know that Narbrul totally supports my love for Ain Sama, but her alone with a Supreme Being. I can't but feel that she was going to be taken by him, and it makes me bloody jealous," confessed the succubus. Albedo was surprisingly naive sometimes on the matters of the heart, quite a surprise, considering the lore of her race and her previous setting as slut that Tabula Smaragdina put on her settings when he created the NPC. "I don't think that my brodir is going to lay with Narbrul," shook his head Ragnarok. "Not now at last, perhaps later." Ragnarok raised an eyebrow at the distressed expression of Albedo. It's been a while since he had a flesh body, and it would not be surprising that he would want to enjoy it to his fullest. "That includes sex, by the way," chuckled Ragnarok. "But I don't think he would indulge in the pleasures of the flesh with Narbrul," continued Ragnarok, "not before he decided what to do with you." Tilt her head to the side, Albedo, not understanding that last part. "Why don't you ask him about that?" suggested Ragnarok. The sooner Ains got rid of that guilt feeling he had for messing with Albedo's setting, the better for the two of them. And if Ains got laid, all for the better. Now that he had a flesh body, he could indulge himself in the pleasures of the flesh. Being an undead in a game is cool and all that, but in real life, like they are experimenting right now, could be quite the annoyance, especially at the time of eating, drinking and fucking. And there was that bleeding, Eldjotnar, nature that made of Ragnarok a complete asshole sometimes. Ragnarok felt that he really should check that dangerous part of him, a lot more under wraps. Sometimes, it gives him ideas that terrorized him to the core. Role-playing in-game was good, but now, anything he did, had real-life consequences. Come. Let's go to say goodbye to your lover, smiled Ragnarok, raising the hand where he had the ring of Ain's OOAL gown. He knows that Albedo treasured hers, giving to her by Ain's due to a mistake he made when Mare was creating the forest. She wore it in the ring finger and had soon acquired the nervous tic of rubbing it whenever she felt excited. The succubus smiled back, and soon reunited all the reports and teleported with her own treasured ring into the doors, in front of Ain's personal quarters. As they entered the room, they saw Ain's reading a patch of a scroll. There were a lot of scratchings and half-formed kanjis of the Japanese language. Ain's raised his head from the paper patch and waved them in, allowing them permission. Ragnarok lost no time in sitting into one of the comfortable couches of the room, taking his more humane appearance to prevent the furniture to explode in fire. Ain's room was not fireproof like Ragnarok's was, and with his passive, incendiary skill as Eldjodnar, he had to be extra careful when he walked around in his real form. As Ain's Albedo, and he spoke about the daily reports and the general information they had of the outside world. They spoke about what they were going to do once they got outside of Nazarick. It was not a secret that the NPC grow relentless at the idea of both Supreme Beings leaving, but for both Supreme Beings, the mere idea of being trapped in Nazarick was a nightmare of their own. With their bodies, powers, and a new world to explore, shutting themselves inside of the tomb would be a complete waste of this second chance or whatever that has been granted to both of them. Squandering that gift, by fearing everything, hit hard in both of their natures, that would rebel against such a thing with a passion. The essences of a ruler of death, and the heir of Surtur, would drive them to madness before they even allow the weight of the world to make them shut-ins. Not to mention, Nazarick must be expanded, and if the two Supreme Beings were sitting on their thumbs, that will not happen. Still, there was the possibility that this new world had a surprise or two of their own and toss all their plans into disarray. No plan survived the encounter with the enemy, and the information that they have extracted from the white-faced asshole of the slain theocracy was heavily tinted with the opinions and prejudices of the man. In resume, it was not accurate, and both Ragnarok and Ain's despised such inconsistencies and falsehoods. It was dangerous to send NPCs out there with false or even worse, totally wrong information. They could be captured, and that would lead to the revealing of Nazarick and another entire set of problems that they wanted to avoid for the moment. The military, they were strong, but they still not self-sufficient. The forest and the Colosseum floor would do wonders for their food necessities, but alas, it was a young project that would take several months, if not a complete year, to develop an adequate farming and harvesting structure. Even if they had Mare, a level 100 druid, among them, growing enough crops to actually feed the population of Nazarick was a pipe dream. It would be needed a lot of building and careful testing of the cattle before they could implement such a thing inside Nazarick. Alas, once they had a little farm and orchard running, thanks to the dungeon system, they will be able to increase and maximize it by magical means, instead of seasonal crops. Considering the population and the needs of Nazarick, they will need all the magical help they need, as they had to feed an army every day. That was another of the reasons why they want to test the adventure system, the underworld and the nobles. All of those three could provide a nice income, easily reducing the maintenance burden of the tomb, even with all the farming and grinding that Ain's and Ragnarok did in the past to keep the tomb up and running in perfect condition. In this new world, they have already discovered that the Yggdrasil currency was not valid unless they melted the money for the gold and the such. Turning a couple of hundred coins into gold bars would give them enough funding to start their plans. Still, Ragnarok was sure that Ain's was going to start from the bottom. It was a sane policy, always knew the bottom of the pole, that's where the crappiest, yet vital works are done. In all fantasy novels, adventures, and the such, everybody starts by killing lowly things and then continue until they kill gods or other amazing beings. But no one remembers that the goblins that you killed at level 1, may be back with a bigger tribe, or the undead would spawn again. That was work for lowly adventures like you were before. Neither Ragnarok nor Ain's wanted to forget how does it feel to be at the bottom. It will prevent them to fall into arrogance, the sin that leads to falling, at the hands of what you considered unworthy of your attention. Ragnarok would move like a shark in a barrel among the nobility of Re-Estais, seeing how they work and what does the nobility desire. Between Ain's in Rantel, the biggest mercantile city, and Ragnarok in the capital, they will control the country inside out in about a month. And that taking their sweet time to do things right. After they had Re-Estais by the balls, they could turn their attention to the Empire, the slain theocracy, the Beastman tribes, and the Dragon Empire. World conquest is not as far-fetched as they thought it should. But they were conscious enough to know that they are walking on fine sands, and open war against any country would only leave millions of corpses and the risk of turning Nazarick into a nightmare instead of the orderly and stable world they wanted. Albedo was informing Ains of the latest reports they have. The forest was a hit, and they have already captured a bunch of lowly bandits that thought the dense forest could be a nice refugee. Now they were patrolling the same forest as skeleton warriors, under the command of a skeleton mage. They did not have anything praiseworthy, but they had money and pieces of equipment that they could study to know the kind of materials this world has. The corpses of the slain theocracy were all equal in style and equipment, so they had a lot of copies of the uniform and one or two special things like the slingshot that tried to use on Ains. Truth be told, the idea of the forest was something that has come to Ragnarok on the fly, and he just bullshitted it like a champ. Fortunately, Ains followed suit like a pro and cemented their status as supreme beings among the NPCs. At this rate, they were bullshitting their way out of anything, with a mix of their strange impulses and bullshittery. It was terrifying to contemplate, to be honest. Ragnarok was frankly scared of himself, how easily he acted at the top of the food chain and had the strength to back up that claim. Acting as a king that always had everything under control, never fearing anything and welcoming the challenge with open arms. It didn't take long for Albedo and Ains to clean the daily reports and paperwork that Nazarick needed. Back in time, the console commands were more than enough to deal with all of it, but now they would have to deal with the nightmare that was paperwork. Ragnarok would never felt so relieved when he discovered the superb administrative skills that Albedo had. She could run the place with the eyes closed. Call it fate if you want, but Albedo's infatuation with Ains and his little tidbit about Ragnarok being her surrogate father has been a godsend for the supreme beings. "What can I do for you, Ragnarok-san?" suddenly spoke Ains, calling Ragnarok back from his musings. "Albedo has told me you wanted to speak with me before I leave with Narbril to Erantil." It was hard to miss the twist in Albedo's frown. She really didn't like Ains leaving with Narbril, stating that she was the one that should accompany him. Her class and skills truly were perfect for being a bodyguard, but unfortunately for her, she was too good at keeping Nazarick up and running. Talents like hers did not abound enough to squander them, and by so, the succubus has to stay in Nazarick. More out of pure necessity than any other real reason, she was the only one among all the NPC that could reign over Nazarick, in case the supreme beings were out. "To show you my alter ego, once we are outside, so we do not step on each other's toes," explained Ragnarok, quickly transforming, thanks to his Thousand Faces ring, into his Ragnar Searcherson persona. "Interesting," said Ains, looking interested in the complete transformation that Sir Tor has displayed. Albedo smiled at her surrogate father, offering some advice in appearance and physical details that Ragnarok has missed. Albedo was a succubus. Even if she was somehow naive in the matters of physical intimacy, she knew all about how to be radiant and to always keep a perfect appearance, no matter the circumstances. The devices were welcomed by Ragnarok, who has created the persona of Ragnar practically on the fly, not really paying attention to the finest details. Sure, he took care of sharing some features with Solution, so they could pass as relatives, but other than that, he did not think twice about his body. Albedo was eager to make his human body as adequate as she believed it should be for a supreme being. And perhaps, showing her beloved Ains, how much she could help him to create his own body, fitting it into the wildest fantasies of Albedo. Ragnarok, on the other hand, was quite impressed. He had not thought about half of the things that Albedo was commenting about his Ragnar alter ego. But it was a good thing. The more detailed and believable the transformation was, all for the better. In the end, it was not all that different from the original form, but corrected of all little mistakes and imperfections the original had and brought to the peak of his physical state. "I like it," nodded Ragnarok, observing his new appearance and storing it into the ring. "Thanks for the help, Albedo." "It's my pleasure," smiled Albedo, who has enjoyed a lot playing doll with his surrogate father. "Truly, a perfect disguise," admitted Ains, who twirled his own Thousand Faces ring in his skeletal hands. "You have outdone yourself again with this one, my friend." "If something is worth done, then it must be overdone, Brodier," laughed Ragnarok, transforming back into his Ragnarok true form and lazily sitting on the couch, where he has been sad before. "I have even rune-enhanced a couple of items to make them pose as familiar heirlooms and the such," tapped Ragnarok the blade of Fleshburner, with his new gauntlet of the oldest king, another of his new rune-enhanced objects. "It is a motto that you took to the heart," nodded Ains. It was a common thing with Ragnarok. Every time he picked up a skill, weapon, or whatever, he made his best to not only know it in and out but maximize it and made something useful of it with his character. "Then you are going to continue with your plan of infiltrating the capital," said Ains, that was happy to leave such a nag as dealing with nobility in the hands of his ruthless and cunning friend. "Aye, I will ask for a meeting with Gazef, using your name as a recommendation, commented Ragnarok on the couch. Solution and I will pose as a family, maybe cousins or something of the sort. That would help both Solution and Sebas to get more comfortable in their roles. They will be my butler and my faraway cousin that I am trying to marry into Re-Estai's nobility. Is an excuse as valid as any other else, but all things considered and based on the reports we had from the deceased Nigan, it could work pretty well in the capital, nodded Ains, seeing the wisdom behind the words of Ragnarok. Sebas and Solution alone would be an uncomfortable position with their roles switched. Usually, Sebas was the leader of the Pleiades or Uri Alpha when the butler was serving the Supreme Beings. Switching the roles, even with the acting skills of Solution, was going to be something difficult for both of them. However, if Ragnarok was there, and both were being subservient to him, then nothing will change, and could continue with their mission in a more comfortable and focused mindset. As an actor and actress out there, it was easy to perform some roles than others, and even if they had some acting skills, this will ease their jobs a great deal. And will grant them the extra boost to their morale and focus, that they had a Supreme Being around. It was something mind-blowing, how all the NPC performed at 110% if there was a Supreme Being nearby. Guided by a strange sense of duty and loyalty, they give their all to gain the approval of the Supreme Beings. Glory to Ain's OOAL gown was way more than a phrase for them, it was a reason for a living for all of them. Well, Ragnarok was already more than happy with that. Such devotion was deserved of a reward and the same amount of loyalty. As Eldjodnar, he could value the valor of the tight-knitted family and loyal followers. His more primal and monster-like side was more than pleased with the NPCs. I am going to gain an entrance into both the nobility and the underworld of the kingdom. With luck, I will find something about other possible players in this world. Shrugged Ragnarok. Even if I do not find anything of usefulness, it will be a lot of fun. Do you honestly believe that the nobility of the country would receive you with open arms? Ains would have loved to raise an eyebrow. Nay, that is not going to happen. But, after Gazef put a good word for me in the noble circles and I entered into the Adventure Guild as one of— Wait, what were those classifications again? Blinked Ragnarok that did not remember how this world classified adventurers. It was something along with metal identifications. From lowest to highest, copper, iron, silver, gold, platinum, mithril, orichalcum and adamantite, answered Ains, remembering what he read on the reports of Neuronist Painkiller. Being undead has some amazing perks like augmented memory and impressive absorption of data. If I present myself under your banner, Gazef would probably help me to be a gold or platinum adventurer easily. Shrugged Ragnarok. Especially when I show him, Fleshburner, and explain that I can make lower versions of similar weapons. Half of the nobles and the adventurers will come to my door looking for them. Very clever, said Ains, posing a skeleton hand over his chin. If I remember correctly, you can put runes in anything. So a simple, mind-controlling spell and they will be all yours. Exactly, smiled widely Ragnarok, a little surprised of how fast has caught Ains, one of his motives to show his skills as runesmith. It was a simple, yet a crafty solution to their influence problem in the kingdom. Ragnarok, acting as Ragnar, would enter into the Adventurer Guild and show the superior quality of his gear. After rune crafting some items from the bottom well of the guild, higher-level adventurers will come and Ragnarok could put runes that contain the spell Dominate will into their items, gaining a loyal pawn that has come voluntarily to you. He could even make a show with a low-quality item. It will be something along the lines of the boomstick. A stick with a 5th tier explosion spell on it. Beating the crap out of anything with a stick is humiliating as hell. I could see that working. One noble could ask for a fashionable weapon and you will deliver a slaving item and a fashionable weapon. Chuckled Ains. His red eyes glow for a second in their empty sockets. Then you will have a loyal servant, at last for a while. Dominate can be dispelled or negated, or even rejected if they carry protective items. Speaking of the devil, raised an eyebrow Ragnarok, I had the nagging suspicion that it was not going to be the case, unless we are speaking of mithril and higher-level adventurers. Then perhaps, Ragnarok smiled. But judging from your battle with Nigan, they used a middle-tier summon as an ace under their sleeves. We can kill armies of those with our eyes closed. Point is, sighed Ragnarok, that a squad of spellcaster and summoners deployed to kill a hero-level warrior was very, very poorly geared for such a task, which means that items, or at last, high-level items, are not that common or way over the pay grade of most adventurers. Not to mention that a summoned creature like Dominion of Authority was done thanks to a sealing crystal, not by their own magic. Ragnarok snorted. If that's the top of their magical powers, then I will mostly conclude that powerful protective items are not common at all. I can see the logic in that reasoning, nodded Ains. But Ragnarok Sama entered albedo in the conversation. As thorough as Neuronist was in his interrogation, he had to conclude that Nigan was nothing but a middle-level common fodder, trying to win through seer numbers instead of individual quality. Explained albedo the little letter of the report. He had the talent to empower summoned creatures, so a horde of Archangel Flame, and his dominion of authority, could be more than enough to deal with this Gazef human, a level 50 or less warrior. True, admitted Ragnarok, he really should pay more attention to the reports. Still, I think my plan would gain us some easy footholds in the Kingdom Royal Court. From there on, it is only a matter to keep tipping scales in our favor, or even kill this king and put a doppelganger on his place. Interesting idea, but until we know more about how really capable adventurers and spellcasters are in Rey Estais, we will keep that plan on the back burner, said Ains, and Ragnarok shrugged. It was nothing but ideas bouncing from one to another. They had to play as they were trying to conquer the nearby lands, without the real intention of doing so. Pity that the rest of the NPCs and their mothers were convinced that they truly wanted to conquer the world. That was going to be quite the surprise for the two supreme beings. Rantel, Shining Golden Pavilion. So far, so good. Ragnarok, already transformed into his Ragnar persona, was enjoying a meal with Solution in the most expensive of the restaurants of the city of Rantel. If he was not mistaken, Ains and Narbrul would be in the same city too, both teams already moving on with their missions. After he started to hunt possible martial arts users, he soon discovered that the monsters of this world were nothing out of the ordinary. Shultir enjoyed the hunt together and made no little amounts of innuendos about celebrating the hunt in the bed with several of her vampire brides as additional lovers. Ragnarok would have accepted, but he thought that rutting like wild animals in the forest would be something not appropriate. However, on a later date, in his new bed in the house he was going to have in the capital, was totally still on the cards. Ragnarok's Eldjodnar side was all about tossing Shultir against the carcass of their last prey and riding her petite ass until she couldn't even remember her name. But Ragnarok cut down that line of thought. Maybe later, in a bed and out of possible witnesses. The last thing they need, right after the beginning of a mission, was for a poor sod seeing them rutting like beasts and calling the authorities about them. Of all the beasts they have encountered so far, along with a little bunch of goblins and an ogre, all of them have resulted in a disappointment, but they have been a fun diversion until they found something remotely useful among all this rubble. Among these little-leveled beasts and monsters, Ragnarok soon realized that they were not even a shadow of what they fought in Yggdrasil. Not even by far, but Shultir enjoyed tearing them to pieces as soon as Ragnarok let her unleash her bloodlust and butcher them like the cattle they practically were. The surroundings of Nazarick were as secure as they could be. Leaving apart the small bunch of bandits that accidentally stumbled inside the forest, there have not been any other security problems, and thanks to the height of the trees, the great tomb was more than hidden for inquisitive eyes. Unless they fly over the trees and would mean that they were a serious menace, it would be impossible to see the tomb. Anyhow, Ragnarok left Sebas and Solution move into Rantel, and start building a name for the Searcherson clan, a longtime allies, and servant of Ains Ooal Gown. For their cover, Sebas will be the butler and Solution will be a second or third cousin of Ragnar Searcherson, last head of the clan, trying to make a new name and fortune for the family as adventurer and weapon artisan. Curiously, it worked like a charm, as soon as Sebas offered the merchants of Rantel a dozen of golden rune-enhanced rings. High-class items, easily created with Create Greater Item, and a Magic Armor spell, a basic second-tier spell, that Ragnarok has as Muspelheim Soldier. The merchants saw the rings, saw the enhancements, and were more than happy to sell them to the local adventurer guild. On a side note, Ragnarok was sure that Ains was going to recognize the rings. It was a signal that they will be already on the move, and in their route for the capital. With luck, a high-level adventurer will ask for a more powerful item and Ragnarok will enslave the adventurer. He has baptized the rings as Ring of the Soldier. Basic as hell, but enough for a starting in the magical items business. Half of the money went directly to Nazarick and the other half, to pay the bill of the restaurant, inn, whatever was needed, where Ragnarok and his team were spending some days to make the fame of Ragnar as artisan solidify and to left clear that he was not some broken-down noble but a rising star. Adding some mystery as Ragnar has not been seen by anyone still, only his butler and his unbelievable beautiful but spoiled cousin were seen around the Shining Golden Pavilion in the market, collecting the rings and settling some basic deals with the merchant community. As Ragnarok was hunting down beasts and bandits, along Shultir, growing a sensation of disappointment each time they found nothing but cannon fodder in their way. Solution and Sebas had already planned an ambush for a big and well-organized group of hijackers, bandits, and criminal scum. Hopefully, there will be anything useful among all that rubble. If not, well, Ragnarok really hoped that he will find anything of utility among the adventurers of the capital. This world was interesting but severely disappointing in the challenging department. Really, Ragnarok was eager to find something that could present a challenge for him or Ains. They need something to keep their skills sharp. The sword that stays in its scabbard for too long soon rusts and decays. With their business finished for the moments and his rings already on the market, Ragnarok knew that they should move to the capital and start moving into the shadows of the kingdom and the nobles' circles. Solution was more prepared for the latter, and thanks to Ragnarok's levels as Slaver and Tyrant, Ragnarok could easily make himself a name on the underground. Still, he was not Beast Tamer. That was Aura's domain. Ragnarok was more akin to dominate humanoid races, but not heteromorphic races. He could break the will of a human, elf, orcs, and goblins, perhaps. But something like slimes, dire wolves, and other monsters-like races required magic. Still, thanks to his tyrant job, those under his domain were forever bonded to him and loyal to a fault. Scared shitless of failing him. In Yggdrasil, it was not precisely a very sordid job, as it was less useful than Beast Tamer, Slaver, and Tyrant, only shined when there were mercenary NPCs involved or the player had a base with a humanoid military fortress of some kind. The Great Tomb of Nazarick was practically filled with undead and monsters, so these two jobs were not precisely of utility to Ragnarok in it. He took them as part of his role-playing, to add some extra juice to the idea of a fire giant warlord of the Norse mythology, that plundered anything he wanted and took riches and slaves at his desire. In this new world, it was something that he had to prove in something more worthy than the disappointments that he has faced so far along Shultir. Speaking of which, even if she was as disappointed as him in the low quality of the enemies, she loved to hunt and kill along with him. Only protested a little, that it was a pity that Ains Sama was not there, to turn these filthy lesser beings into adequate resources to Nazarick, like skeleton soldiers, or even death knights, if Ains was feeling generous. Ragnarok didn't buy it for a second. She wanted to ambush them and have a passionate night of debauchery. Well, Ragnarok was all for it, but in a more appropriate setting, like the manor he was going to buy in the capital or his own quarters back at Nazarick. In fact, he already missed his lava maidens. The girls were exactly what his Eldjotnar nature wished and more. But the human inside the Eldjotnar opposed to the idea. Sex was welcome, but if there were no emotions involved it would soon become something insipid and bland, and that was something that not the human or the fire giant would permit. Sitting on the table of the shining golden pavilion, Ragnar and Solution were quite the imposing visage. Solution has already transformed into a noble beauty that could match the famous golden princess of this kingdom, and Ragnar was the epitome of male virility with a red mane and the same azure blue eyes of his cousin. In all, they were the most beautiful humans that the people of the pavilion have seen in all their lives. Solution was radiant with her red and golden dress, matching the red and golden tunic of her cousin. In all, they were the envy and awe of the people surrounding them, with Sebas, a tall and impeccable butler at their side. They irradiate power and nobility, leaving the rich people of their surroundings like little more than ugly ducks. As the waiters of the pavilion did their best to serve them, barely able to endure their gazes, Ragnarok and his team were having a mental conversation thanks to the message spell. Even if there was a spellcaster in the pavilion, it would be hard to catch an ear of the conversation, not to mention Ragnarok or any of the other two would have noticed the intruding presence easily. "I take that the reunion with the merchants went well?" asked Ragnarok for a report of what they had done meanwhile he was hunting with Shultir. "Yes, Ragnarok-sama," said the two at the same time. "The rings were sold as fast as you said they would," informed Solution, as she was the one that negotiated the deal as Seba's lookup for an adequate bait for the criminal organization. It didn't take long for him to found a waste of a man that drive carriages directly into ambushes. Still, the merchants tried to downplay them. "The nerve of those flesh bags," huffed Solution mentally, "but they soon caved. I only had to take the rings and say that I would bring them to another company, who could appreciate true wonders when they see it. Considering the level of the enemies I have fought to so far, I wouldn't be surprised if it truly was the first time they saw high-class items," chuckled Ragnarok. "All I have found so far is low to middle-class tops. It left me a little disappointed, to be honest with both of you. Indeed, I have noticed how not even the adventurers in the city carried nothing out of middle-class gear over them," added Sebas, who was as surprised as Ragnarok for the absence of true equipment, even on the gold ranks group of adventurers that he found in the market, as he was looking for the carriage driver. "One of my brodiers always said that the powerful eagle hides his talons," remembered Ragnarok about one of the sayings of Nishikirai, one of the founders of Ains Oal Gown. "I remember those words," commented Sebas, and Ragnarok knew that his hunch about the NPCs having memories of their times as NPCs in Yggdrasil was true. Nishikirai-sama was the one that said those. Excellent memory, Sebas. Congratulated Ragnarok, taking note of speaking with Ains later on the matter of the memories. Yes, they were my Brodir words, and I think they are fitting for the occasion. I am sure that the adventurers in the city did not carry around their best gear. Although, I suspect the main reason is that they feel secure here, lowering their guard when they are not in the fields, killing monsters and the such. Here is the food, ready for the show, ordered Ragnarok, who has seen the servants carrying the food and drinks to their table. The servants of the pavilion soon reappeared, carrying the very delicately prepared food of the pavilion and a bottle of their best wine for Ragnar, who simply took from the stunned face of the waiters and plopped the cork of the bottle with his thumb and filled a crystal glass to the brim, scared the shit out of the waiter with a glacial stare. They were acting as the most elite and powerful nobles these peasants have seen in all their pathetic lives, and truth to be told, Ragnarok was sure, it was very close to the reality than he thought. Drinking from the glass, like it was nothing but a common beverage, Ragnarok soon frowned. Not that the wine has anything wrong, it was very good actually, but he was a beer man and a mead, Eldjodnar, so this wine was something bland and fruity for his tastes. Solution soon followed suit and loudly protested for the quality of the food that they were serving to her. She was quite the actress. Ragnarok was pretty sure that the food she had in front of her was something that the peasants of this kingdom would found akin to the food of the gods. However, Ragnarok was also sure that Solution would eat any of those humans, instead of the luxurious food in front of her. Ragnarok grabbed the bottle and with little effort, shattered the glass, silencing the protests as he rose from the chair like he was a titan of old ages. The Eldjodnar, inside him, basked in such reaction, such fear and awe. The man knew as Rick, not so much, but he liked to be the star of the show for once. Years of roadie, little more than a shadow of the band he worked with, has been compensated with the adoration that these NPCs and the people of this new world professed to his Ragnar and Ragnarok identities. Enough, simply said Ragnarok, and the silence in the inn become absolute. Some people even stop moving. Spitting the wine he has been drinking back into the glass as a symbol of despite, Ragnarok left the glass over the table and stared at the people in the pavilion, greatly satisfied that none could keep up with his glare. Yep, low-level humans, all right. Saul, my dear, call that useless lump of flesh we have for carriage driver and prepare to move, ordered Ragnarok, and Solution smiled once and moved at once to call the servant, who was in a corner, wolfing down his food. Sebas, prepare our luggage, turned his attention back to the imposing butler at the side of the table. I am sorely disappointed with his city, we leave for the capital tonight. As you wish, my lord, bowed in acceptance Sebas. In all, the butler of Nazarick was enormously happy to serve a supreme being. He was the perfect butler, and Ragnarok Sama has been kind enough to allow him to follow that role during the mission they were performing. Without another word, Ragnarok, under his Ragnar visage, climbed the stairs of the pavilion, with Solution hanging from his arm. Both had a glacial and full of despite stare in their eyes as they climbed the stairs to their room in the pavilion. Sebas bowed and apologized for the scene to the rest of the presents in the dining room. However, the presence of Ragnar has left mute and terrorized. Ragnarok may be his public persona, so to say, but unfortunately, even if he was his more humane appearance, it was nothing but a cover. Behind the flesh, he was still being an Eldjodnar, and he had used presence of the oldest being in an indirect manner against the common humans of the pavilion. Ragnarok should be thankful that none of them has died of a heart attack, with the pressure and debuffs that his skill afflicted them with. It didn't take long for Sebas to get their departure ready, and once he finished with it, he climbed the stairs to the room, where the Supreme Being and the Pleiades were supposedly residing in. Thanks to gate spells, Ragnarok could be back and forth between Schultir hunting team and his role as Ragnar Searcherson. It was an easy task for him to cast a gate and move where he was needed. As soon as Sebas entered the room, he found Solution bowing in apologies for her rude behavior, and Ragnarok Sama sat in the wooden chair of the room, observing the ring of the Muspelheim tyrant. The ring was the item that he was using to seal all the documents that he had to sign as head of the Searcherson clan. It also served as his own personal icon, the same that appeared in his personal banner back in Nazarick's throne room. Sebas and Solution talked for a little. Even if Solution loved being around the Supreme Being, she felt that she should not be so rude with her superior in the Pleiades. Sebas was the leader of the Pleiades after all. Don't fret, lass, interrupted Ragnarok the conversation. You have done well, although your apologies honor you. Raising from the chair, Ragnar realized that he has unconsciously slipped his control over his nature and has charred a little the wood of the chair. Bugger me, snorted Ragnar. Before smashing the chair and the table in one single punch, he would pay for it, but this would hide the blackened wood of the chair among the wreckage. Thanks for your kind words, Ragnarok Sama, smiled Solution with an honest smile. The Shoggoth could be beautiful and horrific at whim, turning her beatific appearance into a slime nightmare in a second. But she really enjoyed being near Ragnarok. Both had no qualms in devouring whatever was bugging them if they consider it appropriate. "How's our little black sheep doing?" asked Ragnarok, putting his ring back in his hand, along the Thousand Faces ring. "Zax is right now, speaking with some hoodlum and concreting the attack on our carriage," smiled Solution with an eye closed. She has been watching the low life all this time with a piece of her slime body constantly following the man wherever he went. "He is even bargaining for some fun time with me after the bandits have killed you and Sebas." "Perfect, that would, hopefully, bring us some," martial artist, nodded Ragnarok with a fanged smile. "Ready to go, Sebas?" asked the butler. "Yes, my lord," answered the butler, carrying the heavy luggage of the pair like it was a featherweight. "Ragnarok-sama," called Solution to Ragnarok, "may I have the permission to devour Zack?" "By all means," waved Ragnarok his hand, granting the slime assassin his permission. "If you wanted to devour him, go ahead, enjoy your meal." "Thank you very much, Ragnarok-sama," bowed Solution profusely for the gift of the Supreme Being. Her face was already twisted in a parody of beauty, revealing her real monster nature. Nothing out of the ordinary, Ragnarok's own natural form was made of the nightmares of the humans, a humongous monster of horns, charcoal-colored skin full of lava and darkness. He was an Eldjotnar, there weren't worse in Norse mythology. Although Ragnarok has to admit that the usual, sultry and provocative nature of Solution did call to his human side, she was quite the beauty, and if one excuses the drills of her hair, she was very similar to Lita Ford, an old crush of the man behind the monster called Ragnarok. The trio made their way into the carriage, but not after Ragnarok sent a message to Shultir, so she can slip into the carriage. Zack was already ready on the driver's seat, ready to drive the carriage into the main road of the city and into the roads that would lead to the capital. Despite his multiple flaws, Zack could have done that travel with his eyes closed. He has done it dozens of times already and sold his passengers to all kinds of bandits and other organizations for an adequate price. Inside the carriage, Ragnarok was petting Shultir, who was resting her head on his lap, practically purring, as he and Sebas talked about the properties that he had to buy in the capital. The Eldjotnar was amused by the cat-like attitude of Shultir, but this will keep her sedated for a little, while he and Sebas draw the lines of the kind of manor that Ragnarok has already bought in the capital and the modifications that must be done. They will need something spacious, so much was for certain. A rune forge takes a lot of space, between the anvil, the reagents, and the enhancing table. It was a mix between a forge and an alchemist lab in that sense. They will need a big garden, just to keep a distance between the house and the streets, and sure they will need a lot of security measures to keep any possible intruders at bay. They needed a public facade, the Surcherson clan, and the real deal, the place where Nazarick agents and a diverse team will move in and out. For the moment a 2-story tall manor would be ideal. Not taking into consideration the prices, but gold was not a worry for Ragnarok. They had enough gold bars to buy something decent, and as soon as the fame of the Surcherson rune-enhanced items hit the streets, the income would be flowing nicely. After Carne Village, Ains was using that same village like a buffer, between whoever comes asking from Nazarick and the true tomb of Nazarick. It was easier to deal with fellow humans than any other denizen of Nazarick. Half of them were dangerous monsters, and the few that were human-like, despised the humans and treated them as toys in the best of the cases and pure garbage the worst. The peasants of Carne Village were useful. They were a nice distraction. Any merchant or seeker of Ains Oal Gown would found a prosperous village that thrives under the government of Ains. Soon they will have to move some forces to the place. Just in case the slain theocracy wanted to make bis of the setup that they made when they were hunting Gazef. Ragnar Surcherson's appearance in the capital will only be made it even more believable that there was an ancient and powerful spellcaster somewhere in the wildlands. For the moments, it was nothing but rumors and nothing else. The real shocker would be Momin and Nabe, the 2 new adventurers that claimed that they were adamantite. If his calculations are correct, Ragnarok was convinced that today was their first adventure outside of the walls of Erantel, with a young group of adventurers. Being young again, or, better said, to be low level again. As the level grew, so did the stakes, the numbers, the planning, the strategies, the skills, the spells. Between 2 low-level players, there was not much to prepare for. Their jobs practically told you what are they going to do. Level 5 Barbarian against Level 7 Monk, and it is relatively easy to guess that one was going to attack with 2-handed weapons and physical attacks empowering skills, and the other will use a lot of skills to empower his attacks and the such. But when the player hit level 15 or so, then is when things got really fun. Yggdrasil was the paradise of customization. You can craft practically all you desired, and that included your jobs and racial classes. There were limits of course, but they more guidelines than anything else. For example, starting as a racial class, elf, and job class, warrior, 2 basics. Then you could level up your racial class, gaining unique skills or spells adequate for your race, or you could raise your job class into a myriad of jobs that unlocked with another myriad of things. Level 10, warrior, and level 5, elf, unlocked the job class, blade dancer, for example, and that's if the player has already mastered the sword path of the warrior skill. Following or knowing the number of races and jobs that were presented in Yggdrasil was a nightmare itself. Just the spell list was nearby the 6,000, not counting skills or racial passive traits and the such. Ains and Ragnarok were oddities in the game, mostly because they preferred to stick to a theme and role-playing that same theme than the majority of the players that made of power gaming their religion. After all, why keep a flawed character when you could customize your race and job into the perfect blend of pure awesome and invincibility? That was one of the reasons why heteromorphic races were hunted. Not only because there was no XP penalty for PKing, as they were only one step over common monsters, but because they had possibly the best racial classes and jobs of the game. It was a twisted balance. If you want to be on top, you will have to suffer being the target of all PKs of the game, until you join a guild that provides you shelter, or you are at a level on where most of the players will have to think twice before doing anything. Still, Ragnarok was a bit different in that sense, as both his racial class and job class were practically unique. He got them, along with a dozen more compensations, when he suffered almost an aneurysm during the beta of the drive-through tech of Yggdrasil. Eldjodnar and Muspelheim Soldier were very, very expensive elements of the game that were only at the reach of wealthy players. He would admit that both were OP as hell at the beginning, but considering what high-level people like Ains have done, only following a path, it was not that OP in a PvP duel. None of them had an advantage over the other, unless they could get some serious previous preparations before starting the duel. The carriage advanced through the roads, a bit slowly for the taste of Ragnarok, but he was not in any hurry. After all, this was a supposed ambush, and he was going to sit back and enjoy the picture of Shultir tearing a new one to the bandits. Perhaps, with a severe amount of luck, there will be someone with martial arts among them. Someone that Ragnarok could turn into a slave, thanks to his tyrant job class, or even, if whoever was impressed him enough, test his Eider skill with the victim, turning the subject into a primal fire giant, and absolutely loyal to him. It was a long shot by far, especially considering how little has the world impressed so far, but it would be interesting to see how his slave could grow in this new world. Shultir was purring in his lap, the content of being petted like that at the hands of one of the supreme beings she has fallen head over heels for. The true vampire was a very sexually active girl with a libido that went out of the roof. Thanks to her vampire brides, she could enjoy herself in debauched sessions of bloody and raunchy lesbian sex. Her libido, otherwise, would be out of control, although, now that she had two of the objects of her deepest desires at hand, she was having problems controlling her lust. But, right now, she was enjoying the attention of her beloved Ragnarok Sama, milking his ministrations for all that they were worth. You know, Shultir, in some ways, you are surprisingly similar to my sister, Bukubuku. Suddenly said Ragnarok, scratching a sensitive point of the neck of Shultir and making her shudder and smile widely. But then the words of Ragnarok entered her brain and she turned her head to look at him with disbelief on her face. Solution and Sebas looked at him with surprise and no little curiosity. But, Purarankino-sama was my creator, she weakly protested, still dazed from the petting of Ragnarok. I know, however, Bukubuku loved to be pampered like you are now, chuckled Ragnarok. My sister, being a unique branch of the slime race, had a lot of difficulties to found someone that could stand at her side, much less pet her like I am doing now. Smiled Ragnarok, remembering the past and how he had to do a load of chores and the such for Bukubuku, in order to convince her to lend him his true and acting voice into a recorder, for several magical items. Being an Eldjodnar, I could touch her without any repercussion, explained Ragnarok. And when the day has being a little too much stress for her when she was working as a voice actress, she soon looked out for me and demanded to be pampered. Ragnarok laughed. Of course, when Purarankino got the ear of it, he did not lose a second to tease and bicker with his sister about it. Sister? Widened the eye of Sebas. Purarankino-sama and Bukubuku Shigama-sama were siblings? They are, pointed out Ragnarok, who was pretty sure that they were alive and well, back in their little blue planet. That's why they were always bickering with each other. If you look at Aura and Mare you could get a relatively good impression of how they truly were. Always wanted to know why Shultir-sama bickered that much with Aura-sama. Now I know, smirked Sebas, surprised for the revelation. Ragnarok-sama, if you allow me to ask, what's a voice actress? That is not job class that we knew about, politely asked Solution. Schultier has already listened to that once and had her suspicions about what exactly the job was, but as she could not ask the Supreme Being, Ragnarok-sama was the best clue, and he was always eager to share the tales of his adventures with the rest of the Supreme Beings. The Spiral of Triumphs was one of the most famous rooms in Nazarick, where Ragnarok-sama offered the tales of the sagas, as he liked to call the Supreme Being's adventures, to anyone that wanted to listen. A lot of NPC has already asked permission and were guided into the impressive room by the lava maidens that Ragnarok had in his room. The true vampire was a bit jealous of the lava maidens. They surely have already been taken by Ragnarok-sama, and Schultier wanted to be part of his women, and the women of Ains-sama, of course. She loved the Supreme Beings more than anything else. It's a complicated thing, solution, something that did not exist in Yggdrasil originally, but something unique, smiled Ragnarok to the Shoggoth, who blushed imperceptibly. Voice actress or seiyuu, to be idiomatically correct, provided their voices, so previously devoid of any life, beings could have a spark of life. I have bullshitted like a pro, on this one, congratulated himself Ragnarok with the flabbergasted expressions of the NPCs around him. Surely, from now on, they will, even more, convinced of the divine essence of Ragnarok and Ains. It was a good thing they had no bloody idea of what real life was. Good thing indeed, it allowed Ains and him a lot of bullshitting space when their questions became a bit too awkward. The sudden stop of the carriage interrupted the conversation and immediately put all the three NPCs in a very bad mood. It was a rare occasion for a Supreme Being to take some time of the day for speaking with them and sharing pieces of their knowledge and wisdom, leagues above their own. That being interrupted like that was something that none of the NPCs liked at all. Ragnarok observed their expression, especially the murderous glint in Solution and Schultier eyes, that he smirked. Oh boy, these poor bastards, they were in for a world of pain. Get out, bitch, screamed a rough male voice. We know you are there. Dinner time, Solution, joked Ragnarok with Solution. Schultier, be a dear and suck them dry of all their blood, will you? Let's see if there is a diamond on the rough among all this charcoal. Sebas, would you please take control of the horses? I am afraid that once these beautiful ladies start, they will scare and try to run away. As you wish, Ragnarok-sama, bowed the three of them, or tried to, as Schultier was still on his lap. It didn't take long. It would have been quite a surprise if they found something of interest if it was the case. Once Schultier exited the carriage and summoned two of her vampire brides, they were pretty much dead meat. Vampire brides are not monsters that you can scoff off. Well, not unless you are level 40 or higher. Ragnarok or any of the floor guardians could wipe out dozens of them easily, but for these humans, they could very well be the Grim Reaper incarnate. Ragnarok knew that Schultier had some of these monsters as followers and concubines. More than once has the true vampire insinuated Ragnarok to join them in bed, in a massive orgy. Once the manor in the capital was bought, Ragnarok was going to christen the entire mansion with her and her vampire brides. Meanwhile, Solution was having a very good time, devouring Zack. The poor bastard took the hook, line, and sinker when the pheromones and the supernatural beauty of Solution made him reach for her breast, trying to grope those creamy, white mounds. Just to bury his arms to the elbow into a slimy substance and be suctioned inside the body of the Shoggoth, where he will be digested for a couple of days, much to the delight of Solution. Ragnarok yawned, exiting the carriage and grabbing one of the running bandits. He slammed his face against the side of the carriage. Unfortunately, he squashed the head of the bandit. He has applied too much strength to the attack and has splattered the head of the bandit like a melon under a jackhammer. Ragnarok took note of being way more careful in the future, dealing with humans and other weak races. It would be a pity if he just accidentally killed his own slaves or something along those lines. On the bright side, the vampire brides has managed to capture one of the bandits alive, charming him into a submissive slave. Excellent work, lasses, congratulated Ragnarok the vampire brides, who bowed and smiled in thanks to the Supreme Being. Now, let's see what have you captured. The dumb expression of the bandit spoke volumes of how easily has the poor sod fall under the charm, skill of the vampire brides. That would only mean that he was a low-level warrior or bandit of some kind. A warrior like Gazef would have chopped the vampires in pieces. He was capable of destroying a Death Knight, a creature that was at the same level or higher than the vampire brides. Must be said that the Death Knight was way more battle-oriented than the vampire brides, who acted more as a scout and personal bodyguards of Schultier along with her personal sex toys when her lust reached her peak. Now, Piggy, tell me, where can I find your friends? And, there is a martial artist among your crew? Asked Ragnarok, observing the charmed bandit as he was little more than a fly on the wall. Surprisingly, he has something interesting to say. His group of thieves and bandits were a very organized band or mercenaries, recently declared rogues by the kingdom, that has taken residence and made themselves a little fortress inside a little hill, not very far from the position on where they were standing right now. And the cherry on top, they had a very famous martial artist among them, one who was capable enough to fight on equal grounds with Gazef, the hero of the country. With a chuckle, Ragnarok shook his head in amusement. Shultir and he have been scouring the forest and the hills near Irantel, and they have been under their noses the entire time. Talk about irony. Thanks for the information, Fleshbag, smiled wickedly Ragnarok. Now, are you thirsty, my dears? Asked Ragnarok to the vampire brides that elegantly stood behind the charmed man. They nodded. Even if they have massacred the bandits, all the blood has flown into Shultir's skill, blood pool. Of course, the brides are completely terrified of their master, Shultir, and would never say anything about it. Feast on him, tossed Ragnarok the man to them, who smiled at him and then buried their sharp fangs into the defenseless man, sucking his blood avidly. Shultir was a little divided. On one hand, she loved when Ragnarok Sama was in command like right now. On the other hand, she would have loved to be the one offered a snack. Of course, she still has a big, floating orb of blood over her head and knew that her bloodlust was more than sated for now. Ragnarok Sama was too kind for his own good, although, if he was attracted to vampires, then she was more than happy to be her lover for all the raunchy things he could want to do to her, all night long. Until the vampires end their feeding on the poor bastard, he surely would become a lesser vampire at the end. Ragnarok turned his attention to Sebas and Solution. The butler was patiently waiting in the place of the driver, and the Shoggoth was at the door of the carriage, smiling in pure bliss for the agony of the waste of a man that was inside her right now. Sebas, Solution, called Ragnarok the attention of the two. Continue traveling to the capital, secure the manor, and message me when you need me to sign anything as head of the Searcherson clan, ordered Ragnarok, quickly and precisely. Put another dozen of my Ring of the Soldier rings in the market, made sure that they are offered a discount to any adventurers that want to buy one, and deliver this to Gazef Mansion in the capital. Ragnarok took out of his inventory a letter. It was the way on where Ragnarok was going to introduce himself to Ain's contact in the capital, Gazef Stronov, the warrior captain of the kingdom, who has a life debt with Ain's, due to the events that took place in Carne village. Between him and Ain's, it was easy to write a presentation letter for Ragnar. At the insistence of Ragnarok, it was written in a clear and direct style. Gazef was not a noble, he was a warrior. Ragnar wanted to appear like something similar, a powerful man, who was a noble at the same time. Understood. Ragnarok Sama nodded the butler, as Solution bowed and get on the carriage, continuing their travel to the capital. Now, let's hunt ourselves some martial artist, smiled Ragnarok to Shultir and her sated vampire brides, as the recently created lesser vampire took flight and guided to the base of their former comrades. The hideout of the death-spreading brigade. So disappointing, said Ragnarok, throwing Fleshburner lazily and cutting a bandit in half. This was the 8 or so mercenary that they have found in their way into the hideout of the former comrades of the bandit that the vampire brides transformed into a lesser vampire, not even a couple of hours ago. The ashes of said vampire were hanging from a very clever and nasty spear trap near the entrance, by the way. Ragnar laughed at the trap. It was clever and lethal, he liked it a lot. The loss of the lesser vampire was not even worth mentioning in the long run. It was kind of curious how this vampire kin is useful for a lot of tasks, yet they fall in the simplest traps like novices, although, thanks to the regeneration skill, few traps put them down to the count. One of the brides soon took point, killing any human in her path with efficiency. Shultir was walking behind her, hanging from the arm of Ragnarok, who was in his Ragnar form. They looked like they were having a stroll inside the cave. Still, the height difference make it appear as it was a father walking with her little girl. The vampire bride was capable of chopping down any of the mercenaries that came her way. With her inhumane strength, the weak flesh of the humans was like wet cardboard for her. For the moment, they had yet to see any kind of martial arts, or worth of mention magical items. Thanks to his primal Eldjodnar racial class, Ragnarok eyes were under a see-through permanent spell, acting as a passive skill. It allowed him to see the scarce and low-level magical items that the mercenaries that have faced them carried on their person. Nothing outstanding precisely, perhaps a potion or two, however the blue color of the potion confused Ragnarok a little. Healing potions were red, that was the rule of Yggdrasil, but after taking a blue potion from one of the corpses and cast an all-appraisal magical item spell on it, it revealed that it was indeed a healing potion. A first-level tier healing potion, a freaking joke at this point. But Ragnarok was not arrogant enough To do not recognize that level 1 healing potions were his bread and butter at his first levels too, saving his bacon more times than he liked to remember. Never underestimate items, they can be the difference between life and death on a lot of occasions. As the rune-enhanced Danish axe teleported back to his extended hand, they made a pause, looking at the distribution of the mercenary lair. It was something crude, but military speaking, it was more than appropriate for an impromptu band of thieves and low-level warriors. They have yet to see a mere spellcaster, nothing magic or divine for the moment. Unless there was some kind of hidden boss or something, all this place was not better than a tutorial dungeon for newbies. Leaving apart the traps and the bandits, they were as dangerous as a bunch of fluffballs. Even level 5 adventurers of Yggdrasil would have been able to clear this place with easiness. For Shultir and Ragnarok, both level 100, this was not even in the category of a bloody joke. With a single swipe of her clawed hand, the bride on point slit the throat of another mercenary, before he could raise his axe and hit her with it. Low equipment and low fighting skills. Curiously, Ragnarok was a lot more knowledge in the art of war than he was in his life as Rick Riggs. He sure had a liking for strategy games and other RPGs along with medieval fencing, but from his hobbies to the knowledge he had now about how to fight properly was an abyss of difference. Now he was easily capable of discerning how basic were the fighting skills of this bunch. They knew the basics and had a decent grasp of basic group tactics, but it was clear that they have never fought a real menace, not to mention how they did not cover each other at all. A trio of bandits came from the lateral passage and soon charged at the bride, but one of them raised a crossbow and shot at Ragnar. Raising an eyebrow, he caught the flying projectile and increased his grip on the arm of Shultir, who was already seeing red. If it was even possible, the vampire bride became paler and soon hissed, showing her fangs in fury and shredded into pieces, the trio of low lives that have dared to attack a supreme being. Ragnar on his part was amused by the crude and poor craftsmanship of the projectile. It was an insult for any real weapon out there. Alas, this was not your everyday RPG world where a comet would only cause the loss of HP points and that's it, but a world where a rusted piece of metal could end life as good as the best sword of the world. Not precisely the best piece of equipment that I have seen, but for a lowly human, this would have been more than enough. Commented Ragnarok, crashing the projectile and making it burn in his hand, in a quick burst of flames. My deepest apologies. Ragnarok Sama fell to her knees and bowed the bride, hitting the floor with her forehead. That piece of scum was faster than me and attacked you, I am deeply ashamed. Shultir was positive murderous with her vampire bride, surely she would have already torn her apart for made her look bad by proxy. But Ragnarok was faster and wrapping a muscled arm over the shoulders of Shultir, swept away from her murderous intentions and made her blush in happiness. Not your fault, lass, dismissed Ragnarok the attack like it has been nothing, not to mention, the bolt would have broken against my skin, such a low-class item hasn't had any chance. The vampire bride rose from her bowing position and smiled in thanks to Ragnarok, not only for his forgiveness but for keeping Shultir Sama at bay, hugging her petite frame with his muscular arm, making her drool and surround herself in the warmth that the body of Ragnarok Sama emitted, even when he was posing as a lowly human. With a final reverence, the vampire took point again, and together they moved deeper into the caves that these mercenaries were using as a hideout. You had very good subordinates, Shultir, commented Ragnarok. Loyal, capable, useful, perhaps could you lend me one of your vampires for a little experiment? Shultir frowned, but before she could protest, Ragnarok slipped his hand into her backside and squeezed her ass with his powerful hand, making her choke a yelp and blush red, visible on her pale skin. Do not be jealous, you will always be my #1 vampire girl, laughed Ragnarok, making Shultir incredibly happy. Only the superior strength of Ragnarok prevented her to jump his bones right there. But I was thinking on how one of my skills, Eider, would react with one of your vampire brides. Fire is one of the few weaknesses of your race and I was pondering about. The scream of the vampire bride, with them, cut short the explanation of Ragnarok. In a second, they were both observing how a human with blue hair has managed to cut the vampire bride with a katana like a sword. Ragnarok's smile became wider at the picture. Finally something interesting, this must be the aforementioned martial artist, the real treasure of all this stroll through this joke of a dungeon. The vampire soon recovered and hissed like an animal, as the wound closed in a second. The human sword was not made of silver, neither blessed, so unless he managed to kill the vampire in one single strike, no damage will last more than a couple of seconds. If anything, the vampire bride's regeneration was amazing, allowing them to soak a lot of damage before they fall, perfect tanks for a vampire player or anyone with access to them. Shultir, as a true vampire, had a couple of them always around, as servants and concubines, considering the nightmarish strength that the petite body of Shultir hid. it was just common sense to have sex partners that could endure a lot of punishment and could last a lot in the bed. The human was a tall human of around 6 feet tall, muscular but nothing like the human form of Ragnarok, that could leave weightlifters as clumsy ballerinas. The katana he carried over his shoulder was surprisingly clear of blood and identified him as a warrior of some kind. Jobs are a little confusing in this new world. They were a lot more fluid than they were in Yggdrasil, a very impressive achievement, considering the grade of customization of the game. Anyhow, the man was a human warrior of blue hair and brown eyes, with almost feral traits, not in the beastman kind of traits but more like someone has given a sword to a Doberman and told him it was legal to cut people into pieces. Ragnarok, like the savage aura that the man exuded, was very similar to his own. Eljotner could respect strength and the desire for strength. Even if this was a mere human, this man has managed to cut the skin of a vampire, surpassing her inhumane reflexes and resilient skin, and what's even more impressive, he has done it without any kind of magical weapon. Ragnarok could see that his katana was mundane. There were 0 enhancements in that blade, a good piece of weaponry but nothing out of the ordinary. Vampire, spitted the blue-haired man to the side, sheathing back his blade. The vampire bride hissed and took her fangs and claws out, her red blood eyes already glowing in the dim light of the way on where they have encountered this swordsman. The wound on her body was already gone, her healing abilities empowered by the rage she felt. As all vampires worthy of mentioning, there were dozens of racial classes for vampires, from lesser vampires to Kamazots, a unique chiropteran vampire monster from the Cannibal event. The vampire brides had the racial penalty of blood frenzy as the battle progressed, so did their bloodlust and rage. The man adopted a fighting stance that surprised Ragnarok. That was an Iaido stance, more proper of a Japanese mythology setting than the medieval kind of setting that this world has shown them so far. Between that and his katana, Ragnarok was convinced that there must be Asian-like countries somewhere. That was interesting. Not a second later, the vampire and the man exchanged attacks, one trying to rip him to pieces and the other trying to kill the vampire in one clean, devastating strike. It was amusing and curious to observe the battle of the vampire and the swordsman. For what Ragnarok can tell, he was a kenjutsu master, focusing on the quick draw techniques that the master of the katana was famous for. And that was quite the oddity in this new world. In Yggdrasil not so much, but in this new world, he must be one of a kind in Rey Estais and possible in the nearby kingdoms and the Empire. Ragnarok smiled widely. He has just found his first test subject for his Eider, and a perfect alternative to his plan to jump over the lower ranks of the Adventure Guild in one go. But, for all that, the poor sod must survive to his battle with the vampire bride, and Shaltir, who was already looking at them with a frown in her beautiful features but did not stop from rubbing her surprisingly nice ass into Ragnarok's hand. She was going to enjoy the attentions of the Supreme Being all she could, and then she will rub it into Albedo's face. That arrogant succubus dared to order her around about who could she bed and who could not. They were already at each other's throats about Ain Sama. On the other hand, Shaltir was already counting her blessings, that slut saw Ragnarok Sama as a father, and nothing else. Competing with her for Ragnarok Sama and Ain Sama would be a nightmare. Ragnarok noticed how bored was Shaltir growing about the fight and raising an eyebrow, thought about why not test this man's mettle against a monster like Shaltir. That would be a far more interesting test. If the poor sod was capable of making Shaltir counterattack even, then he was worthy of his respect. But somehow, Ragnarok seriously doubted so far. "Do me a favor, lass," said Ragnarok to Shaltir, "switch places with your servant and maid this man, go all out, but do not kill him." Seriously ordered Ragnarok, "We need him alive, I am clear." The hand of Ragnarok grabbed the ass of Shaltir far more strongly than he should, causing pain to the true vampire, but as she had an S&M fetish, she blushed and nodded vigorously. Shaltir skipped into the mission that Ragnarok has given to her and soon tossed the poor vampire bride against the wall, toying with the blue-haired man like a cat with a mouse. "Wait here, lass," ordered Ragnarok to the bride, who was recovering from the casual punch that Shaltir has given her. If it wasn't for her natural resilience and regeneration, she would be a smear over the walls. "Let your master have her fun, I will intervene if things went too far." "Understood." Ragnarok Sama bowed the vampire and took position behind him, with her usual elegant manner and polite stance. Ragnarok liked these girls. They were badass now, nothing like when they were nothing more than a beautiful pet in Yggdrasil or monsters in vampire-themed dungeons. Truth be told, Ragnarok didn't expect much of the blue-haired man. Now, he introduced himself as Brain Unglaze, corroborating the theory that he was the one that fought on equal footing with Gazef. As the deceased, lesser vampire, told them when he was human and was interrogated. Gazef was supposedly the strongest human of the kingdom, outside of the adventurer guilds. This human was a martial artist that could fight on equal footing with said man. He was a valuable resource for Ain's OOAL down. I don't even know if this could be called a duel, snorted Ragnarok. Brain was so out of his league that it was not even funny. Shultir has managed to provoke the man into attacking with all he got, and even if that would have surely killed the vampire bride, against Shultir was useless. She even yawned during the attacks of Brain, blocking his sharp katana with the nail of her left pinky. The man was using some kind of technique or whatever that allowed him to cut at impressive speeds, so fast that there would not even be blood in his blade. Unfortunately, against a rival like Shultir, it was slow and weak. After the 100 slashes that the man has unleashed against Shultir, and she has not even moved from her position. He even tried a quick draw technique of sort. Quite good actually, but once again, futile against his enemy. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. With all his effort, strength, and magical tricks, Ragnarok has seen how he had a finger that has released some empowering spells before his quick draw technique were for naught. Shultir has caught his blade with 2 fingers and pushed him back like he was a weak child. Screaming in frustration, Brain did try to turn back and made a run, deeper into the hideout, but Ragnarok was not in the mood for hunting the bastard, not when the bloody objective of the hunting that he has been doing for days was at the grasp of his hand. Gleipnir, our chain could be more appropriate, as Ragnarok raises his left hand and summoned the golden chain that holds Fenrir once. It was a skill that he gained when he made a solo raid into an event dungeon with the Wolf of the End of the Days as the final boss, gaining this skill and the possibility of summoning the powerful monster one time, every 9 days. The chain flight easily in the air, binding Brain from head to toe in a second. With a pull, Brain flight back, directly at the feet of Ragnarok, completely subdued. Ragnarok would lie if he did not admit that the desperation and panic in the eyes of the proud warrior was something that he enjoyed greatly. Eljotnir had an alpha mentality. When someone tries to act as the alpha, it takes control and stomps that someone to the floor unless they were able to put enough resistance or somehow gain his respect. In the case of Brain, he was a very good fighter. That was enough to earn a modicum of respect from Ragnarok, but not enough to do not be trampled to dust in front of a beast that was the pure definition of alpha male. Well, that was easy, said Ragnarok, raising the chained man with one hand as it didn't weigh anything. I am going to carry this one to Nazarick. I had an idea I want to test out. Said to Shultir, who nodded. Whatever the Supreme Beings wanted, they will have. Speaking of which, do you mind if I take her with me? Pointed out Ragnarok to the vampire bride behind him. She is going to be part of the experiment too. Ah, as you wish, Ragnarok Sama, but, I thought. Shultir would never say no to a Supreme Being. He could have simply ordered and she would have obeyed without a question, but she was curious about what he could need for a vampire, like the bride, having a true vampire like her around. And the mission was still in progress even if they had managed to capture a very notable specimen, by the lowly standard of this world. I am going to experiment a little with my Eider, explained Ragnarok to the true vampire. And I need 2 subjects for the experiment. This human and your servant are perfect for the experiment. In the meantime, smiled Ragnarok to the true vampire, why don't you go wild and feed on the rest of this hideout? Later, this week I will see you back in the capital, and together we can christen the manor adequately. What do you think? Sound like a plan to you? Shultir jumped at the arms of the Supreme Being and kissed fully on the lips. They soon engaged in a heated lip lock. They exchanged saliva, as Ragnarok tongue viciously dominated Shultir's lips and mouth, much to her pleasure. They continue like that for a couple of minutes, until a glassed expression Shultir broke the kiss, saliva hanging from both of her mouths. I see you approved of the plan. Ragnarok led her back to the floor, as there were almost 2 feet of difference in height between them. Tossing the chained Brain over his shoulder, Ragnarok opened a gate directly to his quarters in Nazarick, and followed by the vampire bride, they traveled back to Nazarick. The last thing they saw of the hideout was how Shultir was transforming herself into her vicious true form, and accompanied by the other vampire bride, she charged into the darkness of the hideout, screaming for more blood. Ragnarok chuckled. The passion of the little true vampire was something to behold, indeed. But he has work to do with his new experiment subjects. Great Tomb of Nazarick, Royal Suite, Ragnarok Private Quarters. To be completely honest with himself, Ragnarok knew that the little experiment that he was about to realize was partially tinted with envy. Of all the players that have come and go through the halls of Nazarick, he was one of the few that has never created his NPC. Poor Gargantua didn't count, as Ragnarok only turned the gift of the administrators into something more than a glorified walking siege tower. When they gifted to them for being a decade unconquered, Ragnarok made sure that a 100-feet-tall golem was something more than a walking, mute, weapons platform for guild sieges. In the beginning, it was nothing but a mindless golem. Ragnarok turned him into a fine, massive, battle strategist that could take the place of the guild strategist Kunidomo when he left the game for personal matters. Unfortunately, his massive size made him unable to move around freely, as even with shrinked spells, he would not low under the 70-feet-tall mark. He passed all his time slumbering in the bottom of the lake of the 4th floor, or when he is asked, planning any strategic moves that any in Nazarick could ask him for. Right now, Ragnarok was going to impose his Eider skill in a human from the New World and a monster from Yggdrasil and then toss them into a pool of lava. He wanted to see how his skills work in this new environment if he could use the skills to gain loyal to the death slaves and companions. Much like the rest of his guildmates did, and to see if the limit of Eider slaves and summoning creatures that Yggdrasil have could be surpassed. For all he knew, there were no limits for the summoning monsters that you could have around, except your MP pool. Meaning that as long as you could spawn monsters, they will stay around until you order them to disappear. Eider was a tricky skill that his Eldjotner racial class give to him. Sacrificing HP, he could turn a neutral or summoned creature into a loyal follower, gifting it the Fire Giant template, along with any other traits it could already possess. As he grew powerful, his Eider grow with him, and the template grow in consequence, from Fire Giant to Primal Fire Giant. That was the cap of the skill for the moment. Ragnarok suspected that this new world could affect the skill in different ways than he knew. Mostly, in the number of Eider slaves or the duration of the loyalty. Back in Yggdrasil, it was permanent, but right now, he was not entirely sure. Not to mention that the actual skill granted a sudden growth of 20 levels to any objective. It granted the benefits of the Fire Giant, Elder Fire Giant, and Primal Fire Giant racial classes to anyone who accepted the ritual, meaning, victims over level the 81 could not take the blood, as it would break the level 100 cap of the game. However, in this new world, levels are a tricky thing. Ragnarok was not entirely sure, but somehow, he felt like he was growing, like he could go beyond what he believed was the limit. And that was a very nice sensation, by the way. Back in Yggdrasil, Eider could be seen as a godsend for the tyrant job class of Ragnarok, but the conditions and the limit on the numbers of summonings and pets that a player could have soon nerfed the skill. Still, it was a very nice trick to have under one's sleeve, as it could turn a monster into an ally and turn the tides of a difficult raid. A monster in a raid, become your loyal slave and gain a lot of racial class benefits at the cost of a huge chunk of your HP, but as Ragnarok was a level max player, that loss of HP could be easily covered by his regeneration rate, healing potions and other tricks like his Eldjotner racial class skill that turned fire damage into healing. Ragnarok created a throne of volcanic stone in front of the lava pool in his quarters and took out of his inventory a very decorated chalice of gold and rubies, leaving it on the throne for the moment, as he turned to the other beings in the room. The vampire bride was as elegant and poised as ever. Although a flicker of confusion and a tinge of fear crept into her red eyes. She was not sure what the hell was she doing here, but the commands of a supreme being or godspell to her or any of the NPC of Nazarick. If she had to give her life for the supreme beings, she would have done it with a smile. The fear of failing Shaltir Sama was far worse than anything else in her mind, and Shaltir Sama was the devoted and submissive lover of Ragnarok Sama. A true monster among monsters. Brain was simply terrified. All his life, he has lived for by the sword, confident in his power. He was at the same level as the Adamtite rank adventurers of the kingdom and beyond. Only monsters like the Black Scripture of the slain theocracy could make him uncomfortable. But he has been defeated and humiliated by the monster called Shaltir. Nothing worked against her. Everything Brain has under his sleeve was nothing but a toy for the vampire monster. With all that he has lived for, broken and stomped in front of his eyes, Brain tried to make a run, but then, the golden chains that were imprisoning him now trapped him and left him to the mercy of the thing that dressed as human and who was the lover of Shaltir. Brain was a little nauseated about the heated kiss that they had shared over him. That was not the kind of kiss that you give to a bloody 15-year-old girl. Alas, Shaltir and he were monsters in human flesh, so the notions and morals of humans could be nothing but a funny reading, in the best of the cases. Pure terror filled the mind of Brain, when the human that was commanding the vampires changed. From a powerful human male form to a towering nightmare of charcoal skin, fire, and brimstone. The molten lave eyes of the massive humanoid stared at them. And both the vampire and the human felt how those violent and raging eyes pierced into their souls, looking for something, looking if they were truly worthy of the gift that he was going to concede them. If they perish, They were simply not worthy, but if they survive, then things could get interesting. You hate being weak, isn't it? The voice of the fire monster pierced the terrified brain of Brain. There was no way of escape from that voice. After all the sacrifices you had made to be on top of the food chain, suddenly, everything fell to pieces and you discovered that you were nothing but a little fish in a very big pond. Brain hated how this monster has read him so well, how he has nailed the core of his problems. If there was something that Brain hated with a passion, was to be weak, to be defeated. All his life has he lived by the credo that the strength in the sword was absolute, that with a powerful enough sword, he would be the strongest there is. He practiced until he created his branch of martial arts, unique skills that should have made him the top of the fighters in the world. And Shultir has crushed him without even breaking a sweat. Yes, I could understand you. Shook his head Ragnarok. I was weak, as you are now, revealed to both of them. Both shocked beyond belief, especially the vampire, who was convinced of the divinity of the Supreme Beings. At the beginning, I was nothing but another soldier of my father, the king of the Eldjodnar, Surtur the Black. It was pure bullshit, but Ragnarok needs to make a point and made his offer, so sweet, so tempting that both would gladly jump at the pool of lava. Eider. Be damned. Pureblood, indeed, but among my kin? A young whelp, nothing else. Alas, I grew strong, I grew powerful, and at the end of the day, I was the one that dealt the killing strike that made me worthy of being the heir of Surtur. A poetic tale of a raid event, but he has to keep his tale consistent. Turning, he walked to the throne and with a single swipe, cut his wrist, letting his thick and black blood fall in the smoking trail into the chalice. The vampire bride attempted to move, worry, desire, hunger, and fear clashing in her beautiful features, but a mere glance from Ragnarok and she froze in the spot, unable to withstand the pressure of his presence. Ragnarok felt the damage. He could sense how tiny slivers of his vital essence were transferred to the blood that was falling from the wound in his wrist. He had to keep a claw inside of the cut, or his healing powers will close the wound and made his efforts futile. Eider has to be dosed carefully. Too much and it will overload the ritual, too little and the changes will not produce. Ragnarok knew this instinctively, knowing when and how has he to stop the bleeding, to produce 2 doses of what he wanted. Soon, the chalice was filled with red-black blood, that constantly smoked and hissed in the air of the room, echoing with the occasional bubble that the lava had. Once, Ragnarok was satisfied, he let his flesh heal, closing the wound in a blink, and with the chalice filled, he turned his attention to the 2, paralyzed and terrified, victims that stood behind him, with a mix of terror, awe, and confusion in their expressions. This is my blood, smiled Ragnarok, letting them observe the liquid inside the chalice that bubbled and smoked like a living being. Even if they lacked the skills to truly comprehend what was inside the expensive chalice, they sensed the power inside the liquid. This is Eider, the blood of the Eldjodnar, the most powerful elixir on existence, as it could grant you, not only immortality but power beyond your wildest dreams. Now, that picked up Brain's interest. In the beginning, he thought this man was somehow the thrall of the vampires, but it resulted that it was the other way around, the vampires were his bitches. Something was clear, as soon as he discarded his human form and turned into this volcanic nightmare. However, the blood in the chalice was singing a different song for Brain. It spoke to his inner desires, to that part of him that wanted to stand at the top, that wanted to be feared and revered. This blood was the answer to all the times he has sworn he will become stronger. It was power, true and devastating power. Still, Brain knew better. There are no free meals, all had a price. If this blood was so powerful, the price must be equally high. What could Brain give? He was nothing but a speck of dust in front of these monsters. His only redeeming quality was his swordsmanship, and it was pathetically clear that it was not sufficient. Shultir has humiliated him deeply, something that burned in the soul of Brain worse than any wound that he has suffered in all his life. Once this blood is drunk, continued Ragnarok, the pain will begin, your very soul would be torn apart and put to the test by the trial of fire. Pointed out with his free hand to the pool. If the fire approves of you, then you will experiment power like anything you could have imagined, power that, in time, will grow, until perhaps, you became one of my kin, an Eldjodnar. False, or at last, Ragnarok has no bloody idea if they can evolve from fire giants to Eldjodnar. Supposedly, they could evolve if they grow from primal fire giant to Eldjodnar. It was one of the ways to achieve the same racial class that Ragnarok, who get it since the beginning as part of the compensations for the screw-up of one of the technicians in the beta. However, he was not entirely sure if that could work or if they could level up in any way. None of the monsters so far seems to have leveled up. Of course, the arena and the dungeon were closed to keep the expenses at a minimum. The vampire bride gave a step ahead and bowing deeply to the Supreme Being, she asked. Or better said, practically begged, with blood tears in her eyes, to allow her to be part of his kin. She cried that she was not worthy of such confidence and such an honor. Ragnarok laughed and walking near the vampire, the incendiary aura of Ragnarok already making her sensitive skin react, already showing reddening from burns, he offered her the chalice, letting her drink from the contents of the chalice. The vampire moaned in pleasure, eagerly gulping down the ambrosia that was offered to her. She has never tasted something like this. This was ecstasy, with capital letters, made blood. It coiled inside her mouth, filling her very being with the fire that the owner of the blood embodied. Her undead body startled with nervous pleasure, her sensations awoken like fireworks, a warm, consuming warmth, spread from her mouth to her throat, to her stomach, and from there, all her body tingled in burning. She didn't even realize that she has been cut off of the chalice, as her body shackled and trembled with the bigger orgasm of her life, moaning in pleasure, before Ragnarok raised her over his head and threw her at the lava pool. Pain. Ragnarok Sama, this is absolute bliss. Thought the vampire before she was engulfed by the lava of the pool, her body already being destroyed and recomposed at impossible speeds, as the Eider transformed her into the loyal slave of Ragnarok. That was unexpected, blinked Ragnarok at the evident pleasure that the vampire bride was experimenting. Well, she was a vampire, so blood was her food, champagne, and cocaine all in one. His blood surely was unique and all that, if one has to trust in the lore of Yggdrasil, but this was a bit too much. Your turn. Ragnarok left the chalice in front of Brain and with a hand wave, the chains disappeared. Opposite as the vampire, the incendiary aura of Ragnarok would have burnt Brain to ashes if he was too close. Drink and become powerful, or continue being weak and pathetic like you have been until now. The challenge was clear and despite his best judgment, Brain raised his head and looked at the fire nightmare in the eyes. The brown eyes of Ungloss were filled with fury, desire, and fear. His brain was trying to make heads or tails. He was not one to fall into scams, and he was sure that there was some dangerous clause hiding somewhere in the deal, but he was out of options. If he denied the gift he has been offered, he was sure that he was going to die horribly, or the childish vampire that has humiliated him would feed on him until he has an empty husk and be turned into one of her undead servants. He has listened to enough tales about vampires, to know that those that did not die at their hands, turned into their slaves. This was not a choice, this was a death sentence, but at the same time, it granted him something that he has been looking for all his life. True power. Brain was not an idiot, but his arrogance in his sword made him believe that the sword was the supreme force. Shaltir has shattered those ideas with her pinky. Now this monster offered him another kind of power, and the only thing he has to do was say goodbye to his humanity and possibly his soul. It has been said more than once that the devils grant all your heart desires at the price of the soul. Brain has never had much use to the damn thing, so he will possibly never miss his absence. Taking the chalice with a smile, ignoring the blistering burns that the metal was doing in his hands, he brought it to his lips and drank. As the man has promised, pain comes his way, pain like nothing he has ever experimented with. The blood was like hot water, burning and scalding his mouth, tongue, and throat, opening a burning path into his insides. Fortunately, the pain soon ended when the giant raised him and, like he has done with the vampire, tossed him into the lava pool. The heat, the liquid magma that should have vaporized him, instead received him in a warm and pleasant sensation as his body started to change into a firekin. Ragnarok observed the pool and smiled. Using his thousand faces ring, he cut short the burning aura of his body and his horns, turning back into a comfortable 10 feet height to be able to move around the great tomb without damaging its structure. As far as he was concerned, this experiment was going pretty well. None of them has burned when he has tossed them into the lava. The lava maidens were already attending to the unconscious bodies inside the lava. They will attend to their bodies until they awoke to their new status, and then they will help them accustom to their new bodies. With a single thought, the throne that he has created vanished. Originally he pretended to stay there, researching the transformation and its phases, but all has occurred in a second. They were already primal fire giants, but they have lost consciousness in the process. The all-fire trial bullshit was nothing but lore construct, something that will make his Eider more complex than a bloody skill and made a lot more difficulty any possible research in the process, just in the improbable case that somehow it slipped from any of his new slaves. Albedo called Ragnarok for the succubus via message. Yes, father, asked the succubus, always happy of speaking with her surrogate father. Ragnarok loved being called father. There was something in him that hummed in content. He has an odd family, so much was certain. but it was his family and he would slaughter the universe twice, if it's needed, to keep them safe. Re-Esti's kingdom Rantel graveyard. This is bloody fun, bro dear, we should do this more often. Laughed Ragnarok, in his human persona of Ragnar, as he chopped down another skeleton with Fleshburner. The Danish axe blade was covered in flames, cutting and shredding any undead that came closer to him or his companion Momin, the Dark Warrior. Ains could have thought of a better name or alibi, of course, that was throwing stones at his roof, as Ragnar was very, very similar to Ragnarok in personality and forms. Ragnarok always thought that the best lie was the bloody truth. Nobody wanted to believe the truth. Lies are way more comforting. Indeed, chuckled Ains under his dark helmet. Even if he had the thousand faces ring with him, as soon as the possible witness were out of sight, he changed back to his skeleton form under the helmet. The passive skills and benefits of his racial class were way too useful in this situation to ignore them. So, what are we doing here exactly, and what, inserter's name, is that third thing? Said Ragnarok, pointing with his axe to the sky, before taking a deep breath and exhaling a torrent of fire against a big formation of skeletons, destroying them in a flash of fire and heat. Slowly levitating over their heads, one amazed Narberl and Hamsuk, the so-called wise king of the forest and a bloody humongous hamster. Narberl was amazed of seeing the new form of Ragnarok Sama. He was truly a worthy specimen, far over of any other human she has seen during his short adventures as Nabe, the sorcerer companion of Momin. If all the humans were a shadow of appealing and commanding as Ragnarok Sama, she would have a better opinion of that pathetic race. A necromancer is trying to raise an army and I have been contracted to save the boy they are using as a catalyst of skeleton army spell. Succinctly explained Ains, destroying skeletons by the dozen with his massive, twin swords. And that is my new pet, Hamsuk, the so-called wise king of the forest. Snorted Ains, who despite though Hamsuk was a very cute creature, he was not precisely the strongest creature he has ever seen. Albedo is going to throw a fit, laughed Ragnarok, before unleashing a fire wave spell with his gauntlet, vaporizing a lot of skeletons. The position of pet of the Supreme Beings is very coveted in Nazarick. Ains would have choked for the absurdity, but as Narberl was still present, all he said has to be careful though. On the other hand, Ragnarok was being Ragnarok, the embodiment of an unstoppable force. Still, it was good to know of these details. More times than once, has Ains thought about the absurdity of the devotion and adoration that the NPCs had for them. He was grateful for their support in this odd situation, but at the same time, it was kind of overwhelming, to have to constantly act like he was an almighty overlord that know everything and all moved according to a complex and brilliant plan. So you are already an adventurer, you work fast bro dear, commented Ragnarok, punching a bigger skeleton, possibly the one of an ogre, into splinters of bone, before sending another dozen of human skeletons, flying into pieces with a lazy swing of Fleshburner. With this mission, I hope to reach Platinium or Mithril, explained Ains. It would be bothersome to demonstrate my strength each time. Ains continued cleaving undead like they were wheat under the scythe of the harvester. After he saw how effective his mere strength was against a monster like ogres, these were pieces of cake. Speaking of strength and ranks, said Ragnarok, tossing a fireball into a mass of skeletons in their way and burning them to ashes in a second. I caught it, martial artist. Oh, those are good news, laughed Ains, charging ahead, with Ragnarok after him, the fire already burning in his hands and eyes. Together, they were cleaving a path on the skeleton and undead army. They could be made of paper and wet cardboard for the matter, as nothing could stop the two Supreme Beings, even when they were severely handicapping themselves. For this battle, their roles have been reversed. Ains was taking the brunt of the physical combat, clad in his dark full plate. Momin the Dark Warrior was a dervish of steely death, cutting a brutal way among the skeletons. The undead was unable to stop his swords and the inhumane strength that was behind each swing. Ragnarok, on the other hand, was unleashing torrents of fire, explosions, fireballs, columns of hell flames that torched even the sturdiest of the skeletons into piles of ashes, that were soon scattered in the sky, by the winds of the cold night. They were easily passing through the army, in a direct route to the little mausoleum that the necromancer was using as a base of operations. In all, it was not a bad idea. Using the graveyard as a base for a necromancy spell has its sense, using the dark energy that practically covered the place, and taking advantage of how the guards of the city would not dare to enter the place without a good reason. The adventurer had a guild in the city for a reason. Sending a silver or gold team will be more than enough to see if there is something problematic. However, with the major of the city more than concerned about a possible war against the Empire, an annual occurrence at this point, contracting adventurer teams was getting difficult for the simple reason that all the money goes to war efforts. It was not an uncommon occurrence to hire a silver team to deal with a gold menace. Money was hard to come by and lowering cost was a trend that was increasingly gaining popularity in the growing relentless kingdom. It was a good thing for the plans of Ain's Ool Gown. The more distracted the empire and the kingdom were with their disputes, the lesser they will pay attention to the actions of the inhabitants of Nazarick, that soon would rule over both of them. It was a simple matter of letting them tear apart each other and patiently waiting for the coup de grace. Taking control of both territories in one single sweep. At the pace the Supreme Beings were attacking and moving, they crossed the graveyard like a storm of fire and steel, destroying everything that stood in their way like they were just strolling down a park. It was not a so preposterous comparison. None of the Supreme Beings was worried in the last about the skeletons or the undead army. It was little more than an annoyance for both of them, easily crushing the opposition like crash dummies. They were having the time of their lives, enjoying an easy battle and putting to the test some of their theories and how they work in their handicapped identities. Momin was a dervish of steel and pure raw strength. Heavily armored, the Dark Warrior was armed with twin heavy swords that even ogres would have difficulties moving around, much less swing in coordinated strikes. Ain's wanted to see if he could learn martial arts or become an armored mage or even a war wizard. With that in mind, he has voluntarily relinquished all the spells he knew, almost 1,000, and dressed in warrior regalia. Ragnar was trying to see if he could learn martial arts too, but he has not deviated much of his original theme. He was a human, low-level, version of his character Ragnarok, but he was tossing around a lot more fire spells and much fewer summonings that he used to. Ragnarok had a unique set of job classes that only Eljotnar could attain, namely the Muspelheim Soldier, Herdman, and Warlord job classes that was a mix of warrior, summoner, and sorcerer. Even if they were a little out of their comfort zone, there was no way to say that they were not an effective team. Together they cover each other's weaknesses, moving around the battlefield like gods of war and destruction, leaving a floating Narbril and Hamsuk flabbergasted with the combat abilities of the Supreme Beings and how well they fought together. After a decade covering each other's backs, it was normal that they knew each other tricks and manias like the back of their hands. Here they were just exchanging roles for a bit of fun. Narbril Dono, whispered Hamsuk. Who is this gentleman of pyromaniac tendencies and terrific presence? Silence, fool, hissed Narbril trying to do not to lose grip in the fluffy surface of the massive hamster. You will speak with respect in the presence of Ragnarok Sama. Is part of the family of our master? Asked the hamster in a lot more subdued voice. From the first time, Narbril was at a loss for words. In a sense they were. Both were supreme beings, their creators and masters, creatures so above them that they could be called gods. However, Narbril was unsure of how to classify them in the context of the question of the pet of Ain's Sama. They could be called that, and they could not. Supreme beings are absolute, divine existences that granted them life. Ain's Sama was the leader among them, but Ragnarok Sama was the sword of Ain's Sama and the one that practically helped in the creation of all the NPCs of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. There cannot be Ain's Ool Gown or the Great Tomb of Nazarick without one of them. They were as absolute as the day and night. Behind me, Brodeer, let's end this. Laughed Ragnarok channeling a lot of MP into one devastating attack, ready to clear the 1.5 meters more or less that they had left until the entrance of the mausoleum that the necromancer was using as a base. Without a word, Ain's jumped behind his reliable comrade and waited for the incoming horde of skeletons to be in the range of what Ragnarok was about to do. It was one of his favorite attacks when he has dealt with hordes of minions and monsters. Breath of the primal fire rhyme, roared Ragnarok to the cold night, and a veritable flood of flames engulfed the incoming horde of skeletons and other undead. The fire was so hot and so violent, that 50 meters in front of Ragnarok were scorched to the ground. Stone, grass, the tombs, the skeletons. Anything in the path of the flames was devoured by the raging inferno, that glow bright for a second and then vanish, leaving nothing but scorched earth in its wake. That should do it, laughed Ragnarok with a wisp of flame escaping from his fanged mouth. Ain's put one of the swords in his shoulder and laughed along with him. Brutal as always, mocked the Dark Warrior with good humor, but you were right, we were procrastinating a little too much. It has been a while since we could fight to our heart content. It's the price of being at the top, Brodeer. Put the axe back in his belt, Ragnarok. We have little to none opponents, worthy of that name. Narbril and Hamsuk flew back to the ground and Narbril smashed the head of the hamster to bow correctly to Ragnarok Sama. The hamster was the pet of Ain's and was loyal to him, but Ragnarok scared the shit out of him at an instinctual level and wanted nothing to run as far as he could and bury himself in the coldest hole he could find. Trembling like a pudding, he made himself a ball and tried to hide behind Ain's cape, who found all the situation incredibly amusing. My apologies, Ragnarok-sama, said Narberl, glaring daggers to the furball and already preparing an electric spell to shock the hell out of the damned animal that was being rude to the Supreme Beings. Don't worry about it, Narberl, or Nabe, as you are called now, laughed Ragnarok as amused as Ains. In this appearance, I am called Ragnar Surcherson, Ragnar will do. Waved Ragnarok. Don't blame the hamster for answering to his instincts. Beasts, like him, are capable of seeing beyond appearance, and a beast, they recognize that I am dangerous and is terrified of me, much like it happens not long of facing you, I assume. Turn his face to Ains, who nodded. As soon as I unleashed a bit of my true essence, he surrendered immediately, explained Ains. You have been leaking yours since the battle began. Pointed out Ains with humor, and Ragnarok snorted. Surtur's black heart, it's hard to keep my power in check. Swore Ragnarok, cutting off the skill, presence of the oldest being that has been active since the first strike. Still, I am surprised. Where, on the 9 realms, did you find such an oversized Siberian hamster? Does Ragnar Dono know my species too? Asked the hamster, trying to peck over the shoulder of Ains, failing miserably as it was way taller than even the armored warrior. One of my old lovers had a quintet of your species as pets, although none of them were bigger than a loaf of bread. Chuckled Ragnarok, very amused at the discovery of Ains. This hamster did even have a snake-like tail and some glowing runes in his fur. Some kind of magic experiments went wrong. Could it be his origins? Wouldn't be the weirdest thing they have seen. Yggdrasil had a knack for weirdness sometimes. Oh, such a pity. If I can't leave descendants, I feel like I have failed as a living being. Sighed in sadness the hamster. Shapeshift, shrugged Ragnarok, as it was obvious. Use a shrink spell to made yourself tiny. Use a shapeshift spell or scroll, perhaps even a baleful polymorphism, and change yourself permanently, your choice. Hope suddenly glows brightly in the astonished eyes of the hamster, which looks like it has never occurred to him. Still, the damn thing has the best puppy eyes that Ragnarok has ever seen in his life, and even Ains as undead couldn't resist scratching his head, much to the delight of Hamsuk and the frown of Narberl. A wave of dark energy alerted them that a dark ritual was still in progress, and even if they were at a long distance, the army of skeletons was encroaching them from all sides. If they were someone else, they could have got nervous. However, Ragnarok and Ains didn't even send a side glance to the army of skeletons, and instead share a glance, and a quick conversation via message, and raising their arms at the same time, summoned some monsters to keep the army at bay as they dealt with the necromancer. Twin create middle tier undead, Jack the Ripper, corpse collector. Called Ains, 2 of his undead minions. Twin summon middle tier Firekin, Lava Berserker, Muspelheim Hound. Echoed Ragnarok, calling forth a couple of his Firekin, beast deeply related to fire. Soon, 4 monsters appeared in the center of magical circles, bowing at the Supreme Beings. A masked harlequin with a force jacket and sharp claws, a Frankenstein-like, a tall slime-like creature made of lava and with 2 heavy boulders in flames at the end of its limbs, and a wolf the size of a pony, surrounded in fire and dripping lava from his charcoal-like fur and skin. Destroy them, pointed out Ragnarok and Ains to the approaching army of undead, and the monster did not lose a second in charging ahead, covering the distance quickly and tearing to piece any undead that they found on their way. That would be enough, concluded Ains, putting the sword over his shoulder, and Ragnarok did the same with his flaming Danish axe, a wide, fanged smile on his face. Let's put an end to all this. This charade has lasted long enough. Together, the group did not need long to found a closed circle of the spellcaster. They were all chanting something, and there was the palpable sensation of dark magic all around the place. For an undead like Ains, it was more refreshing. For Ragnarok it was nothing but an annoyance at best, and for Narberl, just another proof that humans should be exterminated as soon as possible. Hamsuk was the most sensible living being and just advanced, taking strength in the presence of the Supreme Beings. There was nothing like having a terrific monster like them at your side to quell any fear. As soon as they got close, one of the spellcasters called the attention of the bald spellcaster in the middle, calling him Kajit, probably his name, and as soon as the bald man opened his eyes, the chant ceased and the miasma of negative energy made itself a little thicker. Good night, greeted politely Ains, in good humor for the negative magic that surrounded the magic circle and that invigorated his undead body. I take you are the one that has unleashed the skeleton army, Kajit, isn't it? Asked Ains with a chuckle, and the necromancer twitched in annoyance at the hooded man that has called him by his name. Bunch of wankers, if you ask me, snorted Ragnarok with his runic Danish axe comfortable leaning over his shoulders. Such a beautiful night, wasted in this ritual. Who are you? How have you get here? Give a step ahead of the bald spellcaster, looking at them with barely contained fury. Adventurers that have been hired to rescue a boy, chuckled Ains. I do not need to say who we are looking after, I suppose. Just passing by, raised his gauntlet hand Ragnarok, enjoying the night and the exercise, as I deal with some weaklings. It was stronger than him. Ragnarok has the necessity of mocking and belittling these weaklings. His Eldjotner side was an asshole like that from time to time. One of your allies carries a piercing weapon, suddenly pointed out Ains to the walls of the mausoleum behind. It is the reason why we have been capable of following you. Oh, the cat is out of the bag, giggled a feminine voice, walking out of the shadows of the door. I, crazy bitch spotted, snorted Ragnar at the sight of the wicked smile of the blonde woman. It was like seeing a cat, a psychotic, short blonde-haired cat of red predatory eyes and delicate features. Just with her smile, her demeanor, how was she moving, Ragnarok knew that this girl was totally out of her mind. So, you are the one that killed the Dark Blade team, stated Ains, knowing that it was the truth. What you stole from them is what has to lead us to you, show it to us. Pointed Ains one of his swords to her cape. Ah, pervert, childishly whined in a very fake high-pitched tone the blonde woman. This Clementine does not show her perfect body to anyone, kidding. Her face twisted in a wicked smile and opened her cape, so everybody could see the dozens and dozens of plaques that covered her leather armor. You is my pride and joy. You fool, grumbled Khajiit, easily deducting that these adventurers have used a tracking spell, locate object more probably, as Clementine, superb warrior as she was not carrying any countermeasure against tracking magic. This Clementine is curious, cutely pushed her face checks. Clementine, who are you people? You are not from here, hunky over there is obviously from the north. I am Momin, this is Nabe and Hamsuk, presented Momin his adventurer team. I am his brodir, Ragnar Surturson, laughed Ragnarok. Thank you for the compliment lass, but as my father used to say, never stick your dick crazy. Ragnar shook his head Ains, his friend antics were always amusing, but this time was a little out of time. Clementine, why don't we have a duel to the death over there? Railed the conversation back to the main topic Ains. Oh, sounds like fun, giggled the girl, I will kill you later hunky. This Clementine cannot allow smartass to live, you know, is bad for her reputation. Sure, waved back Ragnarok, without even really paying attention to the threat of Clementine. Have fun brodir, meanwhile Nabe and I will take care of these buffoons. The circle of spellcaster hissed and frowned at the man. He was imposing, so much they will admit, taller than the tallest of them and with a body that even heroes would sell their souls for acquiring. His red hair was a mane that hung freely over his broad shoulders, where the rune-covered long axe he was carried, rested. The runes already glow with barely contained power. Brilliant gold over the black surface of the weapon, that was a powerful item, all the spellcasters could saw that. Take care of Nabe and Hamske, whispered Ains to Ragnarok. Do not worry, brodir, they will be safe, whispered back Ragnarok in all seriousness. There was a time for the jokes and a time to get serious, and this was the time to get the head back in the game. Ains and Clementine walked into the night mist, walking a long distance to gain enough space for their duel and the spells that were going to be unleashed in a moment by the circle of spellcasters. Nabe, Hamske, get behind me, ordered Ragnarok, stretching his bulging muscles, already smiling from the incoming battle. Even limiting himself to spells only, he was going to enjoy this to the full. Well, lads, let's make this interesting, smiled wickedly Ragnarok, and his fanged mouth started the most perceptive of the circle of spellcaster as they started to realize that perhaps this was no common adventurer, much less human. Shot me your best spells, the most dangerous, vicious, lethal spell or whatever you could toss around, and then it would be my turn. The spellcasters blinked, but as they were already a bit annoyed with Ragnar and the rest of the team of Ains, they simply compelled and soon chanted half a dozen of dangerous spells, all more than capable of ending a common person life. Acid Javelin, Dark Bolt, Lesser Wither, Minor Enervation, Fragility, Drain Life, and Negative Arrow, fly directly at Ragnar, who simply raised his gauntlet and unleashed one of the runes of the blackish surface of the gauntlet. Golden Shell of Fafnir surrounded Ragnar and the other two, in a protective dome, covered by a golden representation of a western dragon, whose eyes spoke only of greed and rage. The spells clashed against the dome and dispersed like mist in the middle of a hurricane. None of them were higher than 3rd tier, and Golden Shell of Fafnir was a 10th tier level skill that granted almost absolute protection against all kinds of attacks. Only other 10th tier spells, skills, and over-rank magics could break the golden protection in one strike, along with strong enough physical hits to pierce protection, equal to the scales of a divine class beast called Fafnir, one of the level 100 beasts and bosses of Yggdrasil. Yawning under the protection of his dome, as Nabe smiled and Hamske was observing it all with widened eyes, Ragnarok waited for the most persistent spells to frizzle and vanish against the unbreakable defense. The sizzling of the acid javelin, the spell of Khajiit, was the last to vanish in the stunned silence that followed the apparition of the protective dome. "That will be all?" asked Ragnar with a frown. "So disappointing." Shook his head Ragnarok and raising his gauntlet hand again, called forth his spell. Nothing out of the ordinary, a simply 5th tier trick that he gained as Muspelheim Herdman. That should enough for these dunderheads, alas. Just to be on the sure side of the equation, he added an extra layer of power to the fire spell. Maximize magic. Pyroclastic clash, intoned Ragnarok, and under the feet of the spellcasters, a sudden, violent, volcanic eruption exploded, in a shower of lava, burning stone, and scorching temperatures. The thunder of the explosion shackled the mausoleum behind them, and sent huge lava drops, flying in all directions, even bouncing in the protection of Ragnarok, who was several meters in front of the epicenter of the explosion. With a frown, he realized that he should have controlled the spell a little more. Next time, instead he would use a fireball, 3rd tier, with a maximize magic added. It would be more than sufficient to deal with these human spellcasters. Seriously, they are surprisingly weak. Khajiit lowered his staff. He has managed to summon magic protection at the last second, but still, it has shocked him to the core. He has shared a brush with the death in this one, way too close for his tastes. Fortunately, the Orb of Death had stored more than enough negative energy to produce a strong enough barrier. The rest of his cabal were not that lucky. They were nothing but smears in the ground. Their clothes and bodies were scattered around, some in pieces, some burning, and their items, the ones that had survived the blast that is, were as scattered as the bodies of their possessors. "You bastard," hissed the bald necromancer, still with all his skin tingling for the residual heat of the spell. "That has been crazy. That must be adamantite rank spell, 5th or even 6th tier spell, hero's material." Fortunately, the Orb of Death had the perfect ace under his sleeve for such spellcasters. "How can you possess such a powerful spell?" shouted Khajiit, and Ragnarok raised an eyebrow. 5th tier was a powerful spell. That was interesting. But no matter, observe the power of the Orb of Death. Laughed Khajiit, summoning the powerful beast that the orb created with all the energy it has absorbed so far. A roar and the echo of powerful wings filled the air when the skeletal creation of the orb filled the sky and clawed the golden dome of Ragnarok, leaving some wide gashes over the magic surface. The skeletal dragon was a powerful monster, so much was clear, and for the first time since Ragnarok stepped out of Nazarick, he was smiling. It was not precisely the most challenging of the experiences, but fighting the skeletal reptile with his skills and spells so severely handicapped was going to be the most interesting thing that he has done all week, rune forging apart. Hamsuk cowered behind Narbril, who just slapped the head of the oversized hamster. He was not going to shame Ragnarok Sama with his cowardice, much less when Ragnarok Sama was using his powers to protect such unworthy beings like them. There was no doubt in Narbril, she could easily quash this monster, and for a supreme being, a creature that defies all description, it must be even lesser than a speck of dust. "Behold your doom, this skeletal dragon will destroy you," announced boastfully Khajiit with the orb in his hand glowing in purple energy. Ragnarok smiled and walked outside of the golden barrier. The gashes of the magical surface were already repairing themselves at an accelerated rate. The skill was far stronger than that. The skeletal beast could be pummeling it all day, and apart from some scratches and gashes it would do nothing to it. He raised a hand to stop Nabe in her tracks, a frown and a quick message, with a smile, and the Pleiades stepped back into the dome, with a pinky hue in her checks. Ragnarok loved flirting in this body. It came naturally to him. After all, he was alpha now. Now, don't be hasty Baldy, mocked Ragnarok the spellcaster. The waltz has just begun, and you are already claiming victory. That is arrogance to the point of foolishness. Ragnarok activated one of the runes of Fleshburner, and the blade of the axe erupted into flames that brightened the wicked and feral smile of Ragnarok. Presence of the oldest being was back online, baby. Not much against the skeletal dragon, but Khajiit was already sweating bullets. "Skeletal dragon, crush him," ordered Khajiit with a high-pitched scream, pointing at the smiling Ragnar with his staff. The dragon roared and raised his humongous pawn. Even without any flesh, the bone claw was more than enough to quash a horse under its mere size. Added the undead strength of the dragon, and it was more than possible that a lot of things in the new world would already be down for the count. Unfortunately for Khajiit, Ragnarok was not from this world and had little to none to worry about the skeletal might of the undead beast. Ragnarok huffed and activating his spell, hands of the Eljotner making his gauntlet fist to be coated in a fiery flame, he punched back the incoming claw. The thunderous impact shocked the night sky, as the dragon stumbled backward, pushed by the impossible strength of Ragnarok. The claw of the dragon was broken and charred to the joint of the leg, along with several cracks all over the bones of the right side of the monster. Standing with the fist extended, although free of fire, Ragnar was frowning in discontent. That should have broken its entire limb, not just cracked the bones. What? Gasped Khajiit, who could barely believe what he was seeing. A human has managed to outdo a skeletal dragon attack with a mere punch. Khajiit has never heard of a martial art that allowed a warrior to cover his fists on fire. Sure, there were rumors of monks of the south and unique tricks of the beastmen, but this was preposterous. What kind of monster are you? Khajiit clenched his teeth. A very complicated one, smiled Ragnarok, showing that he has no fear and was considering all this little more than a funny event. Khajiit said nothing but twitched in annoyance and rage. Taking an extra boost of power of the Orb of Death, he channeled a negative ray of energy into the skeleton dragon. As soon as the dark energy hit the corpse, it started to repair itself, and in a few moments, it was good as new. Reinforce armor, increase strength, hardness, death's shroud. Chanted in quick sequence Khajiit, raising his staff, as the item glow in sequence with the words of the spellcaster. His mana and the mana of the orb pulsing with each spell, empowering the undead monster. At last you start to take me seriously, then I will do the same. Ragnarok lowered his axe and started his chanting of spells too. Although, he was not going to use anything out of the 5th tier, except perhaps 1 or 2 unique spells of his jobs and racial class that soon became his favorites. Steel Skin, Giant Strength, Agly's Incorruptible Essence. Ended his series of empowering spells Ragnarok, leaving apart Agly's and Incorruptible Essence. None were high-tier spells, but they will be more than enough for the battle ahead. In a series of golden lights and flashing physical changes, he was more than ready for the combat ahead. Now, destroy them, skeletal dragon, ordered Khajiit, pointing out his staff to Ragnarok, who was still smiling and has not moved from his position. The reinforced and glowing form of the dragon, covered into a blackish shroud of negative energy, roared and launched himself at Ragnarok. The man slammed his flaming axe against the side of the bone jaw of the dragon, wrestling with it for a second to compensate the weight and impulse of the beast, and then pushed it to the side, in an amazing show of strength. Once the dragon was pushed to the side, Ragnarok was about to punch his head again, but the tail of the dragon come from his blind spot and Ragnarok had to use his gauntlet hand to block the incoming bash. Even if the dragon was weaker in strength terms with Ragnarok, the pure mass and inertia behind the tail swipe pushed Ragnarok away, leaving a clear line of sight for Khajiit to cast some offensive magic against the giant man. Acid Javelin, Skeleton Spear, Frailty. Quickened the incantation. Khajiit, who was not sure about how much time he has to cast as many offensive spells as he could. Glowing like a little star, and thanks to the extra boost that the Orb of Death was giving to him, Khajiit launched an all-out offensive against the distracted adventurer. None of the spells come even closer to touch Ragnarok. Agly's dispelled them as soon as they got in range of the spell. A golden rune intercepted the projectiles or absorbed the auras of the spells before they could affect Ragnarok, who continued his battle with the dragon. Although, more than battle, Ragnarok was blocking or parrying the strikes of the dragon and then forcing it into a strength contest. The dragon slammed his claw against him, just for him to parry it with the hand of the flaming axe and then push the dragon backward. Nothing of the dark energy that permeated the dragon could get close to the body of Ragnarok, as something was blocking any intrusion of that kind on him. Incorruptible Essence granted him temporary immunity to that kind of trick, and thanks to his high level, it will last more than enough for this joke of a battle. The dragon attacked again and Ragnarok charged ahead instead of parrying. Unable to change of route, the dragon opened its skeletal maw and tried to bit Ragnarok in half. But instead of that, the edge of the serrated blade of the Danish axe of Ragnarok hit the lower jaw of the dragon in an uppercut movement, snapping its maw close and forcing its neck and head to move upward in a very awkward and forced angle. A charred line and dozens of cracks appeared under the blackish shroud, overloaded by the flames of the axe. Splinters of bones fall from the impact point, as Ragnarok grabbed the neck of the dragon and forced it to fall to the ground. Before he could raise his axe and behead the beast, the tail come again and swiped at him, with force enough to crush houses. But Ragnarok was expecting that, and letting the vertebrae go, he rose his gauntlet hand and stopped the tail in the spot, ignoring the tremendous force behind the tail swipe. With a mighty pull, Ragnarok sent the dragon skidding into the ground, rolling a pair of times over his ragged wings and broken bones. If he wasn't handicapping himself so much, he would have sent the bloody skeletal lizard flying into the horizon or would have torched it to the ground since the beginning. Skeleton dragons. or a powerful beast. Dangerous for people of levels around 30 to 40, beyond that, they are nothing but annoyance and easy loot. Khajiit was not the only one frustrated and angered, although, with this last stunt, the spellcaster was already paling as a ghost and freaking out for the impossibility of what he was seeing. Something that should not be possible, unless there were hero-level people involved, and even then, this was surreal. Clementine was having a hard time too. She was one of the best fighters in the world. A former Black Scripture member that was capable of fighting at hero level and possessed a set of carefully crafted stiletto daggers that made her a total nightmare to face in battle. At full throttle, not even the warrior captain of the kingdom, Gazef Stranov, would be able to beat her unless he was fully clad in magical items. That power granted her an aura of confidence in her abilities that, coupled with her sadistic and psychotic mind, made her a dangerous opponent that even Adamantite-rank adventurers think twice before facing. Momin and her have been exchanging blows and strikes during all the time that Ragnarok has been fighting that skeleton dragon. Or better said, Ains has been learning as much as he could, not only about how to be a better warrior but about the martial arts and how they function. Clementine has been so kind of showing him a lot of unique tricks that were not spells, neither skills. Ains was eager to see if he could learn about it too. Those are very useful in a fight and did not spend MP, however, there must be some kind of limit about the times they can be used or when are they used. During all the fights, Clementine has been growing frustrated. She can hit the full-plate warrior with easiness. The bastard only swung his swords around like a fat baby. He did have inhuman strength, easily countered by her martial art called Invulnerable Fortress. It allowed her to block and parry attacks from opponents way stronger than her. With her speed, reflexes, and dexterity, greatly increased from more martial arts, she could be running laps around this armored bastard. She may be crazy as hell, but Clementine was far from being an idiot. She knew that at some point, she would exhaust herself, and for what she was seeing, this armored warrior was an unlimited well of stamina. He has been swinging around those lumps of metal all night, and he didn't even look slightly tired. Nothing in his body language gave Clementine any clues about what was the state of the man under the armor. If she didn't know better, she would be convinced that she was fighting a bloody golem. But the man has already stated that he was an adventurer, had a copper plate, has been traveling with that bunch of newbies that she has killed before, and was way too well spoken to be a construct. They went at it for another round and Clementine stabbed the bloody armor for the 7th time in the same spot. She didn't know what kind of armor was that, but heck, if it was not of the highest quality, her magical daggers should have already pierced the bloody thing. Either it was a magical object or Momin was using a martial art that granted temporary invulnerability. Not that far-fetched, there were rumors of skills like those in Blue Rose, the second Adamantite-ranked team of adventurers of the kingdom. Even Clementine tiptoed around those gals. They were dangerous. Not only in battle but outside of it too, as they had connections with the royalty of the kingdom and with all the guilds of adventurers from one side to the other of the continent. From the spellcaster Evely to the Mountain of Muscles, Gagaron, all of them could make her broke a sweat, and even if she manages to kill any of them, her bloody leader, that giggling bitch of Lycaeus, could resurrect them. The leader of Blue Rose was capable of using 5th-tier divine magic, Raise Dead. Rumors said that it comes with a price for both the caster and the resurrected, and as much as Clementine would love to stab one victim 100 times, she knew that Blue Rose was more than she can chew. At last, for the moment, now that she was expelled from the scripture for stealing the crown of wisdom from a shaman priestess. The massive swords of Momin moved in a crossing pattern and Clementine dodged with easiness. As she has discovered since the beginning, he has no bloody idea about how to correctly handle a sword. His stance was sloppy, his balance non-existent. Still, one hit of those pieces of metal and she would be out for the count. That things should weigh a ton and are surprisingly sharp. Taking distance again, Clementine eyed the warrior that observed his swords and leaned them over his shoulders like they were featherweights. "You are strong," giggled Clementine. "The worst warrior I have ever seen, but strong." She loved to toy with her prey, and he was more resilient than the rest, but she really should end this charade and go kill the hunky. Possible after she raped the hell out of him for daring to say she was crazy. Oh, he was going to stick it like crazy, in crazy, psychotically cocked her head to the side Clementine with a twisted smile. Then she would slit his throat and let him die. Yep, that sounds like a plan for her. "I see," replied Momin back. "It's important to balance and compensate the inertia of the first swing. The stance is vital to maintain balance and do not get carried away by your strength." Clementine frowned in annoyance at those words. "Are you retarded or what? That's basic. Are you telling me that this is the first time you fight?" Seriously, Clementine was both annoyed and offended. She stood at the top, which means that only real fighters should have the balls to challenge her, and this retarded copperplate has challenged her to a duel to the death. Spoke about crazy. Come, called Momin to her with the swords ready again. That's it, she screeched, twirling around the pointy dagger. Like a predator, she adopted a crouched attack stance, maximizing her initial sprint. You dared to fight with this Clementine Sama, and you are nothing but a glorified muscle head. That's it, I had enough of this charade. Channeling several martial arts to increase her chances of delivering a lethal strike to the only weak spot of the armor, Clementine laughed and launched herself at impressive speeds. Like a spring of death, she moved ahead, almost catching Momin by surprise, but the Dark Warrior swung one of his swords at her. Smiling like the Cheshire Cat, Clementine parried and pushed back the incoming sword with her invulnerable fortress skill, and with the dagger that she keeps in an ice-pick grip, stabbed the unprotected spot of the armor. The hole for the eyes. It came as a shocking surprise that the stabbing echoed with a metallic ping and did nothing else. Shocked, Clementine had to push her flexibility to the limit to dodge the second sword of the Dark Warrior, who has recovered from the failed first strike and come at her with the second sword in a devastating but wide arc. Doing several back flips to put some distance between them, Clementine narrowed her eyes and twirled back her dagger to a more common grip. He knows martial arts too. Nothing beforehand has shown her that it was the case. That or he was carrying another magical item that prevented physical damage. Good thing she was prepared for that too. However, Momin was looking at his blades and suddenly, he started to laugh, loudly and full of humor. That sent the crazy mind of Clementine a bit off the loop. What was so bloody funny? He was 5 seconds before she made him a new nostril and put his head in a pike in the graveyard entrance. How interesting, how truly, truly interesting. Chuckled the Dark Warrior and rose his helmet to look at the crouching Clementine. She could feel the humor that rolled the man in waves. Thank you for these valuable lessons, I am learning a lot from you, but alas, as you have said, it's time to put an end to this. Ragnarok is time to show them the true power of Nazarick. Shouted Ains to the clear night sky and then stabbed his swords into the floor and opening his arms in a gesture of being defenseless, mocked Clementine with a disdainful tone that left no doubts of the little fear and respect that Momin had for the blonde psycho. Come, Clementine, there is no need to say that the woman took it, hook, line, and sinker. As Ains was about to put an end to his duel with Clementine, Ragnarok was enjoying the desperation of Khajiit, that has seen how he has tossed around the skeleton dragon like it was a bloody rag doll. Desperate times called desperate measures, and before Ragnarok could do anything, the human necromancer has raised the Orb of Death again and channeled all the power it had left in the creation of another skeleton dragon, reinforcing it too with the same spells that he has reinforced the first one. But the show of power had another consequence. The glow of the orb diminished up to a point where it looks like it has been completely drained. Damn it, I had to exhaust the Orb of Death, grumbled Khajiit, confirming the suspicions of Ragnarok. But as soon as I kill all of you, I will exterminate the city and recover all that negative energy, smiled the spellcaster, confident in his chances of victory now that he had 2 powerful undead beasts at its side. Khajiit was convinced that even if this bastard was strong enough to wrestle one skeleton dragon, 2 of them at the same time would be exhausting for the martial arts he was using. Once the twin dragons attacked at the same time, he would have to exhaust his reserves. Once that annoying barrier was out of commission, he would cast as many offensive spells as he could to support his dragons, and once the bastard is dead, raise him as undead and send him to the city to butcher everything in his path. With the killing of an entire city, the Orb of Death will be strong enough to turn him into a lich. His superiors in Ziranan would be pleased with him. The death cult would be pleased with the assassination of an entire city. Ragnarok smiled at the image of the 2 dragons roaring and covered in that negative energy shroud. If it wasn't for his protective spell, that could have been seriously annoying. Negative energy was never something to scoff at, there was a reason why Ains specialized on it. Negative energy and necromancy spells were one of the most dangerous of Yggdrasil, as a lot of them were practically instant kills and raising armies of undead in a blink. However, this dragon, dangerous as they could be for the people of the New World, is little more than a passing diversion for the Supreme Beings. Twirling his flaming axe in one hand, Ragnarok was about to charge into battle again when the echo of the shout of his friend reached the group in front of the mausoleum. Asked Khajiit, that didn't understand what was that shout. Has Clementine already killed the bastard and this was his death shout or something? Then the laughing started and Khajiit almost felt his soul trying to escape out of his body. Ragnarok started to change, his skin, sun-kissed skin, became black charcoal in color. His red mane erupted in volcanic flames that surrounded his form, covering him in a cocoon of lava for a second, but it didn't last long. A dense, thick, and asphyxiating mist of volcanic ash layered the entire place. As a blanket of black and scorching death, the ashes covered the entire place, up to the joints of the dragons. If it wasn't for the golden shell of Fafnir and the own magical protections of Khajiit, they would have started to burn. Much like the limbs of the skeleton dragons whose bones started to crack and darken from the extreme temperatures. Winds of Muspelheim, a unique skill from the heir of Surtur racial class, that granted Ragnarok an aura of fire and non-elemental damage. And it was cool as hell, an ocean of dark mist, made of volcanic ashes, that burned everything inside it. Khajiit was panicking at the sudden appearance of the mist. He could sense his magical protections being destroyed quite quickly and his clothes and skin started to feel an uncomfortable sensation of heat, that slow but steady was growing into pain from severe burns. The dragons already had their limbs on fire, but the protection of the Death Shroud was doing all it could to prevent the limbs from breaking from the extreme heat that they were enduring. Suddenly, a pair of massive claw-like hands erupted from the mist and grabbed the necks of the dragons, crushing their vertebrae with a sickening crunch and making them squirm and struggle in a futile attempt to get free before the heat and the pressure beheaded them like popping caps. Following the hands, a humanoid figure raised from the mist. It was humongous, towering over the dragons like they were puppies in the presence of a bear. Fire, stone, lava, gold, metal, violence, anger, it was impossible to classify for the brain of Khajiit that was already soiling himself in the presence of the most terrifying thing that he has seen in his entire life. Now, where were we? With a thunderous crunch, the heads of the dragons exploded in a burst of bone dust, negative energy, and fierce flames. Their undead resistance means nothing to the pure brute strength of Ragnarok. They soon collapsed in heaps of bones and started to burn and be devoured by the ashen mist of the skill of Ragnarok. Khajiit was already in shock at this point, but it was a good thing for the necromancer. With a simple glance, Ragnarok cast Curse of Muspelheim on the necromancer and he vanished into an eruption of orange flames, leaving behind nothing but a pile of burnt trinkets and a lot of ash. Pitifully weak, was the first thought of Ragnarok as he shrunk back to his Ragnar appearance. This is the kind of challenges that we had to expect of this world. This is sadly pathetic. Dissolving the mist of the skill and vanishing the golden dome, Ragnarok fitted his gauntlet better in his left hand. Truth to be told, this has been an interesting experience. Skills and spells worked perfectly well against the spells of this world. At the beginning and even with Ains's little experiment in Carne Village against the slain theocracy, Ragnarok was not entirely sure that all his skill could work the same way they did in Yggdrasil. There were notable differences between both players, in magic and physical combat. Ragnarok was the supreme, at last in Yggdrasil, a mix of a warrior, sorcerer, and summoner, a juggernaut that would always find a way past the defenses of the enemy and then smash it with prejudice. Ains was the supreme spellcaster, a master of necromancy that can either summon armies of undead or destroy his enemies in showers of negative and dark energy. Curiously, both had a common ground in their summoning skills. One had their firekin and the other undead, but in essence, both could summon a lot of extra hands for combat. Between that common ground in summoning, Ains and Ragnarok, along Touch Me, were the terror trio of the server as they compensate each other flaws and could overcome ever guild level bosses, all by themselves. Ragnarok Sama, called Narberl him. She was already back into her Pleiades appearance. As soon as Ains has commanded them to show the strength of Nazarick, all pretense of weakness has vanished. As strong as ever. Bah, such a joke of a true spell caster was not even worth mentioning. Snorter Ragnarok, looking over the head of Narberl, as he was way taller than her. As the oversized fur ball, still scared to the death of me, asked rhetorically Ragnarok that saw how the hamster was cowering behind the Pleiades. Good boy, that means he is more intelligent than that waste of flesh. Pointed out Ragnarok to the remnants of the circle of spellcasters. Low life forms, frowned Narberl that didn't like humans at all, for her they were even lesser than the insects of Intoma. Speaking about her companion on the Pleiades, should I bring her the remnants of these lowly humans to Intoma? As a souvenir, spoke aloud the battle maid, asking permission from the Supreme Beings. If she didn't mind her food to be a bit overcooked, sure, smiled Ragnarok putting Fleshburner back in his waist, comfortably leaning on the upper part of the blade of the axe. I found the taste of this new world's human bland and weak, but for Intoma should be a welcome change in her diet. Ains appeared walking through the mist. He has ended the battle as soon as he has revealed himself. He was still in his overlord appearance. Skeleton face and divine class regalia full in the display. Ains eyed the charred ground and the devastated remnants of the spellcasters and the ash and junk pile in front of the door. For the Lich, it was clear that his friend has overdone a little again, Well, no skin off his bones, so to speak, and he has ordered him to show the power of Nazarick after all. Welcome back, Brodeer. How was the battle with the crazy lass? Waved Ragnarok, as Narberl bowed to the other Supreme Being. However, the most amusing reaction was the hamster, who shivered from head to tail and was about to scream about a monster. Fortunately, Narberl was faster and chopped the head of the hamster, cutting his voice short before he could say anything. The beast looked at her with tearful eyes. In any other it would have been the perfect puppy eyes. However, for Narberl, who considered the hamster little more than an annoyance, it was sorely ineffective. As disappointing as I expected, but it was a good learning experience, chuckled Ains, eyeing the surroundings with his red eyes glowing. I see that you give them quite the show before dispatching them. They were nothing but a joke, but it has been fun. Laughed Ragnarok. As the two Supreme Beings compared notes and Ains walked inside of the mausoleum to rescue Enfire. Narberl used Hamsuk as a mule, to carry all the items and objects that the deceased spellcasters carry. Nothing will be out of the ordinary, but with the cash exchange machine of Nazarick, perhaps they could use the useless items to extend the self-suffice time of Nazarick for a little longer. Thanks to the crazy grinding that Ragnarok and Ains did when the guild was at their lowest, they were able to self-sustain themselves for 2 years more or less, before they need new funds to keep the tomb up and running. Not long after Ains entered the mausoleum, he exited again, with the unconscious body of a young boy, possible the boy that he had to rescue, something along the lines of a talented alchemist. Once he had it and he had destroyed the item that gave birth to the skeleton army, all the skeletons that their summons had not devastated will break at the abrupt end of the spell. This is the lad, raised an eyebrow, Ragnarok. He is that value as an alchemist. Yes and no, replied Ains. He had a unique talent that allows him to use any magical item, and he is a very talented alchemist. I will make him and his grandmother travel to Carne village and start working on making potions for us. I want to see the differences between Yggdrasil brewing and New World brewing. That is an interesting idea, nodded Ragnarok. Speaking of which, I need you to see how one of my little experiments has resulted. What would it be? I didn't know you were conducting any experiment outside of your runesmith job class. Excellent work with the 1,000 faces ring, by the way. Congratulated Ains, who was enjoying eating and sleeping again. It would be a headache to deal with albedo later in Nazarick, but it was worth it. It was nice to be alive again. It was a spur-of-the-moment experiment, to be honest, shrugged Ragnarok. You know of my Eiter skill, so I tested it with a vampire bride and the warrior that Shaltir and I picked some hours ago. Ains' eyes glowed. That skill of Ragnarok has been tremendously useful sometimes, and without the limit that Yggdrasil imposed to pets and summonings, the slaves of Ragnarok could be a very welcome addition to the forces of Nazarick. Did it work? Like a charm, smiled widely Ragnarok. They are now like 20 levels stronger and had the primal fire giant racial class along with their original one. However, is their mental status that worries me, as they were unconscious from the transformation. I left the rest in the lava pool of my quarters, attended by my lava maidens. Fascinating, nodded Ains, very interested in the result of the experiment. After he could see the results, perhaps that would mean that, if he gifted the Book of the Death, the item that transformed him into an Elder Lich, any spellcaster that read the book could turn into a Lich, or even directly at an Elder Lich. After I have this contract ended, I will contact you to meet your new slaves and the martial arts user. That would be a fascinating conversation. Ains Sama, Ragnarok Sama, called Narberl to them, with the humongous hamster walking behind her, carrying a huge lump of loot over his back. Narberl truly has been methodical in her looting of the corpses. I apologize for interrupting. Apologize to the maid, showing them the glowing purple ball that Khajiit has been calling the Orb of Death. Somehow the item has survived the curse of Muspelheim, spell of Ragnarok. Ains took the ball from the hands of the maid, and suddenly, the orb glowing, for a couple of seconds, Ains stood silent and his eyes glowing before chuckling and tossed the orb to Ragnarok, who caught it with his non-armored hand, curious about the reaction of his friend. As soon as he touched the orb, he knew what has his old friend found so funny. Unya was about to protest the orb, speaking telepathically to Ragnarok, when the artifact realized who was exactly speaking with, and even if Ains was more attuned with her nihilistic personality, this living disaster that has held her was at the same level of the great king of death that she has been spoken within a moment before. Well, aren't you an interesting thing? Smiled Ragnarok with a fanged smile, tossing the glowing in the air a couple of times, like it was a pebble of the riverside. An intelligent item, how curious, it's been a while since I saw one of these. True, in Yggdrasil there were few to none of that kind, and their intelligence was limited at best. Nodded Ains. In a flash of light, he was back to his moment attire, Dark full plate already repaired of all the nicks that Clementine has inflicted. Do you mind if I play a little with the lass? Grab the orb Ragnarok. The item was glowing in a mix of purple lights, a mix that shows annoyance, shivering fear, and curiosity. I may have another interesting idea for this cute thing. By all means, laughed Ains. His friend always has the craziest ideas, and yet, all of them somehow ended up working in favor of the guild. I will be waiting for the results. Thanks, Brodeer, smiled Ragnarok, opening a gate back to Yggdrasil behind him. This has been fun, we should do it more often. We will, nodded Ains with the red orbs of his eyes. Once Ragnarok disappeared back into the gate, Ains manifested his black helmet and turned to the other two members of his little adventurer team. Let's go to our triumphal return, ordered the Overlord, walking back to the city. Great Tomb of Nazarick, Royal Suite, Ragnarok Private Quarters. Brain and Badori, as Ragnarok has baptized the recently transformed vampire bride, kneel in front of their master and absolute lord. Their bodies were already showing the fiery red and black tones of the fire giants, their hair flames, and their eyes red pools of crimson color. Sitting in front of them, in a stone throne covered with hellhound fur, Ragnarok, back into his true form, smiled widely and predatory, toying with the astonished purple-colored orb of death in one of his hands. The end. Thanks for watching. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.